1,800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati. Our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility spread over 5.16 acres of land. This 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drive train components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like Surdy pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1,800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drive train components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1,800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. It's around 150 touchpoints include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine cat parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of cat merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati. Our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility spread over 5.16 acres of land. This 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like Surdy pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1,800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. It's around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine cat parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1,800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. It's around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They're monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally
Ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for the Honourable Minister and the dignitaries in the dais, please. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to the first edition of the FICCI Industry 4.0 Awards and the conference. These awards, as you know, have been instituted to recognize and honor the front runners for their contribution to the Industry 4.0 led transformation. The DNOC conference aims at bringing together various stakeholders and sharing the best practices in this area. We're delighted to have the presence of the Honourable Minister Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Ms. Anupriya Patel, Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO, Niti Aayog, Dr. Rene Burkle, India Representative UNIDO on this occasion. Before we start the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to honor our guests. So may I request Mr. Sanjeev Mehta to present a green certificate to the Honourable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pledge by FICCI to plant 10 trees in a name on the outskirts of Sundarban's National Park. I will now invite Mr. Suprakash Chaudhary, Chairman FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee, to present a green certificate to Mr. Amitabh Kant. A green certificate also for Dr. Rene Van Berkel. I request Mr. Rajiv Singh, Co-Chair FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee, to present the same to him. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the proceedings, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, President FICCI, CEO and MD of HUL, India's largest FMCG company, for his formal welcome address.
Ms. Anupriya Singh Patel, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO Niti Aayog, Dr. Rene Van Berkel, India's representative for UNIDO, Mr. Suprakash Chaudhary, Chairman of FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee, Mr. Rajiv Singh and Mr. Chandrasekhar, Co-Chairman FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee, industry colleagues, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and namaskar. It is indeed our privilege to have with us our Honourable Minister and Mr. Kant. I am absolutely certain they will leave us inspired. My special thanks also to Dr. Rene. He has been very active and vocal about Industry 4.0 technologies and in promoting sustainable technologies. It is indeed a pleasure to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, when the first and second industrial revolutions took place, we were a colony, underdeveloped, exploited. And just to explain how small an economy we were when we got our independence, the GDP of India in 1947 at today's prices was less than the market cap of Hindustan Unilever, the company I lead. India did take part in the third industrial revolution, but we were still an economy coming out of the shackles of controls. Now, fourth industrial revolution is building on the third, but is distinct in velocity, scope, and what we call as the systems impact. It is characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. The speed of current breakthroughs has no historical precedent. When compared with previous industrial revolutions, the fourth is evolving at an exponential rather than a linear pace. It is disrupting almost every industry in every country, and the breadth and depth of these changes herald the transformation of entire systems of production, management, and governance. I'm very excited about this revolution because it plays to India's strength and has come at a time when the economy has scale, we have the IT backbone, and our dreams are big. WTO in one of its recent publications mentioned that just as the shipping container changed the world trade order about 70 years ago and enabled globalization, technologies such as fifth-generation cellular networks, AI, blockchain, and distributed ledger technology could change the landscape of global production and trade over the few decades. At Hindustan Unilever, we've been working for the last few years on reimagining HUL with an intent to make it the most intelligent consumer goods enterprise. On the front end, our Shikhar app has been adopted by over 8 lakh small stores, changing the way we capture the demand. And on the back end, our factory in Dapada has been recognized as the first lighthouse factory in FMCG space in India by the World Economic Forum. From a linear value chain, we are building ecosystems with data and technology center stage. For a company which reaches 95% of the households in the country with one or more brands, we treat data as an enterprise asset and are using Bayesian network to augment decision making across the chain. The HUL of tomorrow will be dramatically different from HUL of yesterday. Indian industry is becoming adept at exploring or adopting the new trends. According to International Federation of Robotics, India has witnessed a 20% average annual growth of new installations during the last 12 years as against the 15% growth recorded worldwide. Technological-led innovations will lead to long-term gains in efficiency and productivity. Manufacturing, transportation, communication costs will drop. Logistics and supply chain will become more effective, all of which will open new markets and drive growth. Major shifts on the demand side are also occurring as growing transparency, consumer engagement, and new patterns of consumer behavior force companies to adapt the way they design, market, and deliver products and services. We should, however, be cognizant, as the economists Eric Breinjolf and Andrew McAfee have pointed out, the revolution could yield greater inequality, particularly in its potential to disrupt the labor markets. As automation substitutes for labor across the entire economy, the net displacement of workers by machines might exacerbate the gap between returns to capital and returns to labor. However, a lot is in our hands. Let me quote Charles Schwab of World Economic Forum. He said, "Neither technology nor the disruption that comes with it is an exogenous force over which humans have no control. All of us are responsible for guiding its evolution in the decisions we make on a daily basis as citizens, consumers, and investors. We should thus grasp the opportunity and power we have to shape the fourth industrial revolution and direct it towards a future that reflects a common objective and values." Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as past revolutions have demonstrated the overall growth in the economy, this could result in a net increase in safe and rewarding jobs. This would, of course, require extensive skilling, reskilling, and upskilling of our workforce. In fact, the vision of our economy is today based on the basic foundations of digital economy. Our development vision in the field of infrastructure is based on advanced technology. Public services and last mile delivery are also now linked to digital platforms through data. As aptly said by Honorable Prime Minister, and I quote, "For us, technology is the basis for making the country self-reliant." Imagine a scenario of 1.5 billion people connected by mobile devices with unprecedented processing power, storage capacity, and access to knowledge are unlimited and within the realms of possibilities. And these possibilities will be multiplied by breakthroughs in fields such as AI, robotics, IoTs, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, nanotechnology, biotech, material science, energy storage, and quantum computing. Together, let's make India an innovation and technology-led country. FICCI in its Industry 4.0 committee is taking many such initiatives to serve its stakeholders towards a digital path aligned with the government's vision. And I welcome all of you to join us in this initiative. My heartiest congratulations to the winners and also those whose practices have been recognized. Thank you and welcome again.
Thank you, Sanjeev. As President FICCI, you have identified Industry 4.0 as one of the priority areas. As you mentioned, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, 5G, all these are the focus sectors and need of the country today, and not an option. The gradual increase in the number of connected devices combined with humongous volume of data from field devices and the changing technology landscape has made it essential for companies to quickly adapt their products and services to the digital world. Ladies and gentlemen, I am constrained to disrupt the program flow and turn to someone who has, during his long tenure as a civil servant, been a key driver of award-winning initiatives such as Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, a pioneer of other significant initiatives like Ease of Doing Business and the Aspirational District programs. This is no other than Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO of Niti Aayog. Mr. Kant has an urgent meeting to attend in the PMO, and we will therefore request him to deliver his keynote address. May I invite you, Mr. Kant?
Honorable Minister, the very dynamic Srimati Anupriya Patel, the President of FICCI, Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, Dr. Rene van Berkel, India representative of UNIDO, Mr. Suprakash Chaudhary, Chairman FICCI 4.0 Committee, Mr. Rajiv Singh, Chairman FICCI Committee, Mr. Chandrasekhar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be here, and this is a unique initiative by FICCI because traditional manufacturing and service-oriented industries are being disrupted in a manner which we've never seen before. The first industrial revolution was triggered by the invention of the steam engine, which led to mechanical production. The second industrial revolution was catalyzed by electricity, and the assembly line made mass production feasible and was catalyzed by the discovery of electricity and assembly line. The third industrial revolution from the 1960s onward was driven by computers, digital technology, and the internet. The fourth industrial revolution is being driven today by 10 or more technologies that are transforming industrial production. These include autonomous robots, simulation, big data and analytics, augmented reality, the cloud, cybersecurity, additive manufacturing, horizontal and vertical integration, the Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence. And all these technologies are impacting the entire production value chain, from design to productivity and the speed and quality of production. And my belief is that these new technologies could enable India to technologically leapfrog in a very big way. We've actually used the power of digitization in a very big way. 99.6% of Indians pay tax online. The public finance management system of the government is totally digital. Every Indian has a biometric. Every Indian has a mobile. All of us have bank accounts. At the peak of the COVID crisis, 586 schemes of the government, we were able to do direct benefit transfer straight into the beneficiary's bank account, and not a single paisa was there as a leakage. And look at the huge revolutionary reforms that have been carried out in the payment. When we launched the top of the public platform of UPI, you have all the private sector players, from Paytm to PhonePe to Google Pay to Apple Pay, all of them are innovating on top of the UPI. So India has built public platform on top of which a whole range of private sector players are innovating, and we've built a vast amount of data. India is hugely data rich and is now becoming data intelligent. So this 100-odd unicorns that we've built up in the last 5 to 6 years is totally unprecedented. And when we started the Startup India movement, there were just about 500 startups, and today there are 68,000 startups in this country. All of them are driving growth on the back of this huge data and using artificial intelligence to analyze, using machine learning to drive growth. And therefore, India as a country has embraced technology. It has created many new jobs, and it is doing several things. Firstly, I think the new education policy is totally emphasized skills rather than mere degrees. We are moving away from the Anglo-Saxon system of education and emphasizing on academic. We moved on to learning in practical subjects, and just look at this, what we've done. We've created over, the Atal Innovation Mission in Niti Aayog has created over 10,000 tinkering labs, where from class 6 onwards, we are teaching them robots, 3D printers, artificial intelligence, all drones, all this from class 6 onward. Secondly, I think we are upgrading skills in a very big way. The skill are, new skill programs. The new skill ministry has done a massive upgradation programs in new technologies, and many of our IITs and our triple IITs are redefining themselves as institutes of cutting edge technologies in the fourth industrial revolution. Thirdly, I think we are now creating a highly flexible, resilient, and adaptive workforce, which is multi-skilled and has the capacity to undertake digital tasks from anywhere rather than a fixed location. I think what is important is that we should fully prepare and embrace the new era of artificial intelligence, blockchain, additive manufacturing, and emerging technologies. And we cannot afford to bypass this revolution. And it's important to say, much like we've leapfrogged digitally, it's very important for the industry of India to leapfrog in the industry 4.0. If we are not able to do this, let me assure you, you can never be an integral part of the global value chain. The global value chains are in a state of flux. They're looking for alternative manufacturing, they're looking for vertical integration, they're looking for alternative destinations. This is a massive opportunity, consequent to what is happening in China. China lost $1.7 trillion worth of valuation. They're focused away from their technology startups, and therefore this is a huge opportunity. Look at what has happened on account of the Russia-Ukraine war. And therefore, this is a huge, huge opportunity for India and the Indian companies. And therefore, I'm particularly delighted that FICCI, under the leadership of Sanjeev, has taken this lead. This lead that to look at the next era of industrial revolution. And it's very important to learn from good practices across the world. What are the lighthouses available? One of the Tata Steel companies abroad has been listed as one of the top Industry 4.0 practitioners by the World Economic Forum. If that practice needs to be adopted by top Indian companies, it should be done so that we are able to move forward. One of the key challenges, as was being told to me, is that several of these products, sensors, etc., are not available abroad and they're far more high cost. So I would suggest that either FICCI or CII should do this aggregation of demand. We've done this aggregation of demand in LED bulbs. We've just done this for electric buses. We did this tender for 5,450 buses, and the cost of electric buses has come down cheaper than the combustion vehicles on an OPEX basis. So what we need to do is that industry associations need to work towards aggregation of demand and bring down the cost of these products very sharply. So I personally feel that the world is on the verge of very rapid disruption, much like it's happened in the world of digitization, much like it's happening in the world of green technologies on account of climate change. It's going to happen on account of this. And those companies which do not adopt Industry 4.0 practices will be just left out. You can never be a big company, you can never grow, you will never attract capital, you will never attract valuation if you do not adopt new Industry 4.0 practices. And therefore, adoption of technology is really the key, because Industry 4.0 integrates data with manufacturing and information technology, and adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies will deliver timings and the flexibility to meet different demands. You are really connecting the ultimate consumer to the production line, and every product that you manufacture on spot will be based on consumer demand. And therefore, the world of connected devices and sensors is likely to give you a huge amount of data that can drive business better outcomes and give you great insights. We in government have already made the enabling policy framework. We are continuously propagating the idea of smart manufacturing, Samarth Udyog Bharat 4.0, smart advanced manufacturing and rapid transformation hubs is the India's initiative to push for Industry 4.0 implementation, and we are really pushing for technological solutions to the India manufacturing units. I truly appreciate the efforts taken by FICCI to recognize and appreciate successful instances of adoption of Industry 4.0. This is a great initiative, because as I said, I'm of the firm belief that the only way we'll grow at rapid rates, the only way we'll create jobs is to adopt cutting-edge technology and new-age tools. And this will really, actually, to my mind, this would help you to create new jobs. This will create you new skilled jobs. This will give you new values. This will give you completely a different variety of jobs. There's nothing to fear by adoption of technology. The more you adopt, you'll create new kinds of technology, new caliber of jobs which will give you better salaries and better pays. And therefore, technology as a disruptor has always, from the first to the second to the third to the fourth, every revolution had this fear of job loss. There will be no job loss, there will be new varieties of jobs, there will be higher paid jobs, and this will lead to totally a new class of skilled manpower from India who will go and penetrate the rest of the world. And therefore, I'm truly delighted that FICCI has taken this initiative to benchmark manufacturing of Industry 4.0, and is actually has requested the Honorable Minister to reward some of the best manufacturing companies who have adopted these practices. This is the best thing to be done by an industry association. I compliment FICCI. We have a very dynamic minister to deliver these awards. It'll be a very inspirational moment for all of you. So I congratulate all of you on receipt of these awards. My compliments and my good wishes to all FICCI and to all the winners of this award. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for your very informative and encouraging address. As you said, the world is in a revolutionary phase. India cannot miss this opportunity. If India has to progress and achieve our goals of self-reliance, we need to ensure that Indian industry leverages these technologies for attaining global position. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now turn to someone to someone from Siemens India. Siemens India is a major example company which is driving the digital transformation of manufacturing enterprises in the hybrid and process industries by integrating automation, software, and cutting-edge technologies. May I therefore invite Mr. Suprakash Chaudhary, Chairman, FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee and Head of Digital Industries, Civil India, for his remarks on the subject.
Respected Srimati Anupriya Patel, Chief Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO Niti Aayog, Rene van der Berkel, President of FICCI, Sanjeev Mehta ji, committee and subcommittee members of FICCI, and FICCI Industry 4.0 committee colleagues and representatives and friends from the industry. Good morning to you all. I think a lot has been spoken about the need and the urgency to do work around and adopt Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing, and how it can differentiate companies in Indian manufacturers, big or small, across various sectors, and how it can transform them, make them part of the global value chain, etc. At the FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee, we've been continuously driving the adoption of Industry 4.0 and digitalization. And we've been doing this across various sectors as well as sizes of industries in the country. We have clear goals to foster a digital mindset first, because that's very important as we embark on this journey. Identify various verticals where there can be low-hanging fruits, because wins lead to more motivation, more success, etc. And of course, clusters and areas where we can implement and have immediate impact of Industry 4.0 across companies. In terms of where we are, I think we are just seeing some early successes in this regard. And I genuinely believe that with the encouragement of all of you, participation of all of you, as well as hard work put in by my colleagues in the committee, I think we'll be able to drive this much faster together. The institution of these awards, the Industry 4.0 Awards, is in continuation of our efforts at FICCI to exemplify and put forward some really interesting adoption of these technologies. And I think, I hope that as we go through the day's proceedings, this will encourage all of us to adopt the practices, adopt the standards in our own way in each of our organizations. Let me tell you that this has been a pretty long journey in terms of this whole award, selecting the process of this award ceremony that we are culminating today. There have been multiple rounds of evaluations, site visits, etc., done both physically and virtually, and I'd like to thank my colleagues from the Industry 4.0 committee, as well as the participants who've put forth and gone through this whole process along with us. My many congratulations to the winners today, and I hope that your journeys will inspire many more to join us in the subsequent years. Thank you again very much for joining us today. And
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for your remarks in setting the tone of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee aims to identify focus verticals and clusters to promote adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies. Moving forward, let me now invite Mr. Rajiv Singh, Co-Chairman, FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee and partner with Deloitte India for his thematic address. Rajiv and his team has been instrumental in shaping up these awards too.
Thank you, sir, and a good morning to all of you. Good morning to our Honorable Minister. Good morning to Sanjeev Mehta, President FICCI, to Suprakash, Chair for Industry 4.0, and Dr. Rene. And a good morning to all of you. Good morning. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So this has been a fascinating morning, and I was so very excited in the morning because we started this journey on the Industry 4.0 Committee, FICCI, Chetan Ben, it was about 6 years back. And today, being here to see that we are kind of going to be celebrating the people who have eventually won the first awards is really very, very exciting. We did hear from Mr. Amitabh Kant and also our president of FICCI about the importance of Industry 4.0. And I thought I'll just add to the things that they said as another perspective. And this is a perspective that I've spoken in the past as well, so pardon me, but I'm going to repeat that because I think it's a perspective that we all need to ponder about. If I look at manufacturing globally, okay, global manufacturing all across the globe, India's contribution to manufacturing is just about 2%, or not even 2, it's actually below 2%. We all want manufacturing in India to grow. As the government laid out, we want our manufacturing to contribute about 26% of our GDP. But it's a difficult task. It's not going to be an easy journey. It's not an impossible task. It's a possible task, but it's a difficult journey. And one of the perspectives is just look around the world and think about all the large manufacturing companies, or countries. So think about Japan. The one word that comes to mind when you think of Japan is quality manufacturing. Any product coming from Japan, we know it's known for quality. If you think of China, the first word that comes to mind is probably scale, because it's considered as factory for the world, so they produce everything in large scale. You think about Germany, the name that comes to mind is engineering. Germany is known for precision engineering. You think about US, the name that comes to mind is innovation. They are known for innovation. But when you think about India and when you think of manufacturing, I think we need to create a brand identity for our country. And that's where probably Industry 4.0 could give us that brand identity. I think that's the opportunity all of us want to latch upon. I think this is the right moment, as we heard even from the earlier speakers, that this is the right opportunity. So coming back, I think on that same journey, we at FICCI, we thought that why not we try and do what we can do from creating awareness. This was about 6 years back. People didn't know exactly what is smart manufacturing. I remember 6 years back going across multiple cities, smaller tier 3 cities. People didn't know what is Industry 4.0. So a lot of time spent at that point in time in creating awareness. Since then to now, I think that the needle has moved quite a long distance. We have quite a large number of players, not just large, but even small and medium scale, who have started adopting smart manufacturing practices. And here we are today to award the companies who have done phenomenal work under 5 categories. So what we are going to do today is going to reward the companies who have done great work under smart operations, smart supply chain, smart products, smart customer experience, and so on. As we do that, we'll also be touching upon a couple of important topics like cybersecurity, customer innovation, and so on. And that's what we have the speakers for. So with that, let me thank all of you and my panel members here. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we have the distinguished presence of Dr. Rene van Berkel, India representative, UNIDO, at this event. Dr. Rene has been working on the interface of academia, government, and industry to foster the application of cleaner production, eco-efficiency, and industrial ecology practices. Dr. Rene, may I invite you for your special address today.
Thank you very much, Chair. Namaskar. I would specifically like to acknowledge the presence of the Honourable Minister of State for Industry and Internal Trade, Noor Priya Patel, and the President of FICCI, Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, other colleagues on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to FICCI team for inviting UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, to be part of this inaugural Industry 4.0 conference and awards. UNIDO is a specialized agency of the UN that supports industrial development in India and other developing country member states. Our mandate is entrusted in the Sustainable Development Goal number 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, where we focus on inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I then often say that it's ensuring that factories are agile and fit for the future. They are competitive, productive, innovative, and take care of the environment and of people and communities around that. I would like to narrow down my comments on what we refer to as advanced digital production, or one might say that's the application of Industry 4.0 in the manufacturing sector. I think, and that is the UNIDO's perspective, that we better think of advanced digital production as a two-dimensional change. Mr. Kant already referred to the transition from first to second to third, from steam to electricity to computers to now frontier technologies, nanotechnologies, additive manufacturing. But there's a second dimension to this, and that is the evolution of the control technologies. And it's the interface of the control technologies, which are now digital technologies, Internet of Things, and machine learning, other tools, with the operational technologies that ultimately delivers the benefits. And that also means that we cannot just drive Industry 4.0 by just pushing for digital. We have to bring a balance between operational and digital. UNIDO's flagship 2020 Industrial Development Report found that there are good prospects for advanced digital production to produce to each of the three dimensions of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. It can foster industrial competitiveness through gains of productivity, diversification, mass customization of products. It can also support social inclusion by taking away some of hazardous and tedious jobs, and also creating new jobs in different sectors, in support sectors. And thirdly, it can also add to support environmental initiatives by making industrial production more energy efficient, more resource efficient. In that regard, let me just share one example that under our project, the Facility for Low Carbon Technology Deployment, we are specifically focusing on industrial IoT as a contributor to achieving energy savings and greenhouse gas emissions by optimizing industrial processes, but also optimizing the use of batteries in e-vehicles and so on. In terms of creating and using advanced digital production technologies, UNIDO found that globally there are about 10 front-runner countries, including, and that's no surprise, the USA, Japan, Korea, China, Germany, the Netherlands, and a few others. These are followed closely by a group of 22, what we refer to as early adopter countries, and India is the only middle-income country in this group, alongside with other countries which are also known for manufacturing, like Australia, Canada, Spain, and Italy. So India is not lagging that far behind, but it's just an early adopter in that sense. The work of UNIDO also found that beyond the framework conditions, so investment, ICT policy, 5G, and so on, there are two factors that stand out as driving successful uptake of Industry 4.0 in the manufacturing sector. And these are, first and foremost, industrial capabilities. So how well do we already manage industrial processes, and how well are we prepared to take the control forward to digital technologies? And then the second one is the skills for the future, and that is particularly the analytical, problem-solving skills, ICT skills, of course, and team-working skills. And these are quite different from our traditional focus on being a good welder or a good engineer, but quite different skills. And we need to think about how we bring that back into early childhood education to bring these analytical skills, problem-solving, and team-working forward. If we look at India and move forward, and then we see essentially not an uncommon split country scenario. There are what we would refer to islands of digital production, so that the front-runner companies were really doing world-class Industry 4.0, but to some extent they are not able to reap the full benefits because of supplier companies not yet integrated into this. So there are companies which are really world-class but not able to make the full benefits. And capitalize on the investments. And on the other hand, there's a large pool of what are relatively laggards that have taken very few steps forward. We see then a four-pronged strategy forward. So I think that there is, first of all, the lessons to be learned to capitalize on the enterprise resource planning and the CAD/CAM system. So to expand these digital systems which are already there to enhance on the manufacturing side. Then the second point where UNILEVER would highlight is to look at replicable digital enhancements to existing subsectors, for example, with the automotive component sector. So what are digital solutions that could enhance manufacturing operations in subsectors, and that could then, as alongside of the lines of Dr. Kant mentioned, create a demand, aggregate demand, and drive the competitiveness there. There's also the issue of doing then product innovations around digital enhancements. And that is to bring digital technologies into new products. We saw, for example, Saga Defense Engineering in Mumbai, a startup working on floating drones, and they converted that into actually a device that collects plastic that floats on the rivers. And then the fourth component is to drive manufacturing excellence. So we have said together with FICCI that we need a Swachh Udyog. We need to clean out the MSMEs to make them efficient, effective, and mature, and thereby create the operational platform on which Industry 4.0 solutions can be done. In sum, I think that the digital revolution has started, but requires more than just digital technology to benefit inclusiveness and sustainability of manufacturing in India. UNILEVER therefore pleads more for needs-driven strategies for digitalization on a sector-by-sector basis. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the winners. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rane, for your very significant address. Ladies and gentlemen, FICCI has worked on a handbook that elaborates the entire award process, application categories, criteria, profile of the jury members, awardees, and the best practices. Eligibility criteria for assessor and auditor for the empanelment to FICCI Industry 4.0 Awards is also mentioned in the book. May I request the Honourable Minister to release the handbook for Industry 4.0 Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has now come to give away the awards to the winners. I would like to share that it has been an interesting and a great learning experience for all those who were involved in these awards since last year. Despite the disruptions caused by the pandemic, a robust and a transparent system was followed in selecting the awardees. Before I hand over to my colleague Suresh to announce the awards, I would like to acknowledge the support of our honorable jury members, Mr. Shyam Bang, former Chairman, NACB, former Executive Director, Jubilant Life Sciences Limited, Professor Maresh Chakrabarti, Senior Professor and Chair, Center for Product Design and Manufacturing, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor and Author, Mr. Bhaskar Mandal, former Head, Digital Industries, Siemens Limited, Mr. Suprakash Chaudhary, Executive Vice President, India Country Head, Digital Industries, Siemens Limited, Mr. Rajiv Singh, Partner, Consulting, Deloitte. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to come down to present the awards. Suresh, you may please announce the awards. Yeah. How do you give the awards? So, there will be.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to announce the results of first FICCI Industry 4.0 Awards. We are presenting 10 awards in two major categories, namely Overall Digitalization and Focus category. In Focus category, there are three subcategories in which awards will be presented today: Smart Product, Smart Operations, and Smart Customer Experience. The awardees have been selected based on three-stage process with the help of our empaneled assessors and jury members. Now let me start from first focus category, that is Smart Operations, where we are presenting three awards. I will request the representative of each of the awardee unit to come over and receive the award as I announce it. Let me now list out the names. The third prize, that is the Silver Award, goes to L&T Defense Hazira unit. May I request their representative to come over and receive the award. Thank you. Next, the gold award, that is the second award in the category, goes to ITC Limited, Bangalore Cigarette Factory. The representative has joined us virtually, so I will just request the IT team to pin the picture of awardee and the shield. Thank you. And the first prize, that is the platinum prize, goes to L&T MHI Power Boilers Private Limited. May I request their representative to come over and receive the award. Thank you. Then we come to the next subcategory, that is the smart products. Here again we are presenting 3 awards. The silver award, which is the third prize, goes to Somani Home Innovation Limited. May I request their representative to come over and receive the award. Thank you. Next, the gold award, that is the second award, goes to Gainwell Commercials Private Limited.
सर्टिफिकेट्स बस अनाउंस कर देंगे, संजीव मेहता दे देंगे.
Thank you. And the winner of first prize, that is the Platinum Award in this category, goes to M2NXT, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Bharat Freights Varna Limited. Thank you. Coming to the third subcategory, that is the Smart Customer Experience, we are giving 1 award in this category, and the winner of Platinum Award goes to Gainwell Commercials Private Limited. Thank you. Finally, we come to the overall digitalization category, where we are presenting awards to those organizations that have looked at the solutions holistically in their organizations. We are giving 3 awards, and the third prize, which is the silver award, goes to Bosch Automotive Electronics India Private Limited. Thank you. Then the second prize, gold award in this category, goes to Larsen & Toubro Limited, Heavy Engineering.
Should I request them to sit back? So we will announce, we will present the certificate of appreciation later. After the minister's address, the minister has to leave.
And finally, the Platinum Award, which is the first prize, goes to JK Paper Mills Limited, Raigad.
So Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. As we know, there's a time constraint and Minister has to leave. So we have 10 certificate of appreciation also, which we'll be presenting later after Honorable Minister's address. So may I now request the Honorable Minister to address the gathering. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have some water?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, President FICCI, Dr. Rene Van Berkel, India Representative for UNIDO, Surya Prakash Chaudhary ji, Chairman FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee, Shri Rajiv Singh, Shri K.G. Chandrasekhar, who are both the co-chairman for FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee, the other dignitaries on the dais, our esteemed guests from industry, media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. And I'm very delighted to join you all for the first of its kind of initiative that FICCI has taken today of organizing the first Industry 4.0 Awards and Conference. Very happy to join you all. And at the outset, I would like to compliment FICCI for coming forward, taking this wonderful initiative and honoring companies who have been at the forefront of the adoption of Industry 4.0. We all have heard of the first industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution, the third, and also now the fourth, Industry 4.0, which is the current trend of automation and data exchange at all levels of production, aimed at increasing productivity, efficiency, and also addressing the issues of sustainability, climate change, and a host of other such relevant ideas. I'm very glad that today awards are being given to 10 leaders who have shown this incredible commitment to move towards a digital transformation of their organizations. I'm very glad to learn that in 3 stages the assessment has been undertaken, and I was very happy to learn that the assessment team actually went physically on the production sites to evaluate and see your performance and the changes that you have brought about in the whole production line, the systems and operations, how they have evolved with technology. So I think it's a big effort that you have made in finally shortlisting who are going to be awarded today. So congratulations to the 10 awardees who are being recognized today, honored today, for their extremely exemplary performance. I'm sure you have a lot to contribute in terms of inspiring a lot of others who are yet to follow your footsteps. You've truly set an example, and there is so much that we still need to do insofar as the adoption of the Industry 4.0 technologies and systems is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, India is today in the Amrit Kal, the 75th year of independence. And we have 25 more years to go before we enter the 100th year of independence. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji has a big vision for India at 2047. He says, while we celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, when we are in the Amrit Kal, the 75th year, we must reflect on the progress we have made, the achievements we have made in this journey of transforming India. There is so much of reflection that we have done in various different sectors. And industry is also one of the sectors where we need to reflect how far we have moved in 75 years and what should be our agenda in the next 25 years. So when we have this big grand vision of 2047, in the next 25 years, the industry also has a big contribution to make, and one such contribution could be moving towards the adoption of Industry 4.0. Industrial sector in a major way can contribute to the economic development, which is both sustainable and also inclusive. Government of India is making all efforts to create an industry-friendly and a conducive environment. You all know about the various initiatives and reforms we are undertaking from time to time. My dear friends, today we have, over time I would say, Government of India's role has changed from being a regulator to a facilitator. You have seen how we have given tremendous emphasis on the creation of industrial infrastructure, how much we are reducing the burden of compliances. The National Single Window Portal has been launched. We have jumped many positions in terms of ease of doing business. We were at the 142nd position. Today we stand at the 62nd position. You've heard of the product-linked incentive schemes, which has been extended to 14 different sectors because we want to promote domestic manufacturing. PM Gati Shakti is also one of our recently launched initiatives which is aimed at logistic efficiency, because logistic is a very important area of concern. We want to bring down our logistic cost from the current 13% to about 8%. So there is so much of effort that Government of India has put in. You've seen how the Startup India has grown after 2016, when the Honorable Prime Minister launched this whole initiative. At that time, we would not be able to imagine that the startup ecosystem would grow so big. But today, I very proudly say that in these few years, 2016 onwards, today we are standing in 2022. So just 5 to 6 years, and India has become the third largest startup ecosystem after US and China. Isn't that an important achievement to count for? Not an achievement, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big thing that we have done. And this March 2022, 100 unicorns. So look at the journey of the startups. And this unicorn wave is still going on. It is going very strong. This boom is continuing. I don't know how much more we have to see in this year. So whether it is PLI, whether it is ease of doing business, whether it is startups and unicorns, and the other industry-related initiatives, I am here to assure you that Government of India stands by you. And we are here to support you and facilitate you in every possible way. And the adoption of Industry 4.0 is something that we have to do together. Manufacturing, exports, both have to contribute. Because in the post-pandemic scenario, You all know how global supply chains have been disrupted. And there is a tremendous opportunity which lies ahead for us, for the country. On the industry front, I have just briefly told you about the initiatives we have taken. Even on the exports front, ladies and gentlemen, you must have learned about the two latest bilateral agreements, the FTAs that we have concluded. The India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, and also the India-Australia ECTA, Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. Our performance on the export front has also been exemplary. We've had highest ever annual exports of $669.65 billion, which is a 34.5% of jump over the same period last year. Merchandise exports target, we set a target of $400 billion, but what we achieved was $419, and that also much in advance. Services export at an all-time high, $250 billion. So exports are growing. We are getting even more ambitious. Manufacturing has to grow. We're providing all support. We have to come together and make this happen. Industry 4.0 adoption is something that has to be driven. Maybe few of you have started, but you need to inspire others. Even our small and medium enterprises have to at least start thinking about the adoption of Industry 4.0. It might take a little bit of time because we do have the fear of unknown. But you know the big way in which the SMEs contribute to our economy. So even the small and medium scale enterprises, I was listening to one of the speakers prior to me. He mentioned Industry 4.0 reaching the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, which was surprising for me. I was not knowing that it has gone down to such a level, but I'm very happy to learn this, that even in the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities now, the small scale industries, people are at least recognizing the idea. So this is something which we need for the country. And we all have to come together to drive this effort, because like I said before, it will not just increase productivity and efficiency, but it will also contribute towards sustainability, which is becoming more and more business relevant as we talk about customers' demands, CSR obligations, and public scrutiny and activism on issues related to environment, climate change, societal governance criteria, a lot of other things, and tremendous talk going on climate change, climate neutrality by 2050, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by the year 2030, and ensuring food security despite climate change and biodiversity loss. So this is a collective big target which we have to achieve, and that is why we all need to come together, because when we aim at achieving a high degree of efficiency and productivity along with sustainability and a host of other things, there is a high level of data exchange which will be required at all levels of production. And India, we can very proudly say that it has always been at the forefront of adoption of technology. So when we stand here today in 2022, we dream of a country which will have a technology and innovation-led economy in the next 25 years when we enter the 100th year of independence, and I'm sure we can all do it together. This award ceremony, I also learned, is going to be followed by a conference, and the conference will have several technical sessions. I was just going through the topics of discussion, so they're very wide-ranging. You will have discussions on best practices. A lot of awards today have been given in various categories: smart production, smart products, smart operations, complete digital transformation, cyber security, a lot of other things. And I see all those issues are going to be discussed in the various technical sessions which are being organized in this conference. So I believe this is a very good platform for people from the industry who have traveled from all over the country to be here and participate in this conference. It's a huge opportunity, learning opportunity for you, and a big platform to gain knowledge, sharpen your knowledge, and interact with the thought leaders and experts, and it will eventually help you to adopt the Industry 4.0 technologies and grow your businesses further. So congratulations once again, FICCI, for this wonderful initiative, because this is actually an effort to push all your stakeholders towards, I would say, a collective vision, because the way you want to see a digital India, a transformed India, a new India, a self-reliant India, that is what the government also wants to see. Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji talks of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, and Atmanirbhar Bharat will not be possible unless we move towards more and more technology adoption. And you have seen his governance philosophy, you have seen his governance style in these 8 to 9 years. So many of our schemes are now being based on technology adoption, which is not just brought about transparency in administration and governance, but also the benefits are now actually reaching the true beneficiaries. There is tremendous faith that is being developed in the citizens all over the country. So technology is the solution, technology is the way to move forward, and industry, as I said, has a lot to contribute to the growth of the economy and eventually the growth of the country. So let us all move together and drive the adoption of Industry 4.0 more and more, and realize the big vision of India at 2047 of being self-reliant. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again to all the award winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your very inspiring, passionate address. Minister, you have been a true inspiration for the industry and commerce, and your advice to the industry to move towards 4.0, I'm sure they will take full cognizance of it. We have seen how India achieved a major milestone of over US 490 billion of exports last year with your and your ministry's efforts. As you would have seen in these awards, there are numerous success stories in India for these technologies, and you rightly pointed out that India at 47 would be a different India, and hopefully the world's technological and economic powerhouse with your support. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to close, and may I therefore request Mr. K.G. Chandrasekhar, Co-Chairman of FICCI Industry 4.0 Committee and Heads of Digital Manufacturing at SAP Labs, for his concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister, Srimati Anupriya Patel ji, Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, President FICCI, Dr. Renivan Barkul, Mr. Amitabh Kant, Mr. Arvind Chawla, Mr. Prakash Shakti, Mr. Rajiv Singh, and friends from the industry. I really would like to thank you all for your inspirational presence and talks today. It is indeed my privilege to share these closing remarks today. And of course, it is also a true testimony of the fact that technology has evolved. I am able to participate in the session virtually. This is how the world is evolving. And thank you, FICCI, very much for the first Industry 4.0 award and conference. From a few of the notes that I made from the talks earlier, digital technologies truly will enable India to technologically leapfrog. We've seen changes in our own personal lives, from public finance, mobile, from banking, manufacturing, logistics. We experience this on an everyday basis. And a couple of pertinent comments that I took away. Moving from a data-rich kind of an industry model to a data intelligent, and being able to apply intelligence into decision-making, this is what can make a huge difference in manufacturing. And of course, skills. I mean, I would like to share a little perspective on how we have done this in manufacturing, even from the organization that I represent. So in the beginning, yes, we had to kind of upskill ourselves, reskill ourselves to really identify what enables manufacturing industries to be a lot more efficient than what was going on. Then we kind of try to identify the most value drivers. For example, on the shop floor, if you want to build better quality 3D work instructions, two-way communication with machines, being in a position to track the statuses, monitoring, this is level one. And of course, as we went further, what we saw was, yes, being in a position to identify the patterns, using the intelligence from that and applying data-driven decisions on very small incremental things, such as I have created a plan and can I measure actuals? Were the actuals in line with the plan, or should I feed this actual information back into my next plan so that I can be more efficient? We've seen that the kind of insights that we have on the manufacturing shop floor are immense. And one of the comments that I heard from an earlier speaker is we will not see a loss in jobs. In fact, jobs will be more enriching. I can even narrate some experiences that we have had that if we apply AI machine learning techniques to be able to identify faults and flow this back into the manufacturing process, the operators had the best kind of insights to evaluate what suggestions the machine learning algorithms were making were right and what had to be discarded. And of course, this leads over a period of time, once the machine learning algorithms are fine-tuned and proper, that humans are working on the next higher value-adding kind of an activity. And the way we see, if in the beginning we saw a lot of adoption of these solutions on the shop floor as on-premise systems, this has now evolved into the cloud, into edge technologies. And I would like to kind of conclude the talk by saying India, at least the brand that we have established in the recent past, we have been known to have the brightest minds that are able to drive complex businesses globally. And we have been, as enabling businesses, drive great innovations globally. Now it is really time for us to drive results in our country and take manufacturing back to the excellence where we were before India's colonial past. So congratulations to all the winners of the awards. You inspire each one of us to dream big and excel. I thank you very much, and I look forward to the great, interesting conversations ahead in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, KG. So with this, we come to the close of the inaugural session. As Honorable Minister leaves, I'll request everyone to be seated because we still have some certificate of appreciation to be presented. I'll request Rene to take over and present the certificates to the award, to the best practices. Thank you very much once again, Honorable Minister, for gracing the occasion. Rajiv, Suprakash, I will request you to be seated. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Colonel City, just presenting the certificates. Yeah. Okay, I'll request Rene, Suprakash, and Rajiv to come down to present the certificates. These are certificates of appreciation presented to the firms to acknowledge their best practices. And we hope that next time we will have them as the awardees in our next edition. I'll announce the names of the unit and would request the representative to come over and receive the certificates. First one is L&T Transmission Line, Madhya Pradesh. May I request the representative to come over? We'll do it quickly. The next is Adani Electricity, Mumbai. Is there anyone from Adani? Yeah. Is there anyone from Adani present? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Next is J. Bharat Maruti, Gurgaon. We have L&T Heavy Engineering, Surat again. Once again, L&T Heavy Engineering. Once more, L&T Water and Effluent Treatment, Tamil Nadu. Then we have Godrej Electricals and Electronics. have Dalmia Cement Bharat, Tamil Nadu. Mondelez India, HP. This is Dalmia. Sorry, I announced it a bit fast. Then we have Dalmia first. I think Dalmia is waiting. Then we have Mondelez India Foods. We have two more certificate of appreciation, but they couldn't join us physically. It's BASF India Gujarat and Haldia Energy. So we'll send it across to them. They are there present with us virtually. So I'll request all of you to take your seats. We'll have the next session. I think Rajiv will chair the next session. Thank you, Rene, once again for gracing this. You can be seated. Yeah, anywhere you want. Come. Yes, please. Now we would be starting with our next session. For that, I would like to request Mr. Rajiv Singh to moderate the session. And we are also joined by Dr. Matthias Oppelt from Siemens, Germany. He has joined us virtually.
Good morning.
Hi, Dr. Matthias.
Yeah, good morning all, and it's my honor here to introduce Dr. Matthias Oppelt. As we say that any transformation that we talk about has to begin with the customer. And so we thought that why not we also, the first technical session that we will do, let's start talking about the customer. So here I have Dr. Matthias Oppelt. He leads the Customer-Driven Innovation and Development Unit for Siemens Digital Industries. He is all about customer collaboration and co-creation for the future of industrial operations. So how do you get the insights from the customer, from the market, as we talk about industrial future? And that's what he's going to talk about. So the topic he's going to talk about is the future of industrial operations from a customer's perspective. And welcome, Dr. Matthias. All yours. And hopefully, if we get some time, then we'll open up the session for some Q&A as well. Hope that's fine with you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Looking forward
all yours.
to that.
Thank you.
Okay. So welcome from my side. I think you're pulling up the slides, or should I share? Just give me a hint on that.
Yeah, doctor, just a minute. We are just checking. So we are pulling up the slides, doctor.
Cool. Okay, so while you're pulling it up, first of all, thanks for inviting me and sharing my insights about the future of industrial operations. So I would like to take you a little bit on a journey how operations of the future, you could also call manufacturing or production to that, might look like. And if I talk about the future, it's about probably 10 years out from now. So we have heard in the introductory speech by your honorary minister that it's about 20 years from now what the ambitions, the dreams are. I would try to pull it a little bit more upfront, more near-term, but still quite far out if you look into the problems of operations into day-to-day business. So we have discussed really a lot with many customers around the globe to discover how operations of the future might look like and why it might be changing. So if we go to the next slide, I would like to first give you a little glimpse on why is the world of industrial operations changing? Why do we have to bother and not just use what has worked for the past 20 years and then go from there and just take it on for the next 20 years? First and foremost, on the next slide, and this was already slightly addressed, it's about sustainability. It's about massive trends which we are seeing, which have the potential to disrupt industry. And with every customer I speak nowadays, sustainability will be there, will be on the agenda if we address talking about industrial operations. And guess what? A few years ago, and coming from Europe, we were discussing climate change and sustainability already for some years, but it was always something, okay, it's maybe a little bit nice to have, so if there's time allows, we can think about that one. That significantly changed due to regulations, due to the severity of that problem we are as mankind actually facing. So sustainability, in short, will be the new license to operate. So if operations, manufacturing, production is not able to cope with the sustainability requirements and to tracking and tracing properly what footprint they are actually having and making of their kind of products throughout the whole value chain, there's no need to produce anymore because you will not be able to sell it. So this will be new, maybe carbon emissions or things like that, equivalent carbon emissions might even become a new currency, which also has a strong impact on operations, as you can imagine. And it doesn't stop there. So if we go to the next slide, it's also about, we talked long years about globalization. Nowadays, I hear more the term localization. What does it mean? In short, that means produce where it's used. So getting closer to your end consumer markets. Also, there has some regulation effects, which we have seen, so that you might have some export controls and some regulations which make it hard for you to actually get the product from country A to country B. And we have so strong interwoven value change from a global perspective. That needs to be rethought. And this will also get to the markets, and guess what, India is a gigantic market from my perspective. There needs to be more also operations manufacturing close to that market to be fast, to be adaptable in terms of what the market requirements might need, and to actually produce there at speed and deliver to that customers and be able to deliver. And on the next slide, to being able to operate, you need people. We have heard briefly that might the Industrial 4.0 reduce the demand of people? Not necessarily. I would say it's even the opposite. We need quite skilled people, IT skills and so on, also in the operations space, programming skills and so on, to manage all these large IoT networks which are spanning then across the operations in the future. And that might sound a little weird to you, lack of talent, where India is a very growing country and we have a lot of talent and also in quantity and quality. If you go to other countries like Western countries, Europe, Americas and so on, there's already quite a significant experience going to retirement. And that's not even the amount of people coming into the job market who would be just from the pure number-wise able to replace that people. So we will have a lack in quantity, and certainly also in quality in many regions around the globe. So therefore, it's also necessary to collaborate, but to make it also shaped towards the local needs, what I explained earlier. So always think about that people, and they are relevant, and also business and future operations in future will be made by people, with people. And talking about people bring me to the next massive trend who will change industrial operations on the next slide, which will be the individualization. So we have way more higher degrees of individualizations as closer we can get to the end consumers, to the end consumer markets. They all want to have more or less some kind of individual shaped products, which will increase the variety tremendously, and therefore also to a certain extent complexity in operations. So you have to become way more flexible to cope with all that requirements. And not just becoming way more flexible, if we jump to the next slide, it's all about becoming more robust, becoming more resilient in terms of the whole value chain and the whole operations. When we started to think really heavily about how operations will look like in probably 10 years, we started that just with the beginning of a pandemic. And the world didn't become any more, I would say, easier and more predictable and more more calm. It even became worse. So in certain regions of the world, on Europe's ground, we have war again, which nobody was expecting to have it before, which also ripples massively value change and disrupts, or there are harbors closed due to the pandemic and no material from country A goes to country B, and then whole productions need to be stopped, need to be put on hold. So it's all about that predictability, about that resilience, and to rethinking whole value chain, whole supply chains on a global scale. And that has an impact on every individual operation site at the end. And lastly, on the next slide, it's also about digitalization. It's also about digital disruption. And we are talking here Industry 4.0, which also goes into that direction. So, and this is a two-pillar trend and the two-pillar why industrial operations is changing, because this will provide massive answers to the challenges I just described before. So digitalization will have answers, technology will have answers, wisely picked with a purpose, that technology, and solving real world issues by that. But if that technology is available and there are good solutions out who have a proven track record, they will become a driver in itself to change operations and to make them more mature and more innovative for the future. Going to the next slide, one thing will be certain. We still have to be delivering, and the operations of the future have to deliver at the right time, at the right place, and at the right price. This is essentially there today, and their mission, so to say, of operations today. And it will also be the mission in 10 years and probably in 20 years, but with different flavors, with different caviar, as I explained before. So you need to consider in the price, as mentioned, probably the whole sustainability topic, the whole supply chain topic, also with the place and also certainly with the time. I have heard so many times that people say it's not only about the price anymore to get the order, it's also about the availability to provide the material and the products at the right time frame. Going to the next slide, the question arises, how might this future look like of operations? So I explained to you why it will be changing, why there's motivation to change. And now I would like to zoom a little bit in and give you some ideas about how we envision from the discussions with the customers we have, with the partners we have, how that will look like. And jumping to the next slide, we see that it can be very, very manifold. And in short, every operations of the future will to a certain extent be unique. This is not easy for companies who are providing equipment to that operations, to having also scalable products and solutions out there which are worth to maintain and keep up to date, and also operations customers and companies want to have such things and not a one-size solution. Therefore, we went through all that material we gathered so far, and we were able to classify the future of industrial operations across these 8 dimensions. And to briefly walk you through the first dimension is about the operations flow. What does it mean? It's really about that you can classify that operations of the future will vary from very discrete-oriented assembly lines via batch productions, sequence-oriented productions, all the way to continuous productions 24/7, 365 days a year. This is also there today. That will also be there tomorrow. In terms of the volume variability, this is really the topic what I addressed a little bit with the individualization. This is from, there will still be mass production in future. And on the other end, there will be lot size 1 production, which also Industry 4.0 talking a lot about. But it will not be either or, it will be both. And in the middle, you have a hell lot of flexible production sites, which have to produce a lot of variability in a decent amount of volume. From the shop floor design perspective, you could say, okay, nowadays, if you would go into car manufacturing, you would see that traditional lines, which also Henry Ford envisioned, yes, they are more modern, but it's still production lines, assembly lines, and so on. They will also be there in future, but there will be a lot of more flexible cells coming up. So you will have on the one hand side these production lines, which look a little bit more similar than today, what you expect. On the other hand side, you will have maybe just an open space, an open floor, where manufacturing can be reconfigured on the go. And this will have a significant impact how shop floors will look like in future. Certainly that has also an impact on the degree of automation. So from a degree of automation perspective, there are also these 2 extremes. On the one extreme, customers really dreaming of a dark factory. What is a dark factory? A dark factory is basically that you don't need light because there's no human working anymore. And if you have a massive mass production site and producing always 24/7 the same thing, you could envision that, you could dream about that. On the other hand, the majority of the customers I spoke with and I'm in contact with, it's a lot about these flexibility challenge, and not only one is saying, oh, I probably have even more humans in shop floors than today because that's my answer to deal with that flexibility challenge. So from empty factories just producing 100% automated to a lot of humans also interacting a lot with the automation equipment. Regarding the openness of automation, it's about how decentrally will my operation be deployed? Will it be locally at the machine, or will I rather have it somewhere really really distributed and cloud-based? So will I really have a central control system, or will I have a decentralized control system on many machines? Both will be possible, and they have to probably interact. It will be hybrid. Production networks goes into the direction, do I look at a single factory when I think about my operations of the future, or do I look at a network of supply, a network of operations? Also both extremes will be there. The next one is what I really liked and what you typically not so much familiar with today, if you want to go into manufacturing, into production, into operations today, you have to go somewhere. You have to visit the location. Tomorrow, maybe the factory comes to you if you need a certain product, or it comes to a hospital to produce the medicines there in vitro or as needed, to have really short time from vein to vein, how you would call it. So it's also here, so factories in the box, so mobile factories, and still very centralized, localized factories. I haven't met a customer yet who says, okay, it will be 100% factory in a box or mobile factories so far, but maybe that will change. And the last dimension is non-technical. So as engineers, we tend to talk a lot about technology, and technology will solve all the problems. It's not only technology. It's also about people, and it's also about business models. So business models will certainly also change and become a little way more variety on how they will look like. From classical product and CapEx-driven business models as of today, to more also service-oriented business models and OpEx-operated business models tomorrow. And if we now go to the next slide, speaking a little bit about technology, what will be very relevant. And I say it's technology with purpose, which will enable fundamental innovations with respect to the operations of the future. So there will be certainly technologies like AI, like low code, like digital twins, like simulation, robotics, additive manufacturing. But they serve a certain purpose, a certain innovation purpose, a certain change how operations have their needs in future. And starting with a flexible production. So it's all about how do I address that challenge of having way more flexible production sites. The second one is full transparency at the fingertips means really to have data available wherever you need it, wherever and whenever, and providing that remotely and on site to also various people across operations to take proper decisions. And proper decisions making will also be supported by smart systems who are actually predicting and continuously optimizing the operations of the future. And it's not so much about human-machine interaction anymore or interface anymore alone. It's really about collaboration. I would say the machine will become a brain extender to the human in operations in future, to really working hand in hand to enable that operations, flexibility dreams, and so on. Certainly operations needs to be engineered. How do you do that? In a most efficient manner, for sure, and in a very interdisciplinary manner. That means also that you reuse a lot of data from designing your products, designing your shop floor, in engineering your automation systems, and so on and so forth. And I already talked a lot about sustainability as a new license to operate. So it's also about tracking and tracing down your value chain in terms of emissions, about energy management, smart energy management. The value chain transformation is what I addressed with the business models, but also this is a technology topic. So if I want to have something pay-per-use, I need to be able to track that. I need to have technology, I have transparency on the data that I can actually enable such business models. And IT and OT will converge. They will integrate way more than today. IT paradigms into the OT, OT paradigms into the IT. So it's getting together, merging together and adapting the best out of both worlds to really enable that future of industrial operations. Self-adapting machines are critical also for the flexibility challenge, for fast reconfigurations. And for sure, if you have a dark factory and have some variety in products, the machine have to be smart as well. And lastly, it's about brownfield. So we are not just building new operation sites around the globe. one after the other, we also have to think how to enable our existing factories become much more efficient, become much more data enriched, and much more integrated with the outside world. So coming to the next slide, just a little bit the visionary address. How would it be if you just imagine that we gain massive flexibility through the separation or decoupling between software and hardware from each other? It's way easier to adapt a software program than just making mechanical changes within the operations shop floor. So if you can use software to be your lever for flexibility, that could be quite terrific. And also imagine that cybersecurity is not an afterthought. It's really something very fundamentally embedded in all your operational technology you have to make production as secure as necessary, and it is necessary to cope with the resilience challenge. Or just imagine to manage your OT and IT devices centrally out of the cloud, having transparency on what devices are on which versions, deploying new apps and new functionality as easy as you would install an app on your iPhone or smartphone. And also envision a world where we have really easy ways to create digital twins for your physical assets and processes. And not just a digital twin of data, a really physically enriched digital twin which is able to predict and replicate their real twin as best as possible. And it's way more, but just imagine that world and get that a little bit turned around in your head. One more thing on the next slide. On top of all of that innovation which we are front in terms of operations, it's a massive system optimization problem. It's not just about optimizing a single machine, a single step of your operations, a single product. It's about optimizing the overall system value, the overall system itself. This is a challenge. So it also goes back to the lack of talent question. There are not many people who automatically think about systems and optimizing that. It's complex, but we have to deal with that, and we will. So next slide, what will make it happen? What are the fundamental ingredients to make it happen? And I brought just 3 with me to address that quickly. And on the first one, on the next slide, it's really about customer dedication. It's about walking into the shoes of your customers, your particular customers, the operations of the future, working backwards from their fundamental real world problems, not running around with a solution in mind and trying to find the problem, really taking one step back and reflecting and listening. Learn to listen again to understand really what's the fundamental problem, what's the solution invariant problem we are trying to can address here. This is what I mean with customer dedication. And from there, it can really start to unfold. On the next slide, unfolding needs time, but time is really critical. Time actually disproportionately matters. So it's also a mindset topic. And actually much is about a mindset topic. So it's really trying hard, failing fast, learning fast. It's about adapting your way as you go in a way more higher iterative manner than today. Try it out, working with hypothesis, being driven by your hypothesis, and really being some scientist from mindset perspective to identify, do I solve that fundamental problems? And you can only go fast if you have a certain rhythm and you learn how to actually increase your clock speed. And on the next slide, you shouldn't walk alone if you want to walk far. So it's really a lot about ecosystems of collaborations. They will lead us certainly to speeds, they will lead us to scale, they will shape the future of industrial operations. And this is really also some change. What we will also need to learn, co-opetition, collaboration, that will certainly be way more necessary to go fast, to take what's already there. So if there's a wave coming, you wouldn't not need to learn how to shape your surfboards. You would actually need to grab the best surfboard you ever had. So sorry for the next generation here. So you just eagerly needed to have a little hug from me. So going to the next slide, certainly also fundamental platforms will enable that collaboration. And there's one famous quote from Peter Drucker. He said a while ago, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And I'm also a strong believer to create that. And I just added one word. It's actually creating it together. No one alone will be able to cope with the challenges I mentioned in the beginning. That is really something we have to master at the beginning. And if we go to the next slide, I just want to emphasize that we as Siemens, as a technology leader and technology company in industries out there for years, it's also something we are keen on, being a strong partner for today, but even more also of tomorrow. So we think about tomorrow very seriously, how operations will look like, what fundamental problems we address, and going to the next slide, as mentioned, the best way to envision the future is to create it together and to go on a journey, an innovation journey, which we have started, by the way, with over 50 customers already. And if you click one more time, then you could see we go into dialogue sessions very openly, exchanging about how operations of the future might look like, and then take it from there to really journey that future creation together. So that's it from my impulse speech for today, for your Industrial 4.0 conference, giving you a little bit of glimpse on how operations of the future might look like, why we need to think about. I think there are clear reasons why to think about it, and what will be fundamentally necessary ingredients to make future become reality. Thanks for listening, and I'm happy to also stay here for a little while to have some discussions, which I mentioned before.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Matthias, for your talk around future of industrial operations. Folks, anyone, any questions that you would like to ask Doctor here? Yes, I see. Yeah, feel free.
Doctor, that was a very insightful talk. Thank you for that. And very interesting to have your next generation also listen to us, so that they are truly digitally native now, it so seems. I would like to ask a question. You spoke about collaborating, and I think you mentioned that it will go hand in hand with competition. So how do you see the ecosystem evolve, where say somebody like Siemens, and when we talk about Larsen and Toubro, we are competitors at some places, but some place we enable each other achieve the the next frontier for Industry 4.0. So do you think at some point in time there would be some sort of parochial view that will come into picture, that why should we share a certain secret sauce with our competitors, even though we are their predominant OEMs or we are their predominant EPC partners? Do you see that kind of path being taken up somewhere in the future, and if yes, how do we avoid it?
So that's this famous coin of co-opetition. So thanks for that question, and that it will not be a natural thing to do because we are trained differently over the past years to really think about that competition. If I just reflect a bit on the Siemens perspective, for many years we always had certain other companies out there who have been the strongest competitor we have to benchmark ourselves with. You name it, GE and Siemens had that battle for years, and nowadays we don't really have that anymore. Also changing internally with us, and we becoming way more open to also talk with competitors, because I think the challenges we as mankind have, and this is what I mean with technology with purpose, are too big for any company to solve that on their own. For sure, we need to discuss what's actually the portfolio, matching, overlapping, what is the USP everybody can bring to the table, because the cake is big enough for all of us, I think, to have a good life on it. And this is something which I would call it, we are going from ecosystems to ecosystems.
Thank you. Thanks, Doctor. Maybe
Thank you for the answer. Yeah.
Maybe we can take one more question if anyone has. Okay, if not, thank you. Thanks a lot, Doctor, for sharing your views out here. And thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv sir. For the next session, I would like to request Mr. Suprakash Chaudhary to moderate the session. We have 3 presentations in this session. Firstly, Mr. Suryanarayan Palaparthi, I would request to take your seat on the dais, please. We have the other 2 speakers joined virtually, Ms. Sarita Puvanna and Mr. T.D. Vaidylingam.
All right, good afternoon once again. So I think in this part of this session, we're going to talk a little bit more and more details about a few examples of digital transformation of the entire organization. And essentially we're talking about recognizing the implemented innovative digital transformation program of a few of these organizations that we're going to talk about. In this, and we, as you know, we've already gone through the award ceremony in this category. We had about 13 applicants in this section, and the applications were evaluated based not just on the business case, but also on IT/OT integration, business excellence journey, use of digital twin, digital value add, data monetization strategy, and holistic security approach. So the first organization that I would like to invite, and I have colleagues here sitting with me, is the JK Paper Limited. JK Paper was commissioned in 1962. Over the years, production capacity has been enhanced to 3 lakh metric ton per annum. JK Paper Mills has been at the forefront of introducing and adopting modern technology across pulp and paper manufacturing, which has helped the unit achieve economies of scale as well as drive resource conservation, which I think is very topical given what we heard about, what we keep hearing about sustainability, and Doctor talked about it briefly just now as well, especially in energy and water usage on a per unit basis. What JK Paper did, they defined a vision for their Industry 4.0 transformation journey, which is to become a dynamic benchmark and drive sustainable competitive advantage through adoption of digital technologies along the value chain. To achieve this, JK Paper adopted an approach of strengthening the core, that is people and technology, and building around the periphery, that is advanced analytics-led use cases driven by a digital center of excellence. And to talk about this, today we have Surya Narayana Palaparthi. Surya has about 20 years of expertise in domain, handles several positions in the company, and joining him is his technology colleague Suvendu Kesh. Over to you, Surya. We'll have the next about 10 minutes, for 10 to 15 minutes, okay, for you to take us through this presentation. Thank you. I'll go there, right? Yeah, whatever. You can speak from here. You can speak from here as well.
That's better. Presentation. I can operate the presentation, right? Shall I open it or?
Presentation. He's doing it. You can, yeah, it's there. You can see the slide from there.
But I have to use hyperlinks then?
He will do it.
He will do it? Yeah. I'll suggest him. Okay. Hello. Hey. Very good morning to all. First of all, I would like to ask you, how many of you are surprised to see a paper company in digital forum? For many of you, first step to digital is to remove paper from your offices, right? So, actually I am very glad to be here. Whenever I was applying for this award also, I was in doubt that, paper company application will be accepted or not for this award. And for winning this award, it's a icing on the cake for us. And thank you FICCI team for pushing us to apply for this award. And I am JK Paper. Next slide, please. JK Paper was founded in 1938 in Bhopal, and right now we have 3 units. One is in Rayagada, Odisha, that I represent, and one is in Gujarat, and another is in Sirpur, Telangana. The Rayagada unit, Rayagada is very remote place in Odisha, and coming from that remote place to represent digital platform is also making us proud here. And we are pioneers in branded copier paper. You might be knowing we are market leaders in copier paper. And you will be happy to know that unit JKPM, which I represent, is using 65% of energy from renewable sources. Only 35% comes from fossil fuel. We have a company-wide vision to become a dynamic benchmark and leader in Indian paper industry. From 2021, we have added digital vision also to become a dynamic benchmark and drive sustainable competitive advantage through adoption of digital technologies along the value chain. Next slide, please. These are the various products that we make in the unit. For the textbooks, for copy paper, for special papers for making your project reports, and also coated paper. We are second market leader in coated paper for magazines and greetings. Next slide, please. I thought this is a cross-industry platform, so I just thought of putting few photos of how paper is being made. We have a very huge nursery in our plant. We produce nearly 2.5 crore to 3 crore saplings every year. We give these saplings to farmers, nearby farmers, at very subsidized rates, so that they grow these plants in their hectares. 8,500 hectares is average we achieve every year. This wood is harvested into wood chips, and these chips will be cooked to make the pulp. You can see 3 colors of pulp. I will come to that at later stage. And the white pulp, once the pulp becomes white, we use that to make paper. And once it is made in jumbo form, it is cut into the shape what customer needs. Next slide, please.
So some of the key performance indicators before we jump into digital journey, our EBITDA has grown substantially, remarkably from year 16-17, and I must tell you the digital has played a major role in this improvement. And another important KPI for us is safety, and the safety from 2015, touch wood, we have not seen any reportable accident. And JKPM is a climate positive company since 2014-15. We are measuring from 2014-15, I believe it is much before that. CII certified us that we sequestered 4 times more CO2 than what we emit to the atmosphere through our fossil fuel sources. This is through the plantation efforts that our unit takes. And the emission intensity, the scope 1 and scope 2 emission intensity, also seen significant reduction over a period of time to the tune of 25% in the last 4-5 years itself. Next slide, please. There are various awards. The most prestigious award, Indian Government Safety Winner Award. Last 3 declared awards, we are the winner from paper industry. The other awards of CII certifying us as most energy efficient units in Indian paper industry. The other certification you can see, we are also Great Place to Work certified. Next slide, please. Before we jumping into digital journey, our journey, we just thought of putting in one place what is the long-term vision of ours. We need to work simultaneously on most basic elements in all directions, be it providing sensors, be it providing data lake, be it improving capability of people. We need to work together simultaneously on basic elements. This is the North Star journey that we capture as a template of our journey. Next slide, please. In 2017, being one of the most automated plants in India, JKPM Raigada is one of the most automated plants. To give you a perspective, we have around 20 SCADA and DCSs. We have around 50 independent PLCs generating together around 35 to 40,000 tags. 35 to 40,000 tags of data. Then management thought of digital journey. We engaged a consultant, Accenture, to do business process review for us. In 2000, we decided that our ERP is not good enough to handle this, so we upgraded our ERP to SAP HANA, S4 HANA. Then parallelly, what we have done in a small scale, in one of our unit, 50% of the production, we have introduced machine learning models with the help of OEM. This is a black box model that they bring their own software and they develop, and we will share the profits. In 2021, what we have embarked is a bigger journey based on success, what we have seen based on the data that we have generated over a period of time in the name of LEAP 200. LEAP 200 is digital and analytics-led transformation. The 200 is, next slide please. 200 is we want to jump 200 crore EBITDA from our baseline. So the targets that we have given to manufacturing is 100 crore, marketing and sales 70 crore, and logistic procurement 30 crores. We have given the target so that we can derive value out of it. Next slide, please. These are the digital systems that we have. We can see the bottom, something is hiding it. We have sensors in the bottom. Then we have OT systems, all DCS, QCS. And we also recently added SAP HANA IT system. Then we have a data lake IT/OT platform interconnecting all IT and as well as OT systems. Then we build advanced analytics model across the value chain. I'll share with you a few examples in next slides. And we also have a learning and development platform where all our concerned people can learn and upgrade themselves in this area. Next slide, please. You can see the value chain, entire value chain have been covered. Be it raw material yard, be it power block, pulp mill, soda recovery plant. We have used image analytics in one place. We have used advanced machine learning models in one place. We are exploring the 5G network in one of the area. So in today's discussion, due to past time limitation, I have chosen only two case studies. Can you please click on the pulp mill highlighted one, please? Yeah, thank you. I was not aware that someone else will handle this presentation. So for every use case that is identified, we'll have to go through several stages, stop SG1 to SG5, and we make a squad, we cross-functional team we call squad, and every member has a role to play in this. Okay, I'll quickly jump into the use case. Next slide, please. This is the we call bleaching operation, where the brown colored pulp turns into white. Okay, you can see the blue highlighted boxes where we have analyzers. Next slide, please. What the current practice is that based on the analyzer giving value, the operator tends to change the settings of chemical dosages. It is actually a reactive control. Once it affects the pulp, then he reacts and he adjusts it. Then it comes. The set point is automatically maintained by the DCS system. What we wanted to do is preemptive control. The dosages, the values are to be predicted beforehand. For example, in our case, can you next slide, please? In our case, we want to predict the 90 minutes after what will be the value of these brightness values. So we have through brainstorming, we have narrowed down to 11 variables. We have created 5 lags for each variable, and EDA has been done. We have found out that 5 such features are very important. Then we have done when we use machine learning algorithms like XGBoost, random forest, or partial least square method. Then finally we zeroed down to partial least square method, and we have actually made this system without any manual intervention. All the predictions are 99% accurate, and we could automate all the set points as well. So this has given, next slide please. This has given significant reduction of our chemicals. It has not only saved us cost, but also on environment front it helped us a lot, this project. These are various dashboards I kept as a sample where operators can see. Next slide please. Okay, the another use case I wanted to show from marketing front. This is very innovative use case that we have seen. You can see this is the Delhi, because we are in Delhi. I've taken the Delhi's map. You can see the red dots and blue dots, all the areas where paper is being sold at outlets. Okay, so the blue dots are where we are covering, red dots are where we are not covering. It's captured by the system itself. And you can see the color coding of the areas. The green area is where paper is being sold at heavy volume, and our target is now to go and approach the green areas and the red dots where we are not there. This has actually helped. Next slide please. This has actually helped our market share to increase. Okay, but question is how they know that this area paper consumption is higher. Based on the data that the startup company collects, where the courts are there, where schools are there, they do some algorithm and they tell us, okay, this area paper consumption will be higher. So based on this platform, we could increase our market share significantly. Can you go back to the arrow, using that arrow? Yeah, next slide now, please. So finally, before I conclude this presentation, we have, as moderator mentioned, that we must have some enablers to have a successful digital transformation. Most of it has been covered by Siemens expert. That top leadership commitment is very must. There were some conferences I was attending. The questions are who should lead this digital transformation journey. In our case, none other than our VCMD, Sri Singanaji himself is leading this project. He himself will conduct meetings, monthly steering committee meetings, and our president and director reviews every week, every last day of the week. He will be reviewing, and our digital head is here. We can have questions to him. The next important thing is people collaboration. Bringing best people together is easy, but make them work together is somewhat tricky. We need to have an environment so that people collaborate with each other, and from different departments we need to bring people. And we have at least 130 people working on 40 plus projects across the organization now. And dedicated digital entity, we have created Digital Center of Excellence. He is leading that Digital Center of Excellence, and we have onboarded several digital scientists, and their job is to support all other functions to make their function digital savvy. Then training and industry interactions. Training plays a very big role. We have a digital learning portal, and we have dedicated learning paths for all identified persons, and their progress has been monitored, and they have been rewarded based on the completion of their courses. And rewards and recognition, we have monthly awards of digital enablers and digital learners as well as digital adopters. And most important thing is intelligent reporting. This is a key enabler for any digital transformation. where you need to create a lot of dashboards, personalized dashboards, and freedom to make their own dashboards. This also plays a key role in their in any organization's digital transformation. With this, I conclude the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Surya. I think it was a very, very insightful comments that you had to make. No wonder why you got the Platinum Award for in this category. Not surprised. If there are any questions for the team here from JK Paper, yeah, I think I can see a hand there.
Thank you. So I have many questions, but I'll just take one. I can't hijack the entire thing. So you mentioned, Shubhendu, about the army of data scientists that you guys have.
Yeah.
So can you share one use case where these data scientists could help you solve a business problem?
Okay, I'll give one example of data scrapping from the GEM portal, where the government put all the bids and all. So we have a data scientist who actually scrap the data, and also the algorithm, it gives that when the next bid is going to come and what all quality parameters, because paper is a seasonal business, because when the every time is a seasonal business. So that gives a early alarm to our plant and also to the sales team that this is the order is going to come or by the government or any other department, huge volume, which is not a small volume. So prepare backward integration on that. So this is just one example. So
thank you. If I get another chance, maybe after somebody, then I'll ask another one.
Or
Thanks.
we can catch up.
We can meet later also, sir.
Sure, thanks.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
If I can take it, Mr. Surya. You mentioned something about the black box.
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
Sir, see, when we have pilot phase, when we have gone for the AML modules, the OEMs that supply equipment, they come up with a proposal that we bring our own equipment like servers, we bring our own team, we will improve your operations like the many semi-automatic. For example, if you are from manufacturing, we put a set point, then DCS handles that set point is managed. But that set point also should be automated. No person should not enter that set point. So the OEM has that knowledge of AML way before us. So they bought their technology. They were not sharing with us how they are improving. Now after 2 years, we understand. Okay, now digital COE, digital scientists are coming. They are doing something that now we understand. Okay, they are using this algorithm like XGBoost or random forest. Now we put the data into the algorithm. Algorithm is predicting the values very 99% accurately. Then what we have done, we took on our own control. The black box has been removed. Now we know what is happening in the background. Black box is that we don't know what is happening inside, but we know that improvements are coming. But we were not knowing 2 years before how these improvements are coming. We are paying them half of the money that we were gaining from that process.
And after the elimination of this, actually our yield is much better because it's a continuously we can change and do it. So that's the.
We understand our process better, right? So if we have the knowledge of what they were having and our own process, we can definitely do better than them.
We're also glad to share this forum that we have supplied the last boiler ordered by JK in Gujarat.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have a question. You mentioned about that you have a team of 140 people. You're managing this implementation.
Yeah.
So there are people who understand business and then there are data scientists. But there are very few set of people who kind of understand both. How did you bridge that gap? Because I'm sure that must be a big challenge.
Okay, good question. Actually, this is a challenge. Yes. So we have a center of excellence team, which is 140 people, out of which around 10 or 12 people are data scientists. They don't understand the business.
Okay.
They understand the technology. So every data scientist has to go through their process knowledge. So we have a knowledge base in the system, and we have a training session in the system. Before taking up any project, they have to understand the process. They have to visit the plant if required. Okay, sitting at the head office in the AC, it cannot work. Okay, so after the understanding, only they start delivering. So that gives the benefit. Same way, the guys of plant, they never understand. Try to understand the IT portion.
Yeah.
Okay, what he said, the black box. For them, it's a black box. Okay, they also get the training on even the Python programming, they also get the training. Okay, so that they can also understand and do that, give the right logic that what the data scientists do.
Understood. So you were able to upskill the existing people also as data scientists in-house?
No, not yet, but it's a target is there, yes.
Thank you. I think there are many interesting questions, a lot of interactions that people want to have with you. I think we'll have separate time outside where we can continue this conversation, interesting conversation. Thank you very much again for sharing, and congratulations on winning the award.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, we should sit or we should, I think we'll have the next. खड़े होके Thank you. I think we have the next session from Bosch Automotive Electronics. So Bosch Automotive Electronics division, Factory of the Future is a strategic focus point which was defined in their plant mission, which is a top-down approach confirming the management vision and involvement towards it. Digital systems have been well managed across application as well as system level across the source, make and deliver processes. Having an internal Bosch production system as a strong fundamental, the Factory of Future has been strategized with a big picture and key enablers focusing on smart technologies, AI, Internet of Things, big data, advanced analytics, robotic process automations, and so on and so forth. I think from a objective, continuous and sustainable improvements towards digital transformation, keeping people as key players to enable the future fit competencies and decision making decisively. To present, I think we have Ms. Sarita Povanna. She is the Managing Director of Bosch Automotive Electronics India Private Limited. She'll be joining us virtually. Welcome, Sarita, to this presentation and congratulations. Over to you. Can you hear us?
Okay. So am I audible now?
Yes, you are. You can go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, and my slides are visible, hopefully. Yeah?
In a bit. Yes, now we can go ahead.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to share with you the journey that our team here in Bosch Automotive Electronics has gone through in the last few years towards our digital transformation and I 4.0. Very shortly about our organization. We started operations in 2009. We are based in Bangalore. And the mission statement that we have is RBAI. RBAI is the acronym used in Bosch for our organization. And RBAI stands for being reliable, benchmark, agile, and innovative. And you'll see that all the strategic focal points that we have are towards becoming RBAI. The key products we make are, of course, automotive electronics. So we have control units for the multiple applications in automobile. So this is the mission statement we have. And while not going into it in too much of depth, out of the mission statements, we have multiple strategic focal points that we are working on towards taking ourselves into the organization of the future. And one of these is Factory of the Future. And factory here does not mean just manufacturing. It means manufacturing all the support services, gate to gate, with our suppliers, with our customers. And today I'll focus a little more on the how part of it and some of the lessons that we learned during our journey in the last few years. So this is the picture of the future as we co-created with our team. What is it we want our organization to look like in 2025? What are the key elements which need to be working and sustaining in the organization itself? For example, people being key players, what does it mean? It means that people would be supported through AI assistant systems and they would focus more really on the value-adding tasks. Digital twins, having flexible configuration for flow-oriented layouts, having smart assistants, having decentralized decision making, etc. And behind each of these, we actually have multiple projects running. So how did we get here? Yeah, the journey, I think our earlier colleague from JK paper was also mentioning that they started the journey in 2017. And for us as well, the journey started in 2016. And really the focus for us at that point of time was to focus on the basics, which means have our lean production system in place. This is the Bosch production system. We focused a lot of effort on removing waste from our manufacturing value streams. We also focused on having a lean wave running in all the indirect areas so that we could eliminate the non-value adding processes from there. Then we started focusing on ensuring that the data we had was accurate data, there was high level of data integrity, and we could integrate it with the technology that we were using for running our MEEs as well. Moving forward, we defined as a start our paperless strategy and what we would do for digitalization, both on the shop floor as well as the offices. All of this linked to what's the target, the BPS vision and the mission of the organization. Going forward, many of these activities running parallelly, we focused on connectivity of our MAE, 100% of our MAE and 90% of the facility-based MAE are connected now. We have 100% traceability of the product with every stage of manufacturing and logistics. And we started focusing on integrating solutions between logistics and manufacturing, for example, between the customers, the suppliers, and our manufacturing location. Yeah, so the warehouses as well. In addition to this, when we started, we were using about 5% of the data that we were generating on a daily basis. And today, we are at a situation where we're utilizing about 70% of the data that we're generating for analytics, for problem solving, and taking the organization forward. So what's the gamut of solutions? There could be multiple solutions, and really we've wanted to focus beyond what normally, companies would focus on, which is on manufacturing and what's inside the factory. So we have solutions across source, make, deliver, like I was mentioning, suppliers, customers, warehouses, and within the plants, focusing on materials as well as information flow, a lot of solutions on facilities management, in plant security, in human resources, and in plant controlling as well. And the solutions that we have in the organization are in 6 main categories. These are connected solutions, paperless factory-based solutions, data analytics solutions, AI/ML solutions, smart devices, and RPA or robotic process automation. And most of the projects that we have fall into one of these categories or more. You might be having a thought, you could then come up with many, many solutions in an organization, and that is a fact. So if you look at what could be the solutions that we have, what could be the projects, we had also the problem of plenty when we started, yeah? So we had topics coming in from Factory of the Future that we wanted to focus on. We had pain workshops where the value stream started talking about more topics, that they were having to deal with. We also have, of course, mandatory solutions that come to us from Bosch, yeah? And we have, solutions which come to us, which we realize are good when we benchmark ourselves with other organizations. So we realized that prioritization was an extremely important topic we had to deal with. We started going into prioritization of solutions based on the effort that we needed to do, the lead time, the investment that it would require, whether it was a mandatory solution or whether it was a strategic topic that we wanted to take forward. And all these factors together with the business impact. And then we had the core team deciding on what projects we would take forth at what point of time. And as all of you know, resources, investments, and money is also a business decision. So we really had to balance between the enthusiasm we had for taking forward so many solutions and what really would be the impact on the business itself. I'd just like to talk about some of the must-have enabling factors. Could be familiar to most of you, but we realized that the importance we give to these factors is actually a very, very key enabler to how well a digital transformation program would go. Competence, of course, emphasized by everybody who spoke earlier this morning. We did have a digital fluency program running across all levels across Bosch India. We also have a strategic focal point called Future Fit Talent, which is integrated into this. And of course, we do have the advantage of being part of a very big center of competence network across Bosch, across all the countries. And this has also helped us a lot. Very important for us to have standards for solution deployment. When we started, everybody was enthusiastic. They wanted to have their own solutions, their own service providers and things like that. We've now really systematized this a lot. We have quality gates like we would have for every product, for every I4.0 solution we have. We have standards defined for how the solution needs to run. We also have for every solution a good risk management. So in case the solution were not to work, what's then the the backup we have? What are we going to do to make sure we're not losing the important advantages we were getting from the solution itself? Infrastructure and architecture, again, very important. It is investment heavy, of course, but this is something that we really need to take, I would say, important decisions on. And of course, the data strategy, the integrity of the data, the security of the data, how the data is going to get interlinked, who has access to what data, what's the data management organization we have. So these were all topics that we focused on. I'm not going to go into it in too much of depth right now. These are just some examples of solutions. You can see it's a mix. It's just a collage. So we have solutions on associate qualification. We have digital KPI trees running really well for all our KPIs. We have solutions for energy management. We have solutions for consumption control with our suppliers and our customers. We have recommendation engines for our maintenance colleagues. And we have leftover management to ensure right version control of products when they undergo version changes, etc. So these are just examples. Just a pick of a few of the results here. These are the results specific to the projects itself. Yeah, meaning these are not the overall results of the organization, but these are results we got from our digital transformation and I4.0 solutions in the last few years. Yeah. You'll find that we were able to impact delivery in a very favorable way. As an average, all our solutions give us a payback period of less than 2 years. We have many solutions giving us payback within 6 to 8 months as well. We've been able to, through RPA, reduce a lot of man-hours in the logistics service provider activities as well. Our leadership productivity, by leadership I mean shop floor leadership and managerial leadership, productivity has improved by about 15% and MAE productivity has improved by about 10%. Traceability I already spoke about, and of course with the paperless strategy we've been able to save about 6.5 million papers, and that's how much of manual monitoring and things we used to do before we started going paperless. So this is the last slide. There were some learnings on our journey, and I felt it's important to share this, because this is something we want to remember with every step we take, in our journey. We work a lot on, getting our machines connected, and I think it's imperative for us to also stay connected with our people, not only because they have a lot of ideas, because it's also them that have insecurity when we start talking about digitalization. So we really need to have our people on board from the very start of anything we're doing towards a digital transformation. Staying strong on basics is extremely important. The transparency that you have with your basics and your standards is what will help us leverage on this to get better results out of digitalization solutions. Extremely important to have strategic or business relevance of solutions. Temptation can make us just go for any number of solutions, but we really need to take on those solutions that make sense to the organization, and not just for the sake of saying, okay, I have 100 digital solutions in place. Yeah. Very important from the leadership perspective is to embrace a failure culture where we do empower the teams and allow them to try, fearlessly on potential solutions, of course, keeping in mind the risks that it could warrant. So a very balanced look at how much, we allow people to be empowered on these kind of solutions. Important to have platform-based solutions so that we're not creating different solutions on different platforms, because then you really are spending a lot more even on each platform development. Data integrity and security is spoken a lot about by the earlier colleagues as well. An important point we realized is to keep having some kind of a process confirmation of whether the solutions we have implemented are really working well in a sustainable manner. And then, of course, the topic on scalability of solutions. The solutions need to be not made only for specific processes. They need to be solutions which can be copied across the factory, across similar factories in other Bosch locations as well. Yeah. So these were the kind of topics that we learned and we want to keep in mind going forward as well. So that's it. I would still say we're on the journey and we're still moving towards the factory of the future. A lot more to do. And I'm open for any questions from any of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarita. It was very, very insightful. Congratulations again on a great performance, and I wish you all the best as you continue your journey towards, as you said, this is a journey. So wish you all the best on your journey forward. I think we have just time for one question for Sarita. Yes, I think you've not had a chance. You can go ahead, please.
Hi, Sarita. This is Hariharan from M2 Next Solutions. Okay, so you are emphasizing on platform-based approach. So what is the platform you have choose for your organizational digital transformation?
See, when I say platform here, it means also what Bosch globally defines. Yeah. So we started off initially with Hadoop, then we have something called Red Lake. So these are the platforms we have. If you want more data on that, my colleague Subhash is there at the event today. Yeah, Subhash, if you could just lift your hand there, you could give them a lot more insight into the different platforms we're using. So I think you also Subhash, and he can give you more insight onto that. Is that fine, Hariharan?
Yeah, it's fine, right. I'll catch up with them. Thank you so much.
Yes, that would be good. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarita, once again on behalf of the Industry 4.0 committee, and we look forward to more participation from you and your organization going forward. Thank you again very much.
Thank you.
All right. So moving on, I think we have the last last presentation for this session. This is from L&T Heavy Engineering. L&T Heavy Engineering is recognized as one of the world's top 3 engineer-to-order heavy equipment fabricators. They have manufacturing facilities at Hazira near Surat and Ranoli near Vadodara. Basically, they custom design, fabricate and integrate critical equipment and piping solutions for core sector process plants and nuclear plant projects across the globe. So L&T Heavy Engineering embarked on a digital transformation journey in 2017 to enable sustained revenue growth and profitability in a highly competitive market. So to hear more about what they did and what they achieved, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Pradeep Singh Chokdayat. He's the DGM for Smart Manufacturing, L&T Heavy Engineering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can you please share the presentation? Yeah. So good afternoon all, FICCI team and my fellow friends from industry. I represent L&T Heavy Engineering IC and I will take you through our digital transformation journey. Next, please. L&T Heavy Engineering independent company is recognized as one of the top 3 engineer-to-order heavy engineering fabricator globally, having state-of-art, fully integrated and digitally enabled manufacturing facility at Hazira Surat and Ranoli Vadodara. Our business offering are divided into following business verticals: refinery and pressure vessels, heat transfer equipment, nuclear, modification, revamp and upgradation unit, and special fabrication unit. We are having various benchmarks on our name, from highest numbers of reactor produced on earth by any company towards longest, thickest and heaviest reactor produced. We manufacture equipment conforming to international standard of quality and safety to meet stringent delivery schedules. Next, please. L&T HEIC embarked on a digital transformation journey in 2017 to enable sustained revenue growth and profitability in highly competitive market. Meanwhile, in 2018, our market intelligence identified a huge potential capex investment in the refinery sector due to MARPOL regulation in the international market and Bharat 6 clean fuel standard implementation in India. To encash this opportunity, L&T HEIC designed and implemented a mega transformation program named Doubling the Speed, reinforcing our digital dreams. The key focus area for our digital journey were office automation, smart manufacturing, and advanced metrology. In office automation, all manual processes were digitized and automated across the value chains. Portals and apps were developed for better visualization and mobility. Some of the system implemented includes IEM-QS, Customer Relationship Management, Inquiry Management System, Supplier Relationship Management, DGI, and Digital Planning. All these systems are integrated with the enterprise systems like ERP-LN, Concerto to facilitate seamless data flow. In smart manufacturing, more than 100 IIoT welding stations were developed and implemented across manufacturing centers of L&T HEIC. IIoT welding stations are connected machines with features like welder authorization, consumable requests and validation, welding parameter locking and logging, creating maintenance entry from the console itself, common digital consoles, ergonomic air-conditioned operator cabins. Using digital technologies like vision system and laser profile measurement, we have moved from 3 operators manning 1 welding station to 1 operator manning 3 welding stations. Our FICCI, which is basically a flux delivery system, delivers several tons of hot welding flux, which is basically a consumable for welding, to the station without any mix-up. Our Sampatti portal, which is our asset lifecycle management system, onboards and manages several thousand assets used in our manufacturing facilities. Full kit management systems ensure that each component is readily available for production. Critical resource exploitation and monitoring systems ensure the prioritization among various projects is done and maximum utilization of critical resources are achieved. With digital warehouse, each component is tracked digitally across its manufacturing cycle. In advanced metrology, first of its kind use cases were developed using technologies like digital laser scanning, laser projection technologies, and laser tracking. Digital inspection, which was not part of ASME codes for heavy fabrication, has been added as a code case in ASME after our successful implementation. Next slide. To achieve our digital factory dream, we have used various enablers. To ensure the organization readiness for this journey, the large-scale cultural transformation program was implemented across the organization with the help of an HR consultant. Technologically, we have used gamut of sensors for measuring various process variables, such as such large amount of collected data transfer requires seamless connectivity and robust IT/OT security integration. We have developed various Industry 4.0 technologies such as RPA, industrial robots, and many more digital technologies to extract ultimate outcome of digitalization. Next, please. Core of this change management was design thinking, which is a humane way towards innovation, anchored in understanding customers' need, rapid prototyping, and generating creative ideas that transformed our business processes. With emphasize and define phase, we understood and defined core of users and customers' problem and constraints. Using ideate and prototype phase, we could brainstorm among various ideas, and using rapid prototype, we built minimum viable products. With rigorous testing, along with users' feedback, we could mature the design and quickly implement it to achieve desired results. Next, please. With successful implementation of all these initiatives throughout our manufacturing facilities, improved more than double, and all operation leading indicators like safety, first time right in quality, on-time delivery performance, sales, order inflow, and man-hour cost per tonnage, etc. has shown quantum improvements. Next, please. With our core values in our heart and aiming of becoming world's best organization, we have tried our dreams of transformation of being a fabrication company into a digitally enabled technology company. Our digital transformation journey has been recognized and awarded in various forums like ET Now Manufacturing Excellence, SGCCI Digital Transformation Award, and L&T Technology Conclave and PIES Award. Next, please. With this, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for listening, everyone.
Thank you very much,
again, in the interest of time, let's restrict maybe to one or two questions.
I would like to invite Mr. Rishput Saab on the dais. He's our Dronacharya for digital transformation. With his vision and guidance, we could able to achieve our digital transformation journey.
Welcome. So any questions for the team from L&T Heavy Engineering, please? Okay, in case there are no questions, I'm sure we can continue this conversation subsequently. But again, thank you very much for the team from L&T for participating and also sharing the insights. Thanks to all the three organizations for sharing with us. I'm sure it will inspire and motivate more success in your organizations, as well as excite others to embark on this Industry 4.0 journey, because we heard it's how compelling it has become now. And of course, participate and work along with us at FICCI to make India Atmanirbhar, as well as more effective and efficient as far as manufacturing is concerned. Thank you very much for participating in this session. With this, I will call a close to this part of this proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we move on to our next session. For that, I would request Mr. K.G. Chandrasekhar to moderate the session, please. We have two presentations in this session. I would request Mr. Nijesh Padmanabhan to come on dais. Thank you. The other speaker, Mr. Suraj Pal Singh, have joined us virtually. Hope we are audible, sir.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Smart operations is the place where the exciting stuff happens. It is expansion of the Industry 4.0 sensors, not only into manufacturing, but in the entire gamut of what happens on the shop floor, what happens in the supply chain, what happens in the logistics, to make sure that the interconnected processes that are required for customers to get the finished product that they desire is in place. And of course, in the past, what used to happen was most data that was collected by machines was local on the shop floor and typically used for identifying downtimes or reason codes behind them and things like this. But as all of this data gets democratized, and we've seen some really interesting examples from the previous talks as well, as all of this data gets democratized and available, it leads to really interesting scenarios like being able to determine a golden batch, being able to predict whether what I'm producing is of the best quality, use predictive maintenance methods, and make sure that the overall efficiency of the shop floor is much higher than what it could be. The first speaker that we have today, Mr. Nijesh Padmanabhan, is the head of digital with L&T MHI Power Boiler Manufacturing Unit. And of course, L&T MHI Power Boiler engages with businesses in designing, engineering, manufacturing, maintenance, servicing of all the supercritical and ultra supercritical boilers, pulverizers, catalytic reduction systems, and heavy castings. And what we would like to hear from Mr. Padmanabhan is their journey on digitalization, efficiency, training and automation, all of these supporting the Industry 4.0 initiatives. And we are all eagerly waiting to hear from you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chandrasekhar. I'll just move there, Suresh, right? I'll speak from there, right? Yeah. Check. Yeah. Can we have the presentation, please? Great. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. I am Nijesh Padmanabhan from L&T MHI Power Boilers Private Limited. I am joined here by, along with my Chief Executive, Mr. Srinivas Sirupa, and my Vice President, Head of Manufacturing, Mr. Rashid Asim. So, before I begin, before I move even to the next slide, just for the interest of the people, so Larsen & Toubro is something that everybody is well aware of. So it's an holdco kind of a structure where we have a lot of independent companies. So one of the stream that goes is now called L&T Energy. Under that we have 3 units, that is L&T Energy Hydrocarbon, Power and Green. Under Power we have couple of units. One of them is us, that is a joint venture which is a 51-49% partnership with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries of Japan. So that's where L&T MHI Power Boilers actually resides in the entire, telescopic structure of what the behemoth Larsen & Toubro is. And inside of that, we have a manufacturing unit based out of Hazira, that is near Surat in the south of Gujarat. And this presentation is primarily focusing on that particular unit, which in itself is a legal entity as a company. I just wanted to give you a sense of a kind of like a site map before I start diving into what we do and where we come from. Next, please. So I'll just introduce my company. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's certain sort of animation involved. So if you can click it, let the entire slide come upon. Yeah. So we are L&T MHI Power Boilers. That's our manufacturing unit that you see in the aerial view. Next, please. So what products and services that we cater to are manufacturing of pressure parts, pulverizers, heavy castings for supercritical and ultra supercritical power plants. We also do remnant life assessment and after sale services, retrofitting, modification and spare supplies. So predominantly we support the large 600, 500 megawatts, 660 megawatts, 800 megawatt, 1000 megawatt power plants that you see, and we supply the heart of the power plant, that is the steam generator. Next, please. So the plant that I belong to has these capacities. We have 3 subdivisions inside where we manufacture pressure parts, pulverizers and heavy castings. So we do around 24,000 metric ton of pulverizers per year. We can do around 36 numbers of pulverizers per year and around 1920 metric ton of heavy castings. And next, please. The employee base of this particular plant is like so. We have around 367 staff members and on-roll workmen are around 564 beg your pardon, and our subcontract workforce that we interact with and engage with on a day-to-day basis is around 1500. Next, please. So what are the digital systems that we have enabled in this plant that you had a chance of seeing in terms of capacities and employees? Next, please. So for the manufacturing unit, I mean, like the previous speaker mentioned in terms of various touch points that can have on the roadmap that a manufacturing flow actually takes up. So right from material to planning to production to quality to logistics, as she very nicely put, like supply, make and deliver. So this is certainly drawn out like that. So we have digital touch points now enabling each of the manufacturing functions. In materials, when we get materials, our robotic process automation bots, they get the MTC certificates, they convert it into the IBR regulatory based check sheets that we want without any human intervention. When we get into planning, the entire smart reporting structure that we have enables them to plan their work better and understand in real-time basis what the progress is like, what are the productivity and efficiency measures. When we go on to production, we have enabled systems to do condition-based monitoring, to do predictive maintenance, smart utilities, issue return system streamlining, machine learning, actual robotics, which are industrial IoT based, and also focusing predominantly on shifting the erstwhile manual welding processes to robotic based processes. Then when we go to quality, we did not even have a single day of downtime in the entire COVID pandemic, even though we were never really at home because a manufacturing unit never really works from home. So the first wave, when we had like the 15 days of lockdown, countrywide lockdown, after that we were all at the shops, but our inspectors, they could not join us. So even then, since then till date, we haven't had a single day of downtime on the account of even a single customer hold point not getting inspected on time. That was made enabled through our remote inspection system that we activated. In mobility, we when Mr. The representative from JK Papers spoke about that paperlessness is the first thing that we target when we speak about digital. That was a main North Star that we had for ourselves, and we fanatically went behind any paper that we could see on the shop floor and created custom-made apps which work over industry-grade Wi-Fi and rugged handheld devices to do away with paper. And predominantly this works in the quality area where they have to do so many checks and keep so many records. Logistics, we have GPS tracking of our material handling equipments within the premises, as well as the trailers that leave our shores and go to the customer's area to deliver the products. Can you click one more time? Just one more time. And one more time again. Yeah. So this and all of this, one back. And all of this is sort of orchestrated in a very safe manner by having safety solutions which are also digitally enabled. We do the entire roster surveillance on our mobility platforms. We have an EHS NC tracker which informs the safety department as to where are the near misses coming from, what are the hazards that are getting identified, and how it can be escalated in time so that the relevant group really acts on time. Next, please. So what is the, in a snapshot, if you have to talk about it for the paucity of time, we are seeing a growing maturity of I4.0 adoption. We started sometime in 2018, and since then we have divided our journey in like 3 phases. So even 2016 you can say it, when we didn't even use the the moniker digital or industry 4.0. That time we were focusing predominantly on process improvement and how can technology help us do that. That was the first phase. In next phase we tried to bring about a very focused approach towards process improvement, and we said that okay, we are a manufacturing unit which is like buttered with the engineering and HO at one side and the factory or the site locations on the other side. So what is it that we have in our control? The only thing that we have in our control is how efficiently can we do the processes that we are asked to be doing. And lean is a very good principle for doing that. So what we attached ourselves to is that we want to do lean better with digital. So what the lean principle actually commands is like reduction of wastages, 7 forms of wastages. So we said that okay, overproduction is not something that ascribes to us because we are sort of in a make to order sort of a situation. So what we'll do is we'll focus on 6 forms of wastages, and that is where our digital journey actually begin. And today if you see the snapshots, we have mobility, we have terminals to gather data right from the point of action in the shop floor. We have industrial Internet of Things activated, which are now informing our predictive maintenance modules. We are on the cloud to get to the people who need the data right when they need it and where they need it. And as I spoke about robotics, where we are using it in a great way in our welding processes, where erstwhile manual SMAW processes are getting converted to robot-enabled GMAW processes and really improving the productivity at some places by 3 times. We are going into a model to, what we call as model to manufacture, like CAM systems which enable us to have a solid edge drawing or a model get converted directly from an IGS file to machine codes, so have zero intervention in terms of how we manufacture our products. And of course homegrown machine learning modules where we are focusing greatly on parameter optimization. So in manufacturing unit you look about and you see a lot of bending activities, welding activities happening, which are happening on machines where the input is basically parameters. Out of 20 parameters, what is the oscillation width, how much depth should the torch go to, what kind of AVC control you required, what is the amperage. Now all of these parameters, they lead to either a joint that is clearing the radiographic space in like first go, or it is getting failed out. Now we have been doing this for 10-12 years now. So we thought, why can't this data which is historically sitting in our registers can't we sensorize our machines and can't we digitize those data so as to figure out what did we do right for 10 years so that we reduce the defect rates? And these are machine learning modules which were completely homegrown. I'll speak about them much later as well, which is very interesting. Can you click one more time? So what are the technologies that we actually activated? So as you can see, computer radiography, GPS-based tracking, data acquisitions to asset insight platform, business intelligence report server, custom-made responsive progressive web applications, R, Python, and Jupyter and Azure notebooks for running our homegrown machine learning models, RPA using automation anywhere, low-code, no-code systems and office automation using Power Automate and Power Apps, CAM NX Pro, like I said, for model to manufacturing, and custom developments for integrating our layer of development, not leaving behind the legacy ERP system that we have. We are still on ECC 6.0 for our SAP, and even that we do not consider as a pariah that, we should leave it behind. No, we want to connect the entire automation pyramid like it is meant to be. So all the solutions that you see integrate very well with our ERP systems. Can we click one more time? So how is this actually helping us in real brick and mortar sense? So we are using all the products that you just saw, all the solutions that you just saw, has a very strong and very customer focused analytics decision support systems that are built into it. Nothing that we collect here is just going and sitting in a table in SQL server somewhere. It is coming to people for them to make their decisions better. So as you can we click one more time? So as we can see, there are scores of dashboards. This is just some snapshots that I put along. What decisions are we taking based on these? So we are taking decisions on capacity utilization, machine health monitoring, welder deployment. Now, it's like we have welders with us for 10 to 12 years now. The data informs us in multi-dimensional manner which particular welder is the best suited one for that material combination, for that thickness range, and for that particular filler combination. Now, a human can't take that call if you have to make a distinction out of 50 odd welders that you have. But we have dashboards that are available to the shop floor personnel, the supervisor on the shop floor on his handheld device, where he can just tinker around with couple of slicers and figure out what is the best welder for the kind of joint that he wants to be done, so that we reduce our manual defect rates. We take decisions on quality enhancements, facility management, welding compliance, parameter optimization, utility monitoring, equipment load balancing, and potable. Even the water that we drink is sort of, all the tanks have been iodized to test it in terms of what is the pH level, what is the TDS that is coming along. So we are trying to build in greater deal of descriptive, prescriptive, and predictive analytics completely embedded into whatever digital solutions that we deploy. Next, please. So at anything that we do, the process improvement focus is something that we are extremely, crazy about. Like, we don't want to do anything just for the fad's sakes. We don't want to do anything just because it's the in thing. We don't want to do anything just because our neighbor is doing it. So we always try to work backward and see where it will help us in addressing those 6 wastage removal areas which are flowing to us from the lean principles. So if we do a nozzle welding robotic system, we will make sure that laser seam tracking is a part of it, so that we get considerable improvement over how it was being done before. If we do something called as digital job time card, where we try to capture in every shift worth of job for all the 564 employees that we have working on the shop floor, we make sure that it is integrated with our ERP system, so that all the production order, all the operation counts, like it is in the language of the ERP, flows right to the shop floor, so that they can allocate, assign, and collect data right from the shop floor. If we do something like digital welding consumable control system, we make sure that the return process is also built into it. So we as a surprise, we started getting analytics on even the consumption pattern on each joint that we are welding in the shop floor, which was always a matter of conjecture in the erstwhile era. And if we do connected machines, a very flagship project, and there are people here from very high senior ranking people from Siemens, and I would like to tell them that you are one of the biggest partners in one of the machines that we did it with. And so we'll make sure that we'll acquire data right from the CNC controller, howsoever difficult that is, but we'll work with the OEMs and try to bring out the data, build in an external layer of field devices, and have time-stamped analytics flow to the maintenance department so that they can avert breakdowns, which is what hits us the most if we don't count it that way. And even the method to madness is so that all the FME analysis that have been done for 5 to 10 years on one particular machine, that have been the bedrock on which our predictive models today start at and stand at. So that's how we try to bring in process improvement focus in everything that we try to do. Next, please. So what are the enablers for digital technologies at the unit? Next, please. So this is our basically of the program that we run. If you can click one more time. So we call it Project Delta. So what does Delta stand for? The D stands for digitalization, where we first of all wanted people to demand digital infrastructure like they demand, say, electricity, gas, or water in a plant, right? So we wanted to move towards being a digital factory by making sure that we do not leave out even a single stone unturned, which can enable us to get this done in the right way possible. Efficiency, E stands for efficiency. So we target unlocking newer levels of efficiency gains. So in shop floor, we always get sort of, clustered in one area that efficiency means the workman should give a better output. He should, if he's welding 8 joints, he should do 10 tomorrow. As you all understand, that has a certain ceiling. It can't go forever like that. So we target at wherever losses are happening. Even waiting for decision is sort of an efficiency loss. If a high ranking manager is waiting for data to reach to him to take a critical decision, that we feel is a loss of efficiency. So we saw it in a wholesome manner, and we told that yes, we want to improve the nuts and bolts and brick and mortar productivity, but we also want to make sure that we don't lose out on losing time for things which take because of the erstwhile legacy systems. L&T stands for learning and training, and even the company L&T, we all have this running joke that it stands for, of course, it stands for many other things like, love and trust and mushy things like that, but it also stands predominantly for learning and training. So we thought that, we'll deploy new age methodologies for upskilling our people so that they train themselves through what we called as targeted training interventions through action learning projects. Now, how it went about this is that, it was a very firm belief at our place that unless we operate at the frontiers of theoretical physics, there are no problems that are left to be solved. And somewhere our problems have been solved. Now, that somewhere is the internet, and we have Udemy, we have EDX, MIT, OCW, Coursera. There are scores of information and knowledge lying out there. Why do we want to reinvent the wheel? If there is something that has already been solved, we'll ask people that, okay, you have been in this operation for 9 to 10 years. Where did your shoe actually bit you? Where were the problems that you faced for 9 to 10 years? Now, if you top up your 9 to 10 years of operations gap with one more digital technology, I think you'll be the best person to solve your problem. So my work as head of digital was not to be the know-it-all. It was rather to get out of the way and enable them to learn something which will help them solve their own problems. So that's how we focused on action learning projects, which was their problem statement. They learn a thing from a MOOC that is available. We reimburse them. The certification is there in their own name. So they upskill themselves and they solve the problem for the organization as well. And that's how we went about focusing on this L&T leg of our Project Delta. And last was automation. So automation here we want to, slightly qualify it saying is those big ticket projects like we spoke about in terms of nozzle welding, robotics that we have to bring in. Now these are high capex items, and we understood at a point in time that the wave of digital or I 4.0 is so strong that anybody can just walk into our doors and promise the moon to us. And you know how difficult that is when you actually go and try to, operationalize certain solutions. So we wanted our people to be completely through bed so that nobody can take them for a ride. And once we went through all the D, E, L and T sort of roadmap, they were the best people to sit across and have a technology partner which can deliver to them exactly what they need. So that was our Project Delta, and we always call it towards a meaningful change. So Delta is basically the difference between two state of times. So when we started and where we are today, we always try to measure ourselves in such sub-deltas, so to say. Next, please. So like I mentioned, the MOOC at LMB program where we enabled people to learn themselves and deploy solutions, it really created a revolution of sorts, because this was true digital transformation in the truest of the sense. Because if the future of the work portents are right, which McKinsey and WEF sort of churn out every month, that this is going to get commoditized, this work is going to get robotized. Our earlier speaker even spoke about not even lights off. He talked about dark factories where there are no people anymore. So we didn't want our set of mechanical, civil and electrical engineers to just be bystanders to this wave. We wanted them to learn something and deploy themselves. And look at what we have done in a period of 1.5 years. Around 45 smart reports have been developed by them as they wanted. So you can understand there is no waterfall methodology here. They are not going to an IT department again and again to get their changes built in. They do it themselves. There are 33 plus bots that are running in our manufacturing unit, which are automating around 10 processes. Even when we took a flight and came here, 2 more processes got added. So that's how accelerated this thing is becoming right now. We have around 20 plus mobility apps which have been developed predominantly on the low-code, no-code platform like MS Power Apps. And they have been now so democratized that our maintenance team, if they need a checklist to be filled up, they'll make their own app. If our production team wants a mid-shift reporting, just understand, mid-shift reporting, if they take it to an IT team or a digital team, they will have like a series of meetings, there will be a sign of a UAT and this and that, and by the end of the day, the product will not meet their specifications. But here, even if they want mid-shift reporting, they develop their own apps. We have some ML and text mining and data science projects, and around 8 plus of them have already been operationalized in the manufacturing unit. And around 149 unique individuals have done this themselves. So we call it MOOC at LMB, and which is a very, very big bedrock of how we involve people in our digital transformation in very, very integrated kind of way. Next, please. A small video clipping to just show you.
Manufacturing facility at Hazira. A unique thrust on operational excellence is evident in the deployment of emerging technologies, making our factory a flag bearer of the Industry 4.0 movement. This is demonstrated by advanced robotics for profile welding using laser seam tracking, connected machines for condition-based monitoring, and AI ML-based engines for predictive maintenance, parameter optimization, defect reduction and waste removal. The usage of advanced NDT techniques like computed radiography, TOFD-PAUT, and well-equipped laboratories with a wide range of capabilities. The use of the latest digital and data analytics technologies for making all processes lean, smart, and intelligent.
So as you can see, we always believe in show and tell. That's why we brought it along. So a very hardcore manufacturing process like welding is now connected to a futuristic technology like QR code, NFC based validation and single source of truth softwares. So that's what our North Star was since the beginning, and that is what we truly believe in even today. Can you click one more time? So what were the outcomes of doing all of this? One more please. So we in L&T, because of how our CEO and MD puts it, we see it in terms of UOD, the ultimate outcome of digital. So in qualitative sense, we have descriptive, diagnostic, prescriptive analytics that is driving decision making, leading to quicker turnaround times, elimination of paper-based processes leading to reduction in errors and time spent managing and processing those very records, cutting down of errors and improvement in accuracy through document automation and digital docs, saving in man hours spent in reporting that very incident in multiple media and formats again and again, smart load balancing and monitoring of utilities like natural gas, shielding gas, electricity and compressed air, leading to significant savings, and which we can counter it right on the bill, and optimization through algorithm based parameter recommendation systems leading to savings in material costs, machine hours and reduction in defects. In quantitative sense, can you click one more time? If we put it in as like a function of man hours, machine hours, materials and miscellaneous savings, one more time, we have our own benefit realization template that we have developed and verified through our finance and account division. And on a very conservative sense, recurrently, as of now, we are saving around 2.5 crores every year. Next, please. So couple of examples, I guess, for the paucity of time, I'll let it be. It's like reduction in terms of consumption, machine availability going up, electricity consumption coming down, man hours getting consumption coming down. So all of this is like happening thanks to digital. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, I guess we can skip that, yeah. So this is a couple of awards that we won, and within internal forums and we're externally, and championing the cause of digital in manufacturing. Yeah. Next, please. So that's my presentation. I'd request Mr. Serupa and Mr. Hashim to also come over so that if there are any questions, we can answer that.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Nilesh Padmanabhan. That is a very interesting talk. I think MOOC at L&T seems like the most interesting takeaway for me. This is all about empowering the experts. And I like the way you described how IT being eliminated and democratizing of data really builds the excitement that individuals are able to analyze their own data, make up their own decisions, etc. And the other one, even the definition delta, I think this is definitely something that we can carry back. And
thank you so much. Yeah.
Questions in the room or from the call?
You mentioned about the savings of approximately 2 crore. Does that include the initial investment that you've made on digital, or it's excluded?
No, this one is not in a net sense. This is for the actual projects as to what it leads to. Those kind of NPV calculations we do in a separate manner.
Okay, but for example, in previous presentations, they mentioned about 2 years as a typical payback, anywhere between 6 months to 2 years.
Right.
What has been the payback for you in terms of the entire investment that
actually,
you've made?
If we try to put it in terms of an average, right, we see somewhere on the lower end, we can see projects that are giving us payback right in 2 months. And somewhere like a very high ticket project would give us in somewhere around 2.5 to 3 years.
Okay.
Beyond that, it becomes a bit difficult to even try to, in our sort of an industry to get the approvals for getting that done. But having said that, certain things are a leap of faith for us. And that is because we want to experiment with the technology. Like today, if we are doing predictive maintenance for keeping the uptime high. So somebody can come and tell us that even now your uptime is quite high. The machine doesn't practically, go in under a breakdown. Added to that, you are in the projects business. So it is not that you need to keep stamping on a piece of plate all the time. It's like has a certain schedule. But we still have good amount of faith in digital, that unless we become the pioneers in trying to experiment, how will even the technology partners get the required playground for experimenting with these technologies? So we sort of put in a lot of money, and thankfully we don't try to chase ROI there, because that is the biggest impediment for innovation if we always keep that as our North Star. So it's a combination of both.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So what is the process of identifying the business problems?
Right. So like we mentioned, always we sort of focused on where the shoe actually bites on the shop floor and what is there in our span of control. So our span of control, the lean principles, they sort of very well address them. So our thought was that those 6 forms of wastages in lean, like over-processing, idling, defect, waiting, and excessive transportation, we want to focus there. So that's where we back calculated. How do we, suppose we talk about defect reduction. Now defect reduction can happen. The defect is a lagging indicator of your processes. But what are the leading indicators? The leading indicators are the parameters that will lead to that defect. A wrinkle in a bent tube will come because somebody has set the booster pressure wrong. So how do we improve that end of the spectrum is what our our focus was always at. So that's how we back calculated as to what are our processes, where do we want to focus. It is safety, quality, delivery and cost. Now calculating backwards from there, what can help us do safety better, what can help us do quality better, what can help us improve our delivery and what can bring down our cost. That is how we identify the projects that are relevant to each of these legs.
And how do you prioritize?
I could not.
How do you prioritize?
Yeah, we prioritize in terms of safety, quality, delivery and cost. That's our corporate methodology of doing things as well, and that's how we always focus it at our place.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I want to appreciate L&T for accepting that for some of things like this that we will not look into ROI. So it brings a lot of really faith and belief that we can try technologies on problems. So that is what I would like to tell. But in my 30 years of experience, I never seen a customer who says that I don't see ROI and I want to automate it or I want to do digitalization. So that was news and it's good.
Good.
Thanks.
Thank you. Actually, that comes from, like Mr. Sirupa here, our chief executive was the ex-chief digital officer of our IC. Mr. Hashim here has literally coined the term delta that you saw. And so basically the fountainhead, once it is at the top, I guess this thing comes from there. It can't be a person like me who can go and dictate this back. So once we have a meeting where I have to, justify a proposal, if my seniors are well in tune and in sync with what the industry is moving towards, I guess that helps really well. Sir, if you would like to add.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, even when L&T started as part of, we have, this 5 years Lakshya. Last Lakshya was in 2016, which was Lakshya 21. Now we have Lakshya 26. Of the previous one when L&T had Lakshya 21, that was in 2016. That was the first time when the L&T as a whole decided that digital journey has to start and digital transformation has to start. And I was from the business and I was plugged out from the business and put as the chief digital officer. And for the first 3 months, I didn't do anything, literally nothing. Because it was completely new, and when I started that and understood what digital means, there is IT and there is digital. First of all, we wanted to understand what IT is and what digital is, and we finally came to this conclusion: IT is the cake and the cherry is the digital. And that's how we started. And then once we started looking at what the world is doing and how much what our people have done, we found out that Asian Paints has been one of the best companies in the world doing digital at that point of time. I am talking about 2016. And the kind of culture that they had built in was phenomenal. And we said that if an Indian company is able to do it, purely what we could understand from there was they believed that this will make a change. And they have not looked at this part, that how much money I put and what benefits I get. They have just gone in and done it. And that's the way that I looked at it, and I said that as a chief digital officer, I will also inculcate the same culture across the organization, and that's how I did it for the first 3 years. Of course, now I have changed my role. I have come as a CE for this organization, and people like Nijish has taken it to the next level, where it is not to the digital team or digital department, which is what initially we did. It is by the people and for the people.
So, I have a question. One question here. Sorry.
I just wanted to understand. Where should I look at?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, please.
So you said this, you've allowed the people to take decision and develop their own apps or the process.
Right.
How do you get this culture? Because I'm sure, the L&T team, most of them are welders or are hardcore engineering people. So how do you develop this and happen? Because most of the company depends on IT team or a back-end IT team. So I think this is great.
Yeah, that's a very good question. As Nijish mentioned, what we started off as digital enablers, we started this MOOC at LMB. That is a major success. So this was part of the training budget, but people have to identify the problems in their own space. For example, somebody in the factory knows the welding department, they know that the gas is the major component. So they'll have to identify that gas is a major cost component. So then they go about to regulate the gas. So what do we do? What are the technologies available? So they search for it and then they implement it. We allow them to fail. That was the success story, I would say. So most of them have identified their own problems, and we are just enabling them.
So you allow the budget or the experimental cost to be approved because
yes,
that will have cost also.
We do have some budget for that, and so we allow people to experiment and fail or succeed.
In fact, if you look at the cost that goes in to even these individuals upgrading their skills, they are mechanical engineers or electrical engineers or maintenance guys who have been only dirtying their hands. But when they look at these technologies and when we start telling them to do that, with so many people, I think, doing it, I don't think we have even invested more than 1.5 to 2 lakhs over a period of time.
149 courses done by several people has cost us 1.72 lakhs only.
That's it. And the kind of benefit that they have brought in, you can see it is 2.5 crores per
The bigger
year.
question is how do you actually develop those people? How do they upgrade their skills?
We have a lot of people who are workmen as well. So a lot of apprehensions, as somebody was mentioning, the job apprehension. So we had gone about doing a cultural transformation program to address them in the local language. When we ask a question, we did polls in the town hall meetings. We did live polls. And we asked them, do you use Swiggy? Do you use any booking app or whatever? And the answer is yes. Banking is through app. The booking through Swiggy is so common. They are all fine with that. So when we say that, why don't you, would you support us in bringing this technology to our plant? And then the answer goes 45% say no. And so those are the apprehensions we started addressing. And the buy-in from the unionized workmen today is very, very high. When the machines were connected, we knew that the problems would come. So we had to address them, tell them this are getting connected not to displace you.
That's a very good insight, but I would sincerely like to curtail the comment to the last one if you would like to take it now, because we have additional sessions and the people culture transformation is a really interesting topic. But what you have achieved here is quite impressive, and all of us have quite a bit to take away from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll address more questions later. For the paucity of time, we'll close here. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And we have our next speaker, Mr. Surajpal Singh, already on the call, and he's ready. And he is the head of electronics department at ITC Bangalore. And a very brief introduction about ITC. Of course, we all know ITC as the foremost private sector company with a diverse FMCG portfolio. And ITC, the Bangalore cigarette factory, operates with the latest automated machines and high-end PLC systems. And they have invested even in AGVs, cobots, robots, and a quality compliance system. So we eagerly look forward to hear from Mr. Surajpal Singh on what their journey was like and what the transformative benefits were.
May I am audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar ji. Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries at DICE, virtually connected, FICCI team, jury members, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Surajpal Singh. I take care of electronics function in ITC factory. My presentation is, should I display from here or how?
You can do it, sir. Yeah, we have done it. We have done it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So ITC Bangalore cigarette factory, actually the main factory in ITC, and we basically serve to all over pan India in terms of different SKUs in cigarettes. So next slide, please. So the ITC, as Chandrasekhar has rightly said, that ITC is positioned as one of the India's most valuable corporate, creating values for Indian economies and stakeholders. Our mission is to basically the sustainable stakeholder development and globalizing environment. And our core values are basically trusteeship, customer focus, excellence, innovations, national orientation, respect for people. We have many brands, for example, in foods, Fiamma, Wills, and hotels divisions. There are plethora of brands we have in ITC. Next, please. So in our triple line highlights is like we are a carbon positive for last 14 years in a row, water positive last 17 years in a row, solid waste recycling positive past 12 years. We are creating sustainable livelihood for 7.9 lakh children and empowering 4 million farmers. We have a 52.76 billion market capitalization, turnover of 6.9 billions, and we are driver for multiple business partners. So also we are creating lot of work for rurals, like a farmer development, providing them basic infrastructure, empowering women's rural education plans, creating fresh waters in nearby areas, giving educational assistance to children's, and so on. Please next, sir. So this is the ITC factory, which is located near current airport. So it is established in 1999. We have a 1500 plus workforce, and we have 116 acre area. It is basically 34% of this is basically the full greenery. We have 8 acre lawns, and you can see that this is the area from left. We basically get a leaf, tobacco leaf from our other ILTD factories, and then we have a primary manufacturing department, cut tobacco storage, and secondary manufacturing, then finished goods. Next, please. Just to tell about how process happens, we have a PMD, primary manufacturing department, where leaf comes, and then we have a cold plasma system, which is basically to filtrate or any dust coming out of this PMD process. Then we have a cigarette making machines from a PMD. Then we have a highest automated packing machine, which is all from European countries. Then we have a finished good, and then it goes to the outside for dealers. And then we have a basically lot of dust recovery fans also to basically maintain inside environment clean and hygienic. Next, please. So since we were nominated and we participated in smart operation, I will be taking you through the use cases, actually what we have done in-house in our team. So we have like a people engagement, in technology induction, process innovation, and management focus. So all put together, we actually created these kind of solutions, which I will be telling in coming slides. Please. So I will be displaying 4 projects very shortly. Then there is one project called automated guided vehicle, which our team in-house, we have done this project. Another one is a tray bot. Another is a product integrity system, which will basically do the quality systems. And then we have a utility management system for smart water management. Next, please. So this is the one project I will take little time. See, in our manufacturing process, the 50% cost of our manufacturing process is basically takes on the manpower cost. So how the manpower is used here? So we have as I said, that we have a primary manufacturing department, then secondary manufacturing. In a secondary manufacturing, we basically packs these SKUs, cigarette packs, and then it becomes one CFC carton. These cartons basically is to be transported to the FG godowns. So earlier we were doing with the help of battery operated trucks. So we had more than 50 battery operated trucks. So for that we used to deploy almost 27 people per day, so that those people used to carry these finished good from these case packers, which is basically the casing machines to the FG. So the management and our internal team thought that how we can automate existing BOPTs, not even buying new AGVs from the outside market, to existing BOPTs to the AGVs. So that was the one challenge and was given to the entire team, and then we started working on this. Please next. So our target was to how to basically reduce this manpower cost, and how we automate actually this. And this project was also the first of its kind in India and in Asia, where the existing BOPT has to be converted, and where how to basically convert the old Toyota and this BT make BOPTs into the AGVs. Please next. Now you can see that this is in a left side. You can see these are the normal BOPTs from a Toyota, where they have a operation, for example, forward, reverse, then taking left, right, and carrying those. Now these are the basically the black box kind of a system. So the Toyota, even they said that will not be able to give the solution for this, like integrating our signals. So our team in-house, we actually develop on a, we have put additional sensors on that POPT, for example, the LiDAR to see the floor objects, and even we have put encoders in the system, and then we develop parallel system to the Toyota controller. And again, we have put sensors so that it gives a 360 degree of safety, since this AGV has to move in the soft floor. So all these things done by internal team, and then we could able to achieve this BOPTs, then started working on as a AGVs. Next, please. So this is the how we went ahead with this, with the LiDAR sensors which we installed on the AGV. This basically takes the map of the soft floor, and then we started making the path planning. So we have almost 27 to 28 case packers, where every 10 minutes we get one pallets ready to be sent from the soft floor to the warehouse. So those area mappings. Then again, there is one more challenge, that these 28 case packers will also have a soft floor. So soft floor, again, there are multiple paths. So how to do a traffic control when particular AG will be given path to go, since we have only one path for the warehouse. So those programming was done by our team, and all integration. And again, this system basically runs in a soft floor on a Wi-Fi basis. So centralized PLC control system, how each machines will take a signal to the centralized PLC. From there, each AGV takes those signal to pick up and drop to the. So those all, it is basically the big project where we covered all case packers to the for a transportation of materials. Next, please. Just we will show that how it works, that small video there, sir. Can you just click, sir?
Mr. Surajpal Singh, if we can accelerate this a little bit, because we are getting in the way of everybody's lunch as well.
Yeah, just I will. Yeah. So these are the AGBs actually made out of the old BOPTs, which is basically the one of its kind actually. So we have a call points at each machines where you can call AGB and then release AGBs also. Okay, so we can go next. We can go to next. So this is another project where we have utilized the cobot, actually the collaborative robots, to in one of cigarette makers, where again there were manual operations. So how we can use that cobot? So you can see that there are a tobacco material, wrapping material into maker, and then trays filling. So here our job was to basically how the tray every 4 minutes we have a one tray in our. So that has to be basically transported by operator. So again, this was the manual extensive work. Please next, sir. So this is what actually you can see, that these trays are basically filled with the cigarettes. So the idea about that, once we got a cobot from a universal make robot. So how to basically design this gripper so that this trays, customized trays can be basically lifted, tilted, and shifted to the trolley. So the gripper design was played important role, which is basically done in-house by team. And these like a pulling, gripping of the tray, placing, and then pushing. So these 4 operation was done through programming of this cobot and programming of additional gripper. Next, please. So you can see little glimpse of that how we have actually. Please click next. So you can see that this additional gripper was designed by us and programmed by us. You can see that empty tray comes out from the trolley and then it get placed at a station, and then robot takes a fill tray from the fill tray and then puts there. So this is kind of a operation which we basically automated through cobot. We can see that this is the fill tray. Basically, we can go to next. Another project which is basically very critical for our factory. Basically, what happens? We make more than 100 brands of a cigarette. So how to avoid that the brand mix-up doesn't happen? How the one tobacco will not mix with the other grade of tobacco. So for that, the PMD is basically the primary manufacturing department, and basically there is a SMD, secondary manufacturing department. So what we have done, we have installed PMD at PLCs at a different location with the RFID tags. So, and with the HMIs, there are more than 50 HMIs there in a soft floor. So whenever operators key in, all blend informations are there in a PMD. Then we have a IQMS, that quality servers in between that it servers that basically stores all the information. At SMD, these data is fetched at a SMD PLC scheduler, where all these brands basically is being tracked. And what happens once this at SMD, we have a making machine and packing machines. So which tobacco is being basically produced in terms of cigarettes, and which cigarettes are being as basically packed in a packer is basically tracked with the RFID system. So we have a full system, full factory in terms of quality integrated, and basically all the trays at tray level we track it with the help of RFID. So all trays basically will be with the RFID tag, where blend information, operation in numbers, everything will be integrated. So this has basically given us a very good result in terms of any brand mix-up, or basically later on getting all historical information, how much which all brands were made. So that is actually one of the project which our team has done in-house with the using of Siemens-based PLCs, HMIs, and servers, etc. We can go to next.
Sir, can I make one request? If you could maybe, instead of talking a lot more in detail about further projects, if you could share a little bit about your learning and conclude, because we are quite late with.
Okay, sir. Yeah, in terms of this fourth project, actually, this was basically not in the production floor. This was basically in the outside there, means in a water utility system. So here, what we have done all metering at a source measurement, then basically quality monitoring, efficiency mapping, then daily meetings and benchmarking. Can go to next. All dashboards basically we have made. So to make it ready, basically we have done all communication systems were in place. So apart from that, learning in these areas, basically how to utilize latest kind of like app-based systems, so that the alarms can come to the whenever the water consumption goes higher in any places. So those kind of system we have used, like a smart monitoring of this, smart flow meters, and getting reports on a daily basis. Can go to next, sir. So this is basically our factory layout, where the all water network is basically now digitized. So every bore well flow meters has a different position. Any leakages in the system, it basically we get alarms on that. So even in a bore well also, we don't basically extract water. It is basically demand based system. So whenever there is a good water, that level is enough, we get it that, or if if basically the requirement is there, we'll switch off the bore well. So these things that help us basically in benchmarking, and basically the helping us in analyzing the systems. Can go to next. So these are the this is one more project actually in a water management itself, like a ETP, effluent treatment plant, where we have done online measurement of all parameter like DO and this pH level. So all quality parameters are in a dashboard. So now it has helped operator team actually. Earlier all these measurement was done by external agencies. Now these are the online measurements. So you can see the dashboard of each parameters. And again, report generation, alarms, alert generation are there. You can go to next, sir. This is my last slide actually. Since I told that there were like a application of AGBs, then there is a cobalt at an infeed also. Once this tobacco bales come, we have put a robots there actually to basically carry that bale also. This is also basically automized. And now the last project basically which I was talking, that HVAC chiller. So here we have applied one more like artificial intelligence. So where what is happening basically, our soft floor is maintained at a 26 degrees degrees Celsius with a 65 plus or minus 3 RH temperature. So what we are doing, that we are taking atmosphere data in a ML model, we are taking a soft floor data at a ML model, and we are also taking the weather forecast. So with all these parameters in a ML model with a random forecast algorithm, we are taking a decision whether we have to run chiller or not. So this has basically helped in a energy optimization and a product consistency also. And it is actually it has also saved in terms of energy, in terms of people. So people were involved in like monitoring the RH and temperature on a regular basis. Now those data is also coming directly on the dashboard and even in a servers. So this was actually the one more project which team has done in-house. Can go to next. This was my last slide. This actually in a coming future, this is going to be our next, like when we talk about digitization. So you can see that we have done like a smart operation at a point basis, basically at a part basis. Now in a near futures, all SCADA, all field devices, all SCADA at a utility or machines will be connected to the server, and then it will at a L3 level, it will be at a DMG zone, and then we'll have a like a factory LAN. So this is actually our future plan for so that it is monitored at a ITC data center. So that from the anywhere in the India, any other factory, we can see the performance of any other factory. So that is our future plan. So that is what my last slides. Thank you very much,
Mr. Surajpal Singh. That was a really insightful, but a very elaborate overview of all the various projects that you guys are undertaking. Okay. There are definitely some questions from the audience, but like I mentioned, in the interest of allowing them all a quick lunch break, I would like to request if the audience can share your questions with Mr. Suraj. Maybe we will collect the responses from Mr. Surajpal offline and get back to you. But over to you, Mr. Suresh. If you could also advise on when we start the next session.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. So we will now reconvene at 2:30. So I request those who are physically here to move to the banquet hall, please.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you.
Say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport. One of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and They say that the future Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touchpoints include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati. Our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility spread over 5.16 acres of land. This 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like Surdy pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine cat parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of cat merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine cat parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of cat merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drive train components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1,800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touchpoints include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine cat parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of cat merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drive train components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1,800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, this 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drivetrain components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience with high-precision inspection machines like SERDI pressure tester, Magnaflux crack detector, and various salvage options for reusability of high-value components. Pragati is also a nerve center for Gainwell's maintenance and repair contract projects to meet their schedule and repair maintenance needs. Network locations. Our organization has 1800 plus dedicated personnel, over 13,000 active machine population, over 10,000 active engine population, 4 major workshops and 2 rebuild centers. Its around 150 touch points include business centers that are located adjacent to business areas and at strategic points on major transport and supply lines. Equipment management solutions. We have over 12,000 connected assets, both machine and engine, and our dedicated team of condition monitoring analysts is monitoring these assets through our centralized equipment management solution room located at our Greater Noida facility. They are monitoring the assets when customers are running the machine and capturing all severe alerts generated by the machine control system and informing customers and branches for immediate corrective action to avoid any unwanted sudden breakdown. FSM or Field Service Management. Field Service Management mobile application connects our customers with the Gainwell product support team. This app is directly integrated with our ERP system. The application has various features for customers to create a service request for machines and engines and real-time tracking of call status. You can also view the name of the assigned manager and engineer to connect with them directly. Online parts sales. Why stand in long queues when parts can be ordered in just a few clicks? With our parts.cat.com portal, customers can now shop for more than 1.4 million genuine CAT parts from the comfort of their homes or workplace. The online parts store proved to be a boon for our customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Gainwell Samriddhi Club. Gainwell Samriddhi Club is an exclusive loyalty rewards program that aims to reward our loyal customers. The customers earn reward points every time they purchase machine parts, either from Gainwell outlets or from our online parts store portal. The reward points can be redeemed in form of CAT merchandise or parts discount vouchers. 24/7 call center. Our 24/7 call center is available to receive calls on the given toll-free numbers from our customers across the Gainwell territory. The call center operates from our Unnati facility at Greater Noida in 5 different languages, and they support our customers for all their queries and service requests. Customers can also give missed calls on the given number or can reach our call center through live website chat support. Our goal is to build Gainwell into a globally recognized, technology-driven, world-class solutions provider and become a true champion of our customers. Let's join hands and achieve our goal together. They say that the future belongs to those who think ahead of time. That's why for over 7 decades, we at Gainwell are committed to enabling socio-economic progress for millions of people across the country by providing them innovative, diverse and sustainable solutions in the business of construction equipment, mining machinery and energy and transport systems. Unnati, one of our major contributions towards the welfare of our customers, employees and society at large is Unnati, our LEED V4 Platinum certified green state-of-the-art northern integrated facility. Spread over 5.16 acres of land, This 360-degree solution hub is equipped to rebuild the engine and drive train components to factory standards and offers services like component repairs and the exchange of components assemblies to quick support assembling to ensure the highest uptime of equipment. Unnati provides an environment that offers minimal ecological footprints and maximum sustainable solutions. Pragati, another epitome of Gainwell's role in facilitating enhanced customer experiences, is Pragati. Strategically located at the mineral-rich Asansol, this state-of-the-art component rebuild center offers an incredible customer experience.
So now we have our guest. So I would now hand it over to Mr. KG Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh, and welcome again to everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. So we began the day with a really impressive set of talks, and also we spent some time talking about digital transformation of organizations, smart operations, and now we switch gears and move into smart product. And the smart products is all about the equipment, the platforms that really allow superior products to be formed. And we have two really interesting speakers today in the afternoon. One is Mr. N. Hariharan, who's the technical director at M2NXT, and he's also the head of applied research at Bharat Fritz Varna. And the second speaker is Mr. Nikhil Maheshwari. And before I give the introduction about M2NXT and hand the floor over to Mr. Hariharan, one of the little challenges that we ran into in the sessions before lunch was we kind of stretched over a little bit. My request is if we can maintain time so that the subsequent sessions are able to run in time, that would be much appreciated. And M2NXT Solutions is a wholly owned subsidiary of Bharat Fritz Varna Limited. And this is India's leading solution provider in the area of machine tools and other devices on the shop floor. And they offer a complete smart manufacturing solution using cyber-physical systems, physical automation solutions at an affordable price point. And the key products that they offer are around manufacturing process automation, physical automation, cyber-physical solutions, additive manufacturing, AGVs. So without much ado, Mr. N. Hariharan, I hand over the floor to you. All yours.
Mr. Hariharan, can you please come to the...
Construction equipment, mining machinery, and energy and transport systems.
Good afternoon, everybody.
One of our major contributions.
First of all, thanks for FICCI for selecting us for this award, and congratulations for all the people, those who are won on this award. So I'm from M2 Next, and I look after the technology for this company. So all this morning we were hearing about how technology can transform, and we are a small piece of people who will enable the technology for your success. So we come from 62.5 years heritage from the parent company called BFW, Bharat Fritz Varna, and we have a M2 Next is a subsidiary of Bharat Fritz Varna, and so we are here. So morning we were just hearing that the companies which have to transform and which cannot be like a subsidiary outside, so those are the companies has transformed. So we as machine tool, we have a different skill sets, we can improve, but to build technology over the ecosystem of autonomous manufacturing, we have to have a bigger level of transformation. That is like we want to move out and build something and which can be commonly available for all the manufacturing fraternity. So that was the goal. So that is where we started. So since 2.5 years we are self-sufficient, and since 2016 we started investing on technology. We started building technologies around our business use cases. Next slide please. So this is our organization structure or line of businesses. Okay, it's jumped. So, previous slide, please. Okay. So, line of businesses. So, we cover into all the technologies, whatever we are discussed since morning, starting from physics-based projects till your deliverable automations, which can connect. And we also have a standard IoT platform and MES platform, which can connect to your higher level systems. And we have also ML and AI models.
so-called decision-making authorities, which can learn from your data and do specific use case sets, which will make things work better. So, team, and we have 50 plus engineers working on this technology. Next. Yeah, so just a glimpse. So we built the systems from the scratch. So it's from the embedded level till the IoT or hosting level. So all the fabric has been built, and that is how it is offered. And the whole IP belongs to M2 Next and BFW jointly. So it's all the built from scratch. It is not anything purchased and configured. Next. Yeah. So this is the just an overview of a system, what it can be connected and how it can be connected. So we have connected a single source of say around 5,000 plus equipments also in a single plant, and coming down to a single equipment on a plant also, so which can be taken in just 10 minutes online to your platform and start seeing your data realization. So this is how which can be accommodated if there is a difficulty in having a IT infrastructure in place. Next. So I'm just moving on because this is all already known to everybody. So yeah, some 3-4 clicks please. Okay, so it shows that we can connect multiple devices and machines and connect a factory also. Yes. So AGVs and stuffs like that, everything is in a basket. So even AGV platform and AGV is built from scratch in-house. Next. So coming into the segment of automation. So as a company M2 Next, we have different verticals of businesses. As our parent company is from machine tools, so we are very good in process engineering. So we have tooling, fixture, cycle time estimation. So we have a separate business model line of business. Then we have a physical automation unit, where we do automation, physical automation using robots, gantries and whatnot, gauging, automated corrections and things like that. Then we have a IoT and MES division where we do our digital business. And last but not the least, we have our additive also, which we will discuss. So that is for our metal additive manufacturing, DED. So this is some of our customers deployed projects, which was in-house taken photographs, which we cannot take photographs from the customer sites. So it's a little huge. So all these boxes shown is all will be replaced by huge machines. So that's how it is. And this is looks like a piece of metal, but this is fully intelligent. It doesn't require any human intervention for any decision making. It automatically takes in machines, do corrections, and take a log, make automatic quality reports, and automatically publish to the US customer for their online quality process, and publish directly data to the maintenance people for their periodic maintenance and analytics. Next. So just an example of one piece of string what I've told. So gantry, then there is a data, then it goes to the robot. So it shows something like this, and there is some thing which is not fixed, which is variable. So which is understood by the measuring system, which is taken, calculated and estimated and sent automatically to the robot, so that robot will change its program and profile to see that it is done properly. Next. So something like that. So robot which is getting intelligent from our platform. Next. So I think it's a video for 30 seconds. Can you please click on it? So it looks like a mechanical piece moving here and there, but it was since 15 years it looks the same. But what we have made is even somebody puts a head in this in between, the system stops and he will not get his skull cracked, because we have a physics-based project which has been done for accident avoidance functionality, so which will detect the abnormal frequency spectrum of the particular touch feel of the environment based on in which environment it is installed. So based on which it will detect, and in the zone wise it will enable the different level of sensitive safety standards, and it will operate automatically. So that is how this system works. So replacing or enhancing the existing mechanical system into a
upgraded, sensitive to human and rugged to the industry sort of an architecture. Yes sir, next slide please. So this is again the same, all the sensitivities. This is also a video. This is for a France company. So these all have multiple setups, multiple other complications which cannot be explained in this 10-minute session, but it's all taken care. It's a 6 crore rupees line. So excluding the machine is around 7.5 crores again. Okay, this is also in a video, you can play. So again this is a ladling. Again this is enabled with smartness, just to see how much it has to pour, how much it should not pour, what is the temperature live when it is picking, pouring, stuffs like that. So this has improved around 48% to 60% of their productivity just by installing the system. Before, even if you use, it will improve 35%, but because it is enabled smart, 15-24% they have got the yield. So that is what is the feedback from the customer. It's for electric bike, that particular casting is happening. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So we also cater into automation in depth. If you go into an automation, we go into vision systems. We have our own models for vision, and we also work on automatic gauging solutions for security, for quality and safety and security corrections. So these all other mechanical systems also enabled with maintenance functionalities, so that can take its own decision for maintenance and ability. So next slide, please. So AGV. So collaborative analytics and approach the target. So what do you normally say AGV? So you want to, so next slide please. So AGV stops at what accuracy? Plus or minus 10 mm, everybody knows. If you want to make it plus or minus 2 mm, you have to invest 20 lakh rupees or at least 12 lakh rupees for a 3D vision on it. So we have our one more physics projects which has been installed on that robot, which will calculate the Cartesian once it locates there in the plus or minus 10 mm, and it will go up to plus or minus 500 microns. So that is how, with a very low cost and a very efficient electronics, so that system is built for avoiding a expensive import and making a local software and a hardware which will fit into any rugged industrial environment. It's our R&D lab, so everything is open. So it's a specification, we go up to 1 ton. So we are now building a specification for 2 tons also. So we are able to give up to 2 ton. But of course the robot which is sitting on that, which is having a load limitation, so which can go only up to 15 kg. That's a maximum. So on a AGV you can go up to 2 tons. We can pull and whatever. Next please. Okay, gauging solution. So smartness is very important. So it has been talked, but since 3 years we have made it a standard. So you have to purchase a product from us. It will be minimum Moses smart enabled. So what you call it as smart? So avoid more operability on the machine. So take self decisions and report what decisions have been taken, and give it a higher level of decision making ability, that this is how the decisions are taken at the edge. So my decision taking ability has to improve. So my standards will change. Again, it will flow back into the edge. So the decision making ability will again improve. So that is how the solution of gauging is being done. Next slide, sir, please. So this is all done on, again it's a video, it will take time. So let us go. So this is machined, automatic gauged. Again it's updated to the machine for the finished component. So the accuracies are maintained. Before it was maintained in 15 microns accuracy, now it is maintained at 8 microns to 7 micron accuracies. So that is the achievement, so which will have 20 or 17 to 20% of rejection avoidance. Next please. So vibration sensor, so real time. So when it comes to analytics, people are talking about analytics a lot of. So there are 2 types what we see it as. What is at the edge and what is at not at the edge. So at the edge, whatever we do in our company. So we do all at a real time. So real time means close to millisecond. So up to 1 millisecond and less than 1 millisecond. So when you say non-real time or near real time, so it is the scale of say around 2 seconds, 1 second. So normally we call it as in our speed called postmortem. So I get data, I understand data, I take a decision, I give a recommendation sort of. So we have built multiple layers of this. So who has to take what decision at what rate of speed, and how the change has to impact, and faster change should not impact the brisk change in the line, and it should not affect the end quality. So that is taken care. So that way we have our edge, and we have a micro edge, and we have a middle edge, and we have a server level edge. So we have all these three deployed in a place, so each will talk to each other to see how it can be optimized at a multiple level. Okay. Yes. The problem statements are same for all the edges and all runs the same model, but each will have a different thresholds. That is what I mean to say. So, a manager will take a little safer decision compared to a worker who is just handling the part. So that is how it becomes more evident to see that the change happens not drastically, it happens the way it will not affect your existing process. So this is all the hardware stuffs, everything built in house. So that is what showed in the previous slide. Next. So that is like what we have explained as it is less than a 1 millisecond we are able to pick the data. So that is too high, we cannot store the raw data. So we have models which will detect and filter and run this logics and then push the data back into the cloud, whichever is incitable to take a higher level of decisions. Lower level of decisions are taken and corrected and been done with it at the edge level. Next please. A and ML complex profiles for 3D. So we have vision systems deployed for very complex applications. We use ours. Rest we will go for standard, purchase 2 lakhs, 1 lakh, and we just live with it. If it is complex and if Cognix is not able to supply me a system for that, then we will work on it. So 6 months, excuse me, 6 months outcome is 0. So then we wanted to write a model. So then it's a crankshaft which is having a hole drilled, and there is a inclination hole drilled, and there is oblongity on the top. So you have to chamfer that oblongity. So even though we make machines at 2 microns repeatability and 5 microns accuracy, so it cannot understand because you have a lot of other problems of fixtures, holding, unloading, loading, repeatability accuracies. So we have a vision algorithm built, and we are able to take a snapshot of that, and we are able to generate not a whole center, the entire profile of the contrast, and we have built now the new algorithm 2 days before what we have is up to 50 points, so we could able to do it a precise way how it has to be done. So the complexity of automotive people, if somebody is there, will be able to appreciate this. So it's a little complex. So because why Cognizant cannot do or IFM cannot do, for them it is very niche, because the problem of my home I have to only solve 80% of like Swiggy can be solving. Okay, but I want to have a texture of salt mechanism in my parcel that Swiggy cannot solve. So this is the sort of a texture like that. This is for Bharat Forge. Next please. So we first modeled and we try to trace with a pencil. Then we try to machine with the part. So we don't even have more parts to try also. So that was the reason. Next please. That's also a video. So it's an interpolation cycle, not just a curve cycle. Next step, please. Yes. So it's a tool like Captain. So this is a joint venture from a French company. So we have a hardware adopted from them, and we have our software from us. So we join to this together and try to give solution for machine tool people to see that tool tip center is maintained accurately and the tool life is maintained accurately. I don't know how many people understand in this forum. So it's a hybrid fusion of your statistics data and analytical data put together to derive a delta where it is acceptable by everybody. Like machine is having a deviation, or tool is having a deviation, or a fixture is having a deviation, or your process is having a deviation. All is going to give a problem in your part as well as your tool. So this guy will be able to alter everything and tell that there is a problem here and please go and fix it. And to go there, it will tell you how we are deviating from our pattern, and that pattern also will give in detail that why that is deviating and how we can go and fix it. So that is how it is. So the best part of this is example, very simple too. If I have a 1000 kg weighing bridge, I can even measure 100 grams in that. That is how it is. So 100 kilowatt
I can measure 100 watts power. So that is the resolution what we are trying to achieve from the hardware. So this is the most difficult part, because we try to cap the top and we lose in bottom, and when we try to cap the bottom and we lose at the top. So we wanted to put some physics in place where we are able to get the entire scale of 0.005% of the entire load capacity can be measured, then rest can be done by the data scientists. So that was the point. Next please. So that is how, so normally a trend is taken like this, the in between two lines, the top and bottom lines are mathematically modeled, and this is at one spectrum you are able to see. You can see that is a 2.5 mm diameter of a drill at which 20 kilowatt spindle, which is quite high to detect at all. So once the mathematically model, it is coming under multiple spectrums, so we will be able to see what spectrum we are into, whether it is tool spectrum or it's a fixture spectrum and so on and so forth. I don't want to go in detail. If anybody is interested, I can get you there. Next please. Click more. Yeah. So this is about connectivity, uplink and all. So physics is done and how to take it to up. So we have connectivity is to connect to the machine. We have our own connectivity to take it up to the cloud or to the local server or sort of. Next please. So fixtures and tooling. So we all know about this. So it has to hold something and hold like this. So we are into the business from 60 years and we make beautiful fixtures which last for 20 years and so. When we start this company, we were asking customers that do you really have reliability of a machine and compared to reliability of fixture? They said yes, absolutely, 99.8%, everything is good. So when we started deploying our solution for the fixture also, so we have supplied a fixture and we monitor the fixture for which it has been deployed and what is the deviation on the fixture. So change in the temperature in Delhi, so your hydraulic oil become thinner and your pressure will go down and you have to pump more oil and you will take more time. So you will be spending 300 milliseconds in every clamping cycle. It's a huge loss for industry. On a daily basis, if you compute, it is going to be in a huge loss. So we will be able to model it and we'll be able to see the deviations are automatically taken in place and correct the absolute systems. If you want to switch on a heater, if there is a cold condition, if it is a hot condition, switch on the cooler and so on. And if there is a deviation and prompt that there is a problem in the valve or circuitry and go and fix it as far as possible before it goes to a potential failure. It's not by looking into the trend, it is by looking into the deliverables at all. So the deliverable shifts, it's a very easy to find out, and your trend shifts, it will take a lot of time to find. So we look into the deliverables at all directly. So on every clamp and every declamping sequence of any complex fixtures, we are able to derive. Next slide, please. So these are the complex fixtures. These are all PSA after France machines, which we have supplied of fixtures on that. Okay, I don't want to put my slides. So, okay, so last, and we have also have AGV platform here shown. So we have additive also. So we do additive, robotics and gantry. So we do only metal additive manufacturing. So it's on DED, which is direct energy deposition. Next slide, please. Okay, so why, what and all. So if you just type DVD, it will come. So in the interest of time, I'll just try to move on. So we melt something and we'll deposit, that's it, like noodles. Next please. Next please. So maybe, so a short video, 10 seconds, please click on both at a simultaneous time. So we have additive on both. One is a hybrid. People are talking about hybrid. What is hybrid? So this is hybrid, which is in my left hand side. So in my right hand side, it's a robotic additive. So where we can do only printing, where we can do printing and machining. So you can add and you can subtract. So all these years we are into subtractive industry. So we as a company, 60 years, we had a journey of subtractive. Now we have transformed into additive. Now we have put together additive and subtractive. So it becomes hybrid. So that is where it is. You have a spindle there, the green sticker which has been seen, that is the machining spindle, and this is the printing spindle. So we can switch between and we can write a program to do collaboratively both, one by one, sequentially, and we'll get the output. So this is our additive. And we are also coming, we have already announced 10 days back in our social media that we are coming up with the world's biggest 3D printer, which is a gantry type printer, which is going to directly print a rocket launcher at a single shot. So that is the goal of this year, that is before December 2022. Next, please. This again a printing at a closer level. Okay. So that's it, it will do. It has a wire, so it melts. We have a laser, we melt it, we'll prune. So we have process parameter like welding, like L&T has explained. So welding parameters. The beauty of this is we have a distributed laser, so we have multiple laser spots. We don't have a single laser spot. It's all diode lasers. So that makes it good, and we have multiple wires we can come in tandem, and also we can have a powder also, powder bed fusion. So we can get in powder also, we have a powder facility. So we can put in powder and wire. So in the form of powder, what is the advantages? I can do any alloys for titanium and inconel and stuffs like that. I can mix and print, which can directly go for nuclear fuel tanks or our rocket launcher fuel tanks. So which can be directly an input component for that. Next slide, please. So I've done with my presentations. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Hariharan, at least one comment I would like to share. The number of times you repeated the entire solution has been built from scratch, all in India, the pride is really felt. And I really like what you also said about 1 to 2 milliseconds is real time and 1 second is post-mortem. So thank you for your insights, and of course, questions, Suresh, if you can help us.
Any questions, sir?
I personally haven't come across this hybrid system that you just mentioned of addition and subtraction both. So this is something that you have built from scratch, or
Yes.
is there some inspiration to that?
No, see, we are machine tool builders. We have to be, I'm proud of that. So we have our own machines built for AM hybrid. So for now, we have purchased a laser head. We have purchased a laser source. So we have deployed our parameters through our platform, and we've integrated all together, and we have made a hybrid machine.
So to say that's an industry first, right?
Sorry?
That's an industry first. We don't see that normally.
No, there are. In India, it's very few, maybe 1 or 2 for DED. And for hybrid, I don't think nobody makes in India.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For the hybrid, DED is there, but yeah.
So normally we are not, I don't say I'm not interested, because we are little sick of going into crowd. So we try to do something big, and we try to success or either little success. Okay, so we try to do something always like this. So 2016 we launched our first IoT platform, first with the machine tool industry. So again it's scratch up build. So that is how we try to look into. It's not for, it is, but the today's world is about collaboration. So we also respect that. So wherever we are not there, and we have to collaborate with people with proper positive displacement, and we have to do a proper integration and deliver it as a full product, which is good for our nation and for the competitor and our partner also. Yes, sir.
For the SME sector, do you have pay-as-you-go model as well for the solutions which you have talked about?
Yes. We have talked about multiple solutions, sir. If you are talking about additive, presently we are machine manufacturers. If you want, we have machines. You can upload your model. We can quote you, and we can fire the model, and we can deliver it to you. So that is possible. So it's a manufacturing as a solution.
First of all, compliments to you covering so many innovative solutions under one roof. BFW was very known name, and knowing you is again a delightful factor. My question to you is, in the smart tool monitoring, you mentioned that there is no mechanical modification required in the machine.
Yeah.
So how you are capturing the data? Are you capturing any electrical variables and then you are processing on it?
Very nice question, but it will be little deep in drive. But okay, for the point of physics, I am interested to talk. See, normally measurements are happening in the industries at a CT level, so current transformers. So you don't try to cut your wires and you just have a clamp meter sort of thing, donut, and you put a wire inside the donut. So the efficiency is around 80-85%. So when we say that we cap on the top and leave the bottom, and the cap on the bottom, live on the top, that comes really into that particular segment. So what really we try to do is, measuring is a very important thing when you want to do it as a process inline. When you want to do it coarse, CT is okay. You want to do it for a very defined type of an operation, even CT is still okay. I am going to have a 25 kilowatt spindle machine and I am going to work only above 15 kilowatt, then it's still okay. But I'm having a machine of 20 kilowatt and I want to use it for the lower as well as means of semi-finish, fine finish and roughing, then that solution will not be more effective for the lower segment of your tools. So we choose a measuring mechanism which is called shunt, which normally put in series to your frequency controller, that is your spindle drive to your motor. So, and also we had to model something there, not in IT model, so-called analog modeling, to see that because your frequency converter output is not a RMS sine wave, it's a cosine square wave or a PWM for that say. So we take that and it becomes very simple for me. If I use a CT, I have to manage all these frequency spectrums. But if I'm coming to the CT form, so I'm going to only take the drop across the shunt. So that makes it very simple for me. Only some small signal suppressions and noise suppressions will give me a proper output. Is it clear?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hariharan. In the interest of time, I think maybe we should invite Mr. Nikhil Maheshwari to start off this session.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So, a brief introduction about Somani Home Innovation. Somani is a leading home appliance company. It houses an array of premium products, all the way from water heaters, purifiers, air coolers, air purifiers, extractor fans, kitchen appliances, and everything that you expect in a modern consumer lifestyle today. And in addition to this, they have a range of furniture, home decor, furnishings, etc. And also an IoT ecosystem, Hindware Connect. And we would like to hear more about it from you, Mr. Nikhil Maheshwari. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Chandrasekhar. So myself, Nikhil Maheshwari, I head the research and development at Somani Home Innovation Limited. We are popularly known by our brand Hindware. So I have been joined today by our CEO, Mr. Rakesh Kaul, his CEO and whole-time director, our marketing head, Mr. Ravi, as well as our IoT head, Mr. Pranav. So Hindware is a known brand in the Indian industry, and probably by some estimate, we expect that we touch life of almost 6 crore families every day in India, and that means to almost 20 crore people. Beyond bathrooms, which is our iconic business, we are into multiple businesses. Can we move to the next slide? So we are into glass manufacturing so much so I just saw that these bottles are also manufactured by our organization. So, and we are also into CPVC and UPVC pipe manufacturing. The very recent start is the appliance business as well as the retail business. So under the leadership of Mr. Rakesh Kaul, we started this business in 2015. That year it was like 15 crores. And in the next 6 years, we have gone from 15 to 515 crores. So that's the growth of this business and easily the fastest growing business for our organization. Can we move to the next slide? We are into multiple product categories like fans, air coolers, air purifiers, and some of the achievements which we have in this short span of time, that we are among the top 2 players in the kitchen chimney segment in India. We are among the top 5 players in the air cooler segments. We are among the top 6 players in the water heater segments. Though we were the late entrants in all these categories in which we have now entered, so the motive which we have taken for us to reach out to our consumers was innovation. We put lots and lots of efforts by our R&D team on the innovation as such. In last 5 years, we have put almost 28 patents, and out of this, almost 6 patents have been put for mass production as well. And working on the similar lines of innovation, we also study that going forward, the future is going to be the smart appliances. As we move forward, the smart is going to play a very critical role in whatever things we interact with. And at home, definitely smart appliances is going to the major chunk. Can we move to the next slide? So recently I visited a smart home expo in Mumbai. I think most of you might have also visited that exhibition. We have more than 50 manufacturers who are already making the smart home systems in India. The exhibition was for 2 days, and for almost 2 days the entire area was filled with all dealers, distributors, system integrators, and as far as the architects as well as the interior designers. So I think the stage is almost set. In 2 years, 3 years from here, we will see when the smart home industry will actually move from luxury, what is being perceived now, to actually the convenience. The IoT, the convenience they will bring to your home, to your doorstep. Next slide. So we also thought of launching the smart products. So we always said to ourselves that we might be the late entrants, but for the smart category, we are going to be the leaders in the Indian industry. And that's the reason we focus on the smart appliances way ahead of what our competition is doing now. The major focus, the 5 things which we initially focus, we want to give to our consumers. First was that we want to give them an end-to-end digital experience with our product. So if you are buying a fan today, you are buying a fan, the fan is not connected to the company. We don't want to do that. We want our fan to be connected with us till the time consumer is using the fan in their homes. Remote access through app, through voice or geofencing. We wanted to have a periodic health data from all our appliances, whatever they are, wherever they are running in the field, so that we can check the performance of these products. We can give value-added products and services to our consumers. We wanted to have an ecosystem that can be integrated with all our internal system, whether it is SAP, CRM. It should be available to integrate with all the external ecosystem. At some point of time, we will also integrate our ecosystem with the manufacturing of our products, so that a motor failure in a field will trigger by manufacturing that this particular lot or this particular batch has got that kind of failure. And further, we want to expand all our IoT ecosystem to the latest technologies of artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, as well as virtual reality. Next slide. So we try to reach out to many players who can offer who can offer us this IoT ecosystem, but unfortunately, either we could not get all the desired objectives which we were looking for, and one of the players whom we met that they can deliver whatever we are looking for, the cost of the IoT ecosystem was more than the cost of our product. So that's why finally we decided that we want to invest in our own ecosystem, and we built this ecosystem which is secured so that we can take care of all kind of data privacy as well as protection, which is reliable. We can have a seamless flow of data across all the products to our ecosystem, to cloud and the apps, and also it is scalable. We can, till now, when we have designed this product, we can add up to 1 million products that can run at simultaneous in the field. Next slide. Based upon our ecosystem, these are the range of products which we have launched, and by far we have one of the largest range of smart appliances in India. Starting from air coolers, multiple products in water heater, water purifiers, air purifiers and kitchen chimneys. And going forward, we are going to add many more products in this range. Next slide. So we all know that the benefits what we can drive from IoT are limitless. There is no limit. Multiple times we have full day discussions. What all can be given. Everything is possible with IoT. Once your product is connected to internet, you can connect it to anywhere, to any place. So everything is possible with IoT. What are the key features or key areas which we are working now where to give a better products to our consumers? Are sensors, because sensors help us to get better data from the machine, and basis that we can give better value-added services to our consumers. Our ecosystem is such that our products will keep on evolving over a period of time. When we launched our first smart product 3 years back, that time we didn't have the voice integration in our product. You cannot use, though that time customer could not use our product with voice integration, but Last year we added the voice integration, both Alexa as well as Google Home, to our products. So all our products, whatever we have sold in last 3 years, they are now voice enabled because we have done that upgradation in our ecosystem. So so this way, this is our endeavor for all our consumers, that every year we want to give them one new feature, which is completely different from the conventional products what are being sold. So you get what you buy on this particular day. But these smart products will further evolve just like our smartphones are evolving. We also integrate, probably in India we are the only ecosystem as far as appliances are concerned which have a complete integration of the service system with our IoT platform. So any product anywhere in my field, if diagnosis that there is an expected failure in a product, a service call will be registered automatically. So even before the consumer is aware about it, a local technician will be assigned to solve that problem. He will have the information what part is expected to fail, and he can go and repair the product. Not only this, for all the most of the consumers who don't want to call the customer care, or who don't want to open our app to register a complaint, there is a one-touch service request. You just press a button on our product, it will register a service request directly. So this is what we are trying to create for our consumers. Next slide. This is one of the smart product which we have launched. In fact, this was first smart product which we have launched. So we give beyond the IoT benefits, consumer can also see the input TDS through the sensors what they have been placed, what kind of water is coming to their home, what is the TDS of water which they are drinking, what is the heater. This product has a hot function as well, so you can remotely start your heater on off. You can see the filter life, and also this RO life filter. This is our patented technology. So consumer can decide at the time of AMC whether RO membrane is actually need replacement or not. So this is our patented technology which exactly tell, unlike the other competition where they depends on the time or the quantity of water paste, we actually check whether the RO membrane is required to be replaced or not. We receive many queries from our consumers. Say, for example, some say that my product machine is doing fine, only that my output TDS has gone down. So what we offer them, you don't need to go for a complete AMC of a machine, just replace your mineral filter. So your water TDS will get improved, because rest of the parameters are working fine. So that kind of customization now we are aiming for all our consumers, for all our appliances. Next slide. This is a small video, just have a look.
फ्रीडम और शरारत अच्छे से मिलाएं, थोड़ा साइलेंस ऐड करें, और हाँ, दिल से परोसें। लीजिए, तैयार है आपका प्यार भरा रिश्ता। लाइफ के शोर में डालें कंफर्टेबल साइलेंसेस। हिंडवेयर ऑप्टिमस आईप्रो चिमनी के साथ, इसमें है मैक्स साइलेंस टेक्नोलॉजी और है IoT इनेबल्ड भी। रिश्तों में साइलेंस है जरूरी, तभी लाइफ की रेसिपी होगी पूरी। हिंडवेयर अप्लायंसेस।
So this is the max silence technology of ours, in which we claim that we have one of the most silent kitchen chimney in India, solving yet another consumer pain point of that the chimney make noise in your kitchen. Also, the convenience of IoT has been added. You can remotely access it. One-touch service request you can use it with Alexa. So those conveniences has been added, and going forward, we are going to add many more sensors into a chimney. That is going to transform completely the way the Indian people are using chimneys in their kitchen. Then talking about the achievements, so as I said that we are the first one to launch one of the largest range of smart appliances with 14 SKUs, and we have an endeavor to increase them to many more. Till now we have focused upon the smart products in the premium category only, but now we have, through our own ecosystem, we have brought down the cost of converting a smart product to as low as $5. That means for a consumer it's almost like $10. So we can give against our conventional product, we can give a smart product to our consumers and a price difference of $10. So that is what we have achieved through our ecosystem. We are the first one to launch the product in water purifiers as well as kitchen chimney category, and many more categories we are going to go forward. The major challenge what we are facing is about educating our consumers. So that's why even our ad what we have created, we are trying to educate the consumers what can be the benefits of IoT. The another challenge is to teach our sales and service team about the product. So that is our major focus, and with the help of entire management, we are now taking special initiatives to train the people so that we can establish ourselves against the smart appliances. Next slide. So these are some of the media coverages. So we are using all corners to reach out to our consumers and stakeholders. Next slide. Next slide. So this is what we want to do in future. So far, whatever we have done, we have talked about the connected appliances where we are connected our appliances to internet and then giving features to our consumers. Going forward, we will be working on interconnected appliances where one appliance will be triggering a second appliance to work. Though technically it is very much doable because we all are technical people, we can understand it, but important is we make some reasonable use cases for our consumers. For example, if I am switching on my hob, then it can trigger my kitchen chimney to on. It can reduce the speed of my fan because the cooking is going to start. Then we are going to convert this into autonomous systems where 3 or 4 appliances will be working together. Say for example, you need a cooling in your room at home. Cooling is a function of both air conditioner as well as fan, and to some extent the curtains as well. If I set cooling to a particular scene, my curtain will get closed. My AC will adjust to the normal temperature. Fan speed will adjust to the difference of temperature we have between the target and the present temperature. And depending upon as we move closer to the target temperature, the speed of AC as well as fan can get adjusted. And last but not the least, we will finally transform them into autonomous system where even without the involvement of any person at home, if I am reaching my home, all the conditions as per my likability will be set up automatically with the help of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, augmented reality. Virtual reality, augmented reality is going to help us a big way to repair our products in field where combining this with the help of our IoT data, we can directly show to our technicians that what is the problem in the field and teach him then and there itself that he can repair the product as well. So that's all I have from my presentation today, and I once again thanks all the FICCI members for choosing us for this award. I think thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nikhil. That was extremely impressive. The speech that we heard in the afternoon was about L&T Power Boilers empowering their employees. You seem to be empowering every citizen of the country, and your focus on innovation and the 28 patents that allow you to accelerate your growth into the market. Once again, I mean, especially for the industry that I come from, this is super impressive. Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I would request for us to limit this to maybe 2 or 3 questions so we can then continue with the rest of the sessions.
I have a question. So you were talking about the IoT sensors are helping you to recognize or identify a problem before the customer knows it, right? So that means, so this is basically technology is easy part. The difficult part is to have technicians available for working on that, right? And they should also be occupied 100%. So now, do you offer SLAs to the customers based on this?
Yeah, no, as per the standard company policy, we offer them the SLAs. But IoT is just giving them a trigger. For a technician, there is absolutely no change. He will get the same call as his routine, only with added information that this particular product has a failure in motor or a RO membrane. So we are just assisting him to do his task better. He is anyway going to all my consumers who are repairing the chimneys or water purifiers or water heaters as home. The same way, the same out of the 10 calls which he has to attend today, the 1 call is for the IoT product with that added information in it, that this is particular failure in the product, so that when our technician is going to that customer, he can carry the motor or the RO membrane along with him. So that in a way we are making his job easier only.
Sure, thanks. My question was, has the number of tickets increased based on these IoT sensors? Because now you know more.
Actually, we are rapidly growing. We are growing almost with a CAGR of 40%. So, and out of this, as 6.6% of our calls are coming from products. So it's because our base itself is increasing. So it's really tough to check because of IoT it has increased.
Sure.
So, yes, at present 6.6% of our calls are coming automatically through app or through our products.
Fair. Thanks.
Hi, Mr. Maheshwari. Thank you for the presentation. I think all of us have been touched by Hinware products in the past, and I do believe smart home appliances are the future, and not even the future, they're already here. You spoke about the Hinware Connect system and how you're developing that ecosystem in-house rather than outsourcing it to others.
Sorry, I just corrected. The software part of that ecosystem is outsourced,
Okay.
but the algorithm part, that what data has to go in and what data has to come out and what all algorithm is being taken care by us.
Okay, perfect. So my question essentially is that did you have that capability within the organization, or did you have to hire new people to build that capability? Because that's a problem I think our organization grappled with in the past, that because it's such a big change in the way you handle big data, did you have to bring in that capability, or did you upskill your people?
Definitely, because we are entering into almost a new domain that was not there in our organization. We have to train people and hire people with the relevant competency. But our ecosystem, what we have developed, frankly speaking, is so much customized to our requirement that it's tough for us to find a person from outside who can actually work on this. So our actually 80% of our focus is only developing, hiring the right talent and then grooming those talent to work on these products.
But does that delay the time taken to market for these products or these solutions?
We are trying our
reach
best
the market?
to move at least 3 years ahead of time.
No,
so I think we'll cover the delay.
Perfect, thank you.
So we are still ahead of many people. We'll maintain that momentum.
Sure, thanks.
Thanks for the nice presentation. So you told that one challenge you are facing is availability of internet. So considering the huge number of devices you will have, IoT-enabled devices, so 5G, will it be a necessity for your system to work properly?
At the level where we are at present, I think we can there are technologies available which can help us to manage the issue. About the internet availability, that definitely is another big challenge, because the product are not 100% connected to internet. In fact, to solve this problem, what we have done, we have developed some products which have the capability to hold some data. So, like they can hold some number of schedulers into the product, so that even if the product is not connected, consumer want their water heater to get switch on, then the product will get switch on. So they have the inbuilt mechanism. We have taken care of that. 5G, yes, definitely. The 5G is expected to bring we can imagine that like internet will be like electricity. We need not to worry about it. It will be assumed that it will be there. So for that perspective, everybody who is associated with smart is looking for 5G.
At present, your devices to connect to internet, do they require some mobile connection, or can it be directly connected to internet?
You need to download our mobile app, and you need an internet connection. That's it.
Yeah, that mobile app to be downloaded.
It has to be downloaded.
No, because you are telling that even if that person is not at home, it can get the signal, and as soon as the person reaches back, it can adjust the setting. So that's why I was expecting that even if there is no mobile present at home,
you need not to have you need mobile phone only to connect your product to internet for the first time. Post that the product is connected to internet, you will get you can use all the features of our product from anywhere, wherever you are.
Even if that mobile is not present at home?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I want to access my water heater from here, I can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shrimati. I think with this, if we can close the questions and our session for today. Thank you for the insights, and I would like to hand this over now to Suresh for the next section that we have engaged in.
Thank you.
So I would like to thank Mr. K.G. Chandrasekhar for moderating this session, and I would also like to thank Mr. Hariharan and Mr. Nikhil Maheshwari ji for giving us insightful details about the cutting-edge technologies that they are developing in their companies. For next session with our international speaker, I would now like to call upon on stage Mr. Rajiv Singh to moderate the session.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know it was a heavy lunch, lot of heavy discussions, heavy sessions, smart products, smart operations. We will be shifting gears. We are moving to another topic which is more like we'll have a speaker who will come and speak on a particular subject, and this subject is something extremely related to Industry 4.0. So any digitization, and I'm sure that all of you are industry veterans, all of you know this far more better than me, comes also with the risk of cybersecurity or cyber attacks. And we have seen now umpteen number of experiences. I don't want to name any of the companies here on a podium like this, but you know, many of the factories have seen the risk of plants shutting down because of cyber attacks. And that is a reality, that is the truth. That as we move towards interconnected operations, we also kind of expose ourselves to this risk of cyber attacks. So coming to, I think, this important topic, we have here with us Mr. Claus, who is going to be joining us here. He's connected? Okay, good. So he's going to be joining us, and he is going to be sharing his thoughts around cybersecurity. He leads cybersecurity sales at Siemens, and over to him, Mr. Claus.
Yeah, thank you. Also a warm welcome from Germany. I'm joining you from Germany. I'm based in Nuremberg. I'm in the Center of Digital Industries of Siemens. So I'm responsible to coordinate the different cybersecurity approaches between the business units of digital industry of Siemens, which are, for example, motion control, factory automation, process automation, just to give you an idea. So I would like to give you an insight how cybersecurity is changing our time. So first slide, please. Correct, thank you. So it's the whole presentation is overwritten cybersecurity for industry operations. We help you to secure your operations. You focus on your corporate business. I think this is very essential for a lot of you because not everybody is an expert in cybersecurity, and you want to do your business and not additional stuff like cyber. Next slide, please. Look, yesterday, we had those islands of communication in production sites, even in IT, but especially in production. So the different cells did not speak with each other. So this was a very reduced security impact. Next slide, please. And now, as you see on this picture, everything is connected. And I assume every device you connect to the internet with an RJ45 connector or wireless LAN is a potential pitfall for a cybersecurity attack. Next slide, please. And this is expressed in this slide, so everything is at risk. And I think this is something we all should be aware of. Next. So production systems are part of the Internet of Things. And this means that IT and OT integration takes place across all areas and layers. So as it is written on the left side of the slide, IT and OT collaboration means definitely more connectivity. So it's a must-have. You cannot disrupt from the internet. So you will have more data for analytics, but, and this is the negative part, you will definitely create new cyber risks. Next one. So only a comprehensive security approach based on the defense in depth concept can provide an effective protection. I will explain this defense in depth concept a little bit later. So we will have a multi-layered industrial security concept which creates that this is embedded in a growing ecosystem. So you see that cybersecurity is surrounding the whole infrastructure there. Next one. So this brings me to the question, why is cybersecurity in operations technology such an important topic for industry? Next one. Look at those cyber attacks, and that are only a few out of what is happening. So at 2017, we had this non-Petya malware, Maersk, FedEx, Merck, those companies, they really had huge losses. For an example, Merck at that time, they completely lost the overview what's in their containers. You know, Maersk is this big shipping company, if you're not aware of that. So they did not know where are my containers all over the globe and what's inside those containers. As an example, you know, there are two containers next to each other. One is containing garbage and the other one is containing medicine. Yeah. And the negative point at that time, there was already a patch available by Windows, but the system admins haven't installed it. Yeah. Just one idea. And you see 2021, think about Colonial Pipeline in the United States. Yeah. Not even the army could fill up fuel in their trucks. Yeah. So this was a really, really hard impact. And back to Maersk, they lost hundreds of million euros due to this, and they have been not operating for weeks. Next slide, please. So OT is really at an intersection of multiple challenges which we are facing. One is, we all know about digitalization. This was also mentioned in all the presentations before. So there is a need for all types of data in real time. But on the other hand, we are very often seeing knowledge gaps at the customer side, a lack of OT networking and cybersecurity knowledge and experience. And they are multiplying adversaries. So the proliferation of cyber threat actors, like even insiders in your company, which are not satisfied with their status, externals, dedicated criminals. Think about nation state attacks, yeah? And even script kiddies, and this sounds so easy, but this is really an impact. They are existing and they can stop your production side. And the last point 4 shows that we are facing also a sophisticated malware infrastructure, which means if you go to the darknet and you are asking that you want to have a malware with the following features, this one, this one, this one, if you pay for it, you will get it tailor-made, yeah? And this is a horror. Next slide, please. So on this, let's name it a cylinder, you see that the IT integration takes place across all areas and layers. And cybersecurity is a must-have in IT and OT. And cybersecurity, you see on the right side of the slide, this has to be a must-have through all levels. From field devices, you see trains, wind turbines and things like that, factories, up to the cloud, you have to have cybersecurity. If you are not taking care for cybersecurity, your company can get a severe damage or even cannot exist after such an attack. Next one. And you should know, and this is an important point, that a holistic cybersecurity approach is guided by three main pillars. On one hand side, and this, I think this is obvious to everybody, you need technology. You have to have firewalls. You have to have switches to segregate your network, yeah? But you also have to have people with the right competency which are able to handle that. And you have to have processes and policies and procedures in place how to deal with that. For an example, if somebody is leaving your company, he has to take it out of the access list of servers immediately. So a holistic security protection concept has to include technology, the right processes, and people. I think this is something you have to be aware of. It's not done with technology. You have to have also the processes and the right people for that. Next one. So now brings me to the point, how does Siemens help you to secure your operations? Next one. And this is what I touched before. This is the holistic industrial security concept of Siemens based on the defense in depth principle. And you see that there is, let's say in the middle is your production site, and then you see like from an onion several layers. So the outside layer is the plant security. And don't underestimate things like physical access protection. So you have to make sure that you really know who is entering your site. And you know, security is scalable. You can say, okay, I have let's say a code reader at the door, but if the door opens and then the guy which knows the code can bring in 20 other people. So if you need a revolving door, for example, then you are sure that the one with the key card is only this person entering your plant. Yeah. Then the second layer, network security. So you have to take care that your cells are protected, that you have trusted zones, that you install firewalls in virtual private networks to make sure that nothing intrudes into your network. And the internal layer, the system hardening or system integrity is also very, very important. Yeah. So this means that you must be really sure that your PLC is running the original code and not a modified one. Yeah. And on the left-hand side, you see the security threats, which are attacking your production site. In my business, you say there are only two kinds of customers. The ones which have been hacked, and the other ones, they do not know that they have been hacked. Next one. And I want to extend this defense in depth concept a little bit by something new, which is called the zero trust principle. And the zero trust principle is based on the concept that you trust nothing. You check everything. And so this will be, as I see this in the future, also in OT as well as in IT, where it's more common in the meantime, we will have zero trust principles in place also in factories. Next slide, please. So you will ask yourself, how can I handle all of that, and how should I do this correctly? And there are a lot of frameworks, standards, and maturity models available which can help you to implement cybersecurity in your operations. And you see some of the models on the lower side around the globe. And we, Siemens, we trust on the, you see it on the right side, on the IEC 62443. Our internal factories, all our factories are TÜV certified from R&D side and also from production perspective that we comply with this IEC 62443 standard, which is, in my opinion, the gold standard for cybersecurity in OT. Next slide, please. And what we can offer you, that our experts with our really profound market knowledge we can tailor-make for you a complete industrial operations from the sensor to the cloud. And the detailed picture in the middle only wants to explain, not discussing why is this HMI on this position and this cell there. It only should show you that we do this really deep in detail. So we can create a blueprint for your business or your vertical in the market, which contains all the security features which are necessary. Next slide, please. So you see on the right side, let's say they call it a white paper, for example. This is a defense in depth concept for the water wastewater industry, which in details explains how to do that. And again, we can create this also for your business. We are skilled in that. Next slide, please. So the question is now, how does Siemens guide you through your cybersecurity needs? Next one. So Siemens also established a foundation which is called the Chart of Trust. And you see on the right side a lot of really well-known companies which joined this Charter of Trust. And this has three important objectives. We want to protect the data of individuals as companies, let's say as a codex. Yeah. We want to prevent damage to people, companies, and infrastructures. And we want to establish a reliable foundation on which confidence in a network, digital work can take root and grow. You see that even competition like Cisco Systems or Dell is in, or insurances like Allianz or T-Mobile is in, and so on. Yeah. So a lot of really huge companies joined this. Next one, please. And if you ask yourself, how can I go through all of this jungle? You see here one approach which our experts would go through with you if you decided to do this with Siemens. This is an example for cybersecurity step by step. Yeah. And so you see the different bullets, let's say, to identify something, to protect it, to detect it, how is the defense, and so on. Yeah. From a strategy, how to implement such a policy and the governance in your company, to the right-hand side to end up in a disaster recovery plan if the case takes place and you have been hacked. And you should know it is so important that if something happens, that you clearly know what to do. Who is the first person you will call if anything happens? Is it the CEO? Is it the CTO? Or is it somebody who is responsible for your IT and OT? And things like that. You have to have this in your desk. You should not start with that when anything has happened. Yeah? Next slide, please. On this slide, which is already in cybersecurity step by step, you see different steps, and it's more related to what our business unit customer services has in its portfolio. So you see on the upper layer the benefits of the different steps, and on the lower layer you see the Siemens portfolio, what we can offer to help you to go through this. And you see on the lowest level, the first three are consulting phases. Then we have step 4, which is an implementation phase. And then we have the optimization phase, yeah, to run it. Next one, please. And this is something you should really take serious. Siemens has a so-called emergency, cybersecurity emergency response team, yeah? And we have won tenders against competition which do not have such a cert, which really means if it comes to the, let's say, big bang or the worst case and you are hacked, we can help you to identify what has happened and help you to go through this and help you, let's say, do really deep investigation on hard disk and things like that. So this is really an important point. And you see on the lower left side, it's written, we are linked with over 200 the security organizations called FIRST with this response and security team. So we inside Siemens, we really know how to handle something like that. Next one. So we know your industry. We have really a proven track record on cybersecurity. We drive, from Siemens' perspective, digitalization. That's also something which we do internally as well. And we clearly understand your industrial operations and the challenges. I always say, we Siemens, we produce starting from PCB boards up to huge gas turbines. Yeah. So we know all the challenges you are facing as a customer. So we can really guide you from consulting to implementation to optimization regarding cybersecurity. This would be normally the final slide, but I have one more for you. Next one, please. And this is, let's say, the start of a discussion between your experts and the Siemens experts. Yeah. So you should have a follow-up meeting with our experts. You see, there are a lot of buzzwords on this slide. And if you are not feeling in detail comfortable with all of that, you should take the chance to call up to our experts. You have really, really skilled teams in India as well. So don't hesitate and do it. Okay, that was the presentation from my side. Are there any questions to that?
I have one question.
Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sometimes what we are finding is that for a plant, when there is OT already running in the plant, so when we are when we want to engage some third-party cybersecurity auditor for a third-party audit for the plant, the OEM of the existing OT suppliers, so they are saying that they will not allow the third-party auditor to put their tools inside their running OT platforms. They are saying that because these are running plant, so there may be problem and they will be responsible for that. So they will not allow the third-party auditors to put their tools inside the running OT plant. So
understood.
So is there any code permits or any code defines which OT tools can be allowed to be installed inside a running OT platform?
Okay, understood. Thank you for this question. I think you touch a very sensitive point. Yeah, I know that there are a lot of tools outside in the market which, let's say, actively scan PLCs and so on, and they shut down the PLC with this scan. Yeah, so this has to be avoided definitely. So, but there are possibilities which are scanning passively. Or I give you a really good example, which is called anomaly detection. Yeah, so it's you implement a device in your OT network, and you have a learning phase, and the system is learning what kind of traffic is in the network, and it's accepted then after a while as this is the normal network traffic. And if there is, let's say, suddenly there is a novel protocol inside of the network which was never there before, then this creates an alarm. And there are a lot of proven tools which allow you to passively watch your network. But you are absolutely right. I know there are a lot of cases which I know also in Germany at Volkswagen and so on. You can easily kill your production if you do this with the wrong tools. I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you, Mr. Klaus, for sharing your perspective around cybersecurity. Really interesting, and thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. It was a pleasure for me. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
So for the next session on smart customer experience, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Manoj Belgaonkar, Head Regulation Standards and QM at Siemens Limited. And I would also like to call upon stage Ms. Surabhi Chaturvedi, Head Business Excellence, Gainwell Commercials Private Limited.
So good afternoon. The next category we are looking at is smart customer experience, and especially that was very important when we designed this because many interactions with the customers were actually happening virtually. So how do we also include these interactions as well, because they are also very much part of Industry 4.0, and that's why this particular category is very important. I'm really pleased to invite Ms. Surabhi Chaturvedi from Gainwell Commercials to share the best practice. Just to introduce her to you, she's Head of Business Excellence and she's responsible for holistic performance management of various business verticals at Gainwell. She particularly focuses on generating and seeking new opportunities for Gainwell and participates in new business negotiations. She also has an integral role in developing relationships with key clients and stakeholders. So, Surabhi, all over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here, industry colleagues and members and leaders of the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce. I'm Surabhi Chaturvedi. I'm the Head of Business Excellence at Gainwell Commercials Private Limited, and I'll be presenting a journey of digitization to deliver smart customer experience on behalf of my company. I think it's indeed an honor for me to be here and to be sharing our views amidst industry pioneers in the Industry 4.0 space. I have with me today Akanksha Chaturvedi, the Head of Corporate Strategy, Shekhar Agarwal, the Regional Head of Product Support, and Rajiv Quatra, the Head of Digital Marketing at Gainwell Commercials. I'd like to call them up on stage just because they've been an integral part of the team that delivered this project, and on behalf of them, it'll be good for them to support me up here. I think my friends in the industry have spoken about the use of technology to bring efficiency in operations, in factories, etc. Through my presentation, I hope to bring digitizing the customer experience in focus and throw some light on the other edge of the industry spectrum. Can we bring the slides up? Can we come to the next slide, please? Sure. I think our agenda today will essentially be to introduce GCPL and provide a glimpse of the digital strategy roadmap. Then we'd like to illustrate our digital solutions and how we've benefited from them. Lastly, we'll summarize our next steps. To begin with, a little bit about us. Gainwell Commercials Private Limited has been engaged in supporting the growth of infrastructure in India for nearly 8 decades through a comprehensive and technologically advanced product line of Caterpillar in construction, mining, energy and transportation sectors, and numerous partnerships with other global OEMs in the railways, defense, oil and gas, and underground mining sectors. GCPL is truly committed to excellence in customer experience through its team of dedicated and engaged employees who are constantly driven by the values of the organization. Our value of customer centricity, if you might see on the side, is truly at the heart of all that we do. We constantly endeavor to drive smart and superior customer experiences. Today, we are a family of over 1,800 dedicated personnel spread across 108 touchpoints in India, all with the single mission of providing our customers innovative, diverse, and sustainable solutions aimed at creating value. We've been a great place to work certified organization for 3 years in a row since 2018. Can we go to the next slide, please? next slide, please. Is there something wrong with the presentation? Can you go? Can you send it? We have the presentation in the pen drive if they require it. Perfect. Could you go to the next slide? I think post. Can you go to the next slide? The next slide, please. Okay. I think, Akanksha, you can stay there, the previous slide. In the interest of time, I'll skip a few slides, so you stay there. I think our strategy was to make the digital transformation of our product support offering as customer-centric and operationally efficient as possible. We started doing in-depth customer reviews to understand customer pain points. Based on customer feedback, we designed solutions and then mapped out technological elements to support us. Getting internal buy-in or shifting the culture, so to say, was a pivotal element of designing these solutions. We started small, piloted our solutions in some areas, and then scaled up based on the customer feedback that we received in the pilot launches. The next slide, please. Our biggest enabler on the journey of digitization has been the vision of our leadership to incubate digital entrepreneurship and propel change through culture of innovation. We've molded our organization to incorporate councils on digital innovation that inject new customer-centric digital changes and also have in place the right rewards and recognitions to encourage champions of change in this journey. We continue to rely on a strong and cyber-secure base of data for all decision-making. We continue to upskill our employees to exploit the full potential of our upgraded technological stack. Next, please. Next, please. I think with the increasing penetration of smartphones in India and a revolution of on-demand services, Gainwell wanted to stay ahead of the curve and provide a seamless digital experience to our customers. In this August forum, we focus on 4 digital systems that drive our technological aftermarket customer journey and how we've infused elements of Industry 4.0 to bring monetary, operational, and digital efficiencies at every step. On the principles of Industrial Internet of Things, we fitted all our machines with equipment management devices that enable us with predictive maintenance insights. Based on the big data analytics from these devices, service requests can be booked at the click of a button through our field service management app integrated with the enterprise solution planning capabilities. To power our services, we have now developed our own e-commerce platform with 24/7 visibility of over 1.4 million parts and payment and delivery integrations. To ignite customer delight and foster a feeling of brand association, we've also designed a rewards program, which is also entirely digital. So the goal was essentially right from when a customer starts to think about buying a machine, goes online and looks at the machine specs, chooses a variant, buys a machine online, buys the parts online, services the machine online. The entire customer journey, we wanted it to be end-to-end digital. In fact, in our sector, we piloted selling the machine online last December, and we are the first OEM dealers in the construction equipment sector in India to have done so successfully. Next, please. I think the CAT Connect Link technology connects customers with machines, providing actionable information to answer any questions that they want to know about their fleet, no matter where they are. This is done through simple devices fitted in machines that provide a plethora of geofunctional information at a reasonable price and high utility options. The technology leveraged for this strategy was telematics. All new machines are fitted with linked devices, and all existing machines have mechanisms of retrofitment so that our entire fleet is covered. I think earlier someone was talking about what happens if if connectivity isn't there, if 3G connectivity isn't there. In fact, we are doing a project where we are exploring satellite-based internet connectivity for machines that are placed in remote areas, because a lot of machines in our fleet are present in areas with poor connectivity. Next slide, please. Next. As a supplement to our condition monitoring endeavors, we believe we needed to build a customer-centric field service management application, which would enable the customer to easily book a service, view the tagged service engineer, track service response time, and also gain knowledge on the kind of service being performed on their machine. The system is also completely digital and integrated with SAP. In fact, we are currently working on a project to bring augmented reality to remote servicing. So how can people still be close to their machines and not have to bring someone from our offices to their physical offices to do a service? How can we use WhatsApp-based video calling? How can we use augmented reality? How can we use just listening to a machine remotely and understanding the problems that the machines might be facing, and then booking the requisite parts to complete the service? Next. Once the customer receives meaningful insights through our connected asset capabilities and then books the service through the field service management application, we needed to seamlessly provide the customer a way to book the parts online. Because what happens essentially is a lot of leakage happens in the system of ordering parts, especially in our sectors. There are a lot of spurious parts present in the market. So it was essential for us to provide a seamless integration to the customer so that we don't have that leakage in the system. As I had mentioned, once the service is booked and the parts are identified, the customer can browse through the parts, the specs, and order from over 1.4 million parts online and seamlessly pay and have the parts delivered to them in a stipulated time at the click of a button. Next. I think now to complete the customer journey, it was essential for us to recognize and celebrate customer relationships, and thus we designed a tiered loyalty program with a focus of building brand recall, promoting repurchase, and fostering a feeling of loyalty towards our brand. One of the problems that we were facing was that customers were not repurchasing, or customers were only purchasing from us the wear and tear parts or the key consumables. It was important for us to bring the customers into the entire gamut of part sales, and thus we wanted to create a program that made them trust the brand so much that they didn't want to go to the outside market. The next slide, please. I think the biggest hallmark of this program has been that we took inspiration from the leading loyalty programs in the market, whether it was hotel industries, whether it was airlines industries, and created a system where it was very easy to use for the customer, much like signing up on an Amazon or another e-commerce platform. This was a platform where the customer could register with one button for every purchase that the customer would make digitally. There would be an earn mechanism that digitally stored the points for the customers. They would be able to see the history of their transactions. They would be able to redeem their transactions for either parts vouchers that built into the repurchase cycle that we wanted to bring into the system, or through Caterpillar merchandise or through Gainwell merchandise. So we wanted to keep the customer in our gamut till the end of the customer journey cycle. Next. Very important slide. I think it's imperative for us to talk about the key performance indicators. We all speak about digitization and we speak about how important it is to upgrade the technological stack. But somebody earlier also mentioned that unless you can have some metric of success, it doesn't need to be the ROI of your investment, but it needs to be something that tells you that the delta you made through this technological change has impacted the target group that you wanted to target. So the foundation of our data-driven decision-making to fuel smart customer experience is over 13,000 connected assets, which accounts for 95% of our customer base. We've been able to set a sector benchmark in service response time of 10 hours and strive to make this as minimized as possible. The pandemic might have accelerated it, but the e-commerce numbers or the aftermarket sales coming from digital channels was 6.5% a couple of years ago, and last year we logged a number of close to 25%, which is for our sector, for a traditional sector, a massive jump, and we strive to make this north of 30% this year. Today we enjoy the continued patronage for over 2,000 loyal customers. We strive to deliver smart customer experiences to them when they want and however they want it. Caterpillar's bestowed upon us the honor of being one of the top 3 dealers in the Asia Pacific district in delivering exceptional customer experience. In 2021, we were also awarded the gold position in digital excellence, a position that only a few OEM dealers enjoy globally. Delivering smart customer experience was Gainwell's competitive advantage before the pandemic hit. But I think after the pandemic, we realized that it is imperative for us to leapfrog in our journey just to remain relevant to our customers. Otherwise, we would have become completely obsolete. Next slide, please. Going forward, we're working towards integrating, next slide, please, the entire customer journey from invoicing to loyalty redemption in one cycle. So I think what we developed was based on customer feedback. So often what happened was the solutions tend to develop in silos. But the idea now is for a customer to be able to, at a click of a button, open an app, get registered as a potential buyer, buy their machine, finance their machine, pick the right parts, pick the right service, and then be rewarded through a loyalty program. So by the end of this year, we aim to integrate this entire journey from discovery till purchase, till redemption, till loyalty into one application or one platform. I have a short video that will supplement our presentation, but because we are also sponsors today, I think everybody's looked at that video about 13,000 times. So I'll avoid presenting that video again. To end, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our honorable guests here and FICCI for the opportunity to display our digital transformation journey. We promise to continue on our path to deliver best-in-class customer experiences. I'd like to invite Mr. Belgaonkar. I think he's been a tremendous guide for us through this journey. We were just telling him today that we want to really invite him again and again to our facilities, because as we expand into manufacturing as a company, his guidance will be critical for us. So if you could come on stage and if you could have one photo with you, it will be a great motivation for the team. Thank you, everyone, and I hope to connect with you.
Yeah, if there are.
So I think the fantastic journey from customer satisfaction to customer experience and then to customer loyalty. So any questions,
Yeah, Manoj. Surbhi, very excellent presentation. Kudos to you. So I'm just excited to, like, being a business excellence domain, and you are also talking about that. I was able to fail to see the emphasis on the safety and being linked with the caterpillar and so-called very risky fields like, say, mining, agri and construction division. So what is your plan to go safe? So because if we are running all these equipments, moving machines, so moving machines has to be linked with the like safety, and it can be done by the digitization at most. So what is your plan on linking safety with this?
I think very important question. For us, especially linked to Caterpillar, there are very strict safety norms in terms of recordable injuries that we have to follow, not only in the construction equipment business, but also in the underground mining business, which is a business that we are integrally a part of. I think elements of Industry 4.0, especially sensors, help so much to be able to identify the areas where there could be potential dangers and how to avert it. So similar elements that are used even in predictive technology to be able to have data elements in the machine that send you data about the health of the machine, about the potential safety of the operators becomes so imperative. I think safety was one element that we did not cover today, but on a monthly basis, the management of our organization reviews every element regarding the recordable injuries and other safety metrics for us.
It's a continuous exercise, you know, and we're building upon that. And we don't have a 100% solution to it, but yes, the focus of the management is very high with this.
Hey, okay.
And we've got our own app. In fact, the digitalization of that is also on, where we're connecting to our field staff. We have around 1,800 people around the field. We also try to connect with our operators and the mechanics in the field, trying to give them a better safe environment for them.
Hey, that's fine, because I am just requesting all industry stalwarts present here. We at JBM also are having some, it's not only the operator, it is the safety for the other people as well. Like if we are running the forklifts, we are running the EOT, operating cranes and all. So it is at most not only the people side, it could be the machine control safety side. So it's of utmost importance. So it would be a better idea to join hand together, and if we can do something on this. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think it does happen in many industry bodies, especially in mining, whether they are coal industry bodies, etc., where companies do come together to decide what are the norms around safety for people around us, not only of operators or the people working in different sectors. But I think it's a great idea across this, and for us to be able to speak about this today is very, very imperative.
Also, just to add to what everybody has been talking about, internally when we make our apps, which are a lot of which are customer facing, and we give them an opportunity to talk to us digitally, one of the biggest things we've managed to do, and it's working really well for us, is be able to give them a one-click sort of reportage of incident and injury, so that we are immediately aware of what seems to have happened. And also because a lot of our assets are connected, so we are very close to being able to give them a very perfect predictive maintenance, so that we can minimize as many on-ground injuries as and on-ground issues as we possibly can. But happy to work on this even further. I mean, safety is a very big concern for Gainwell. It's always on top. I think as we'd also heard from our team over there, from L&T, that safety comes as a priority to everything else.
I have one question.
Yeah.
So here, look, in this area of mining and agri, so the service technicians, they need to be empowered, right? And we know that a lot of them do not have smartphones. So in this scenario, how do you empower these people so that there is better connectivity with them and the service to the customer and consumer is better?
I'll take this. We've given all our field service engineers, we've given them the smart tabs. The tabs, they carry the tabs with them, and it's connected, so we empower them. They have an access to all the informations at the site. We also, as Surbhi rightly said, we are also working on an AI platform which will help even customers to serve themselves and reduce the cost of operation. So these machines are, the breakdown times are very essential. These are capital equipments and a lot of productions are related to it. The cost of breakdown is usually high, and that's what we are working, that can't we reduce this and let customer do it themselves. Because they are far reach machine, for engineers to physically travel and reach really takes a long time. You've seen that 10 hours is the ART that we are talking of, in spite of having so many people in the field. So I think the best way we thought was the AI platform. We're working on that, and soon we will have this. I think by year end, we will have a solution for our customers where they can serve the machines themselves with the help of the AI platform and the help desk, central help desk that we have created 24/7.
And I think most of these solutions are also web as well as mobile. So if somebody doesn't have a smartphone immediately in the field, they can go back where they have access, have a laptop to be able to order parts or to be able to book a service, etc. So it's a multi-platform endeavor that we are trying to build.
Very nice. The only concern was in the mining area you may not get the internet also.
Yeah, so that's where we are working on the satellite bus.
We're
already on that.
I'm really sorry to stop this.
No problem. No problem.
Already
I think
late.
we'll discuss it offline.
Yeah, but it's a fantastic discussion going on. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I would like to thank Manoj sir and Surbhi ji and her team for giving us this wonderful presentation and having this wonderful discussion. So now we will give certificate to the auditors. FICCI would like to appreciate the support extended by the auditors and assessors by presenting them with certificates. So I would now request Mr. Rajiv Singh, the co-chair of our FICCI Industry 4.0 committee, to kindly come forward and present the certificates to the auditors who have joined us physically. So, Mr. Manoj Belgaonkar, can you please? Can we have Mr. Avinash Singh? Ms. Ashita Patel. Sorry. Ms. Ashita Mittal. I would now request Mr. Rajiv Singh to kindly take his seat, and we will just announce the names of the other auditors who have joined us virtually. And I would also request the IT team to kindly present the certificates on the screen as well. So first we have Mr. Atul Vij, second Ramakrishna Patra, Mr. T.D. Vaidyalingam, Mr. Amol Lavalekar, Mr. Nitin Nair, Mr. Sachin Kulkarni, Mr. Sameer Prakash, Mr. P.L. Muthushekar, Mr. R.G. Satyakumar, Mr. Chandan Pawar, Mr. Partha Sarathi Roy Chaudhary, Mr. Sudhir Dembi, Mr. Sridhar Kamath, Dr. Guru Prasad Kuppurao, Mr. Ravi Narayan Mishra, Dr. M.A. Narasimha Murthy, Mr. Rajiv Mandke, Mr. Mangesh Vinay Navarange, and Mr. Rajshri Banerjee. So we will send across all the certificates to the auditors who have joined us virtually. Once again, thanking you all for the contribution. Thank you all. So now I would like to call Mr. Chetan Vijeshwar to kindly moderate for the next session.
Thank you, Ritik. And since we are running behind schedule, much behind schedule, I'll straight go into the session. We're joined by a lot of people on the virtual platform still. I'm told around 60-70 people are still there. So we have this session on by the national expert. Sorry. So we have this session on by the national expert. We are joined by Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, who's the director and head in MeitY, and somebody who's responsible for taking out the national strategy on additive manufacturing. So it's a pleasure to have you here, sir. He's joining us virtually, and let me just briefly read out his profile. He is scientist, director and head of the Department of Electronics, Material and Component Development Division of MeitY, Government of India, and is currently engaged in implementing R&D projects on electronics materials and components. He did his master's in physics from University of Calcutta and doctorate from University of Delhi, and he is the nodal officer in the Ministry for Developing Recycling Technologies of Electronic Waste Management, and successfully completed 7 projects till technology demonstration stages. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. He's on the screen. Yeah. So may I request you, sir, to address the gathering. Over to you, Dr. Chatterjee.
Thank you. I am audible?
Yes, you are audible.
And my screen is also visible. Slides. Huh?
No, screen is not yet visible. Will you be uploading or from your side?
Already uploaded.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is
We are pinning it to the screen.
So can you?
It
is visible, sir.
Yeah, now it's visible. Now it's visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As we know, the entire business or the different industry sectors are transforming towards digital. So this is the term for manufacturing sectors. So being a Ministry of Digital Technology, our ministry thought that we should have a proactive step to nurture this part of the industry as well. So for last 3-4 years, we are working on different strategy paper for different emerging technology like AI, blockchain and other emerging technology. So additive manufacturing has been done from my division. As you all know, this is the next generation manufacturing where India can leverage actually with the skill, manpower and the because this technology requires a 4 vertical, as you all know. It is the materials, AM grade materials, a machine and materials will go hand in hand. You cannot have machine from one country and materials from the others. And the software design, where India is having 4 decades of we have established our supremacy in this domain. So we thought that this entire ecosystem can be nurtured in the country. And what are the issues and challenges our industries are facing, where industry can, Government of India can chip in and help them. So that was the genesis of initiating this strategy paper. So just give a brief for this additive manufacturing. This is also called 3D printing, as you all know. This is a digital revolution of industrial production, embracing the innovation of digital technology. Of course, produce the object layer by layer, having potential to transform the next generation of manufacturing. So it was the earlier, CT scan design where subtractive method was used. Now it would be layer by layer print, but the waste generation would be minimum, and this will transform the entire manufacturing world, and it is growing very fast. I'll be giving some statistics, global statistic here also. If you see the development entire world, we have seen the few machines are already developed, and they can earlier it was used for prototyping, but in mass production also it is coming up. There are 7 different categories of machines has been developed, and there are various process, because the material dispensing on those machines will be important for creating a desired shape and digital shape or the precise product. So these are expertise on those entire process and machines will be very important for India. So one such example we can take here. If you are talking about RF component, the top design is a very huge, robust design which can be made in a very miniaturized form, having a better functionality, reduced your 100 parts into one parts, reduction in size, lead time will be 11 to 2 months, production cost reduced by 20%, and non-recurring cost also 75%, reduce the weight by 95%. So this is possible with and having a better functionality. So whatever the products we are developing out of it, it will be having lower insertion loss, higher surface roughness, and better RF performance. So this is the potential we'll be having with the new this technology, where customized product some of the machines are good at, and for mass production also high volume production is also possible with some of the type of machines. With this initial background, we'll be concentrating on our strategy paper. So importance was actually additive manufacturing is changing, as I mentioned, the global supply chain and manufacturing, revolutionizing that future manufacturing sector in supply chain, high volume of low cost customized products with lower lead time may create in this this type of technology. Aim will be disruptors actually may lead to significant loss of business in traditional manufacturing. So if we are not alert or we are not equipped ourselves, we may lose with our competitors in different Asian countries as well as European countries. So which it can offer to the industry, rapid prototyping, quick turnaround, allows the parts which are not possible for the conventional methods, low investment compared to the full facilities, minimum loss of materials, and lower cost at volume. Now, why this national strategy for additive manufacturing required? As I mentioned, our ministry is working on all type of digital technology. So it is actually a proactive approach to promote the industry for digital revolution of manufacturing. A single platform of industry, academia, government, and user organization we thought to be offered to the country, so that the exchange of information, national priority, latest innovation, R&D outcomes, and international standards, trade barriers can be discussed in one forum and address them in a holistic manner. Support the local manufacturer to adopt that additive manufacturing technology and compete with the foreign companies. A conducive atmosphere or ecosystem we are trying to create, so that design, development, deployment, and overcome technical and economic barriers so that they can compete with their global peers. And set up operation of global leaders and supporting the ancillaries in India. That is also we are trying to attract some of the global leaders here so that they can make in India and they can supply entire world. Ensure Indian maximize the gains in the groundbreaking technology to collaborate and jumpstart design and deployment of commercialization of the additive manufacturing technology. To evolve this strategy paper during the 3 waves of COVID, it has started from 19 end, so enter 2021, of course all in virtual mode, but we have done extensive stakeholder consultation, nationally or also internationally. But we found that 3-4 things it was common. They thought that value chain and supply chain in the country is missing actually, that required to be nurtured. Status of Indian technology, that is also one thing, IP creation, Indian IP. Sector specific approach and support, and national center of additive manufacturing, that so that cost of this development cost and other R&D cost, services cost can be reduced. So with this genesis, we have seen that we have done the gap analysis, that has been found like process, qualification and aim standards in the country, nothing is there. And material, machine, design for product and skill and startup, there are few initiatives we have found. And 7 sectors are already working, 7 sectors there are activities. And also we have found nearly 50 companies are there in the machine, service, software and materials. So this is the actually status of additive manufacturing or 3D printing activity in our country. Now if you see the strategy paper, it is available online. It has been launched by our Honorable Minister on 24th of February. The vision is to aspire to mitigate immediate disabilities of local industry, to embrace the digital technology. So there are many, vision is actually position India to the global hub of additive manufacturing for deployment and development. So where we will be interested to create a single window facility, like established a national center for additive manufacturing. Will facilitate that global industry to set up shop here, financial support, innovation to the startups. Will be trying to reduce that import dependency, promote domestic and industrial value chain, promote skill development. So these are all our vision. And this is the market. If you study the market, mainly the market has captured, or rather there are 36% captured by USA, then European Union is having 26%, and 28% markets are there in Asian bloc, where 50%, basically 14% of the global markets are captured by China. And if you see the Indian contribution, we are having only 0.9% of the global market, which is coming less than $450 million. And we will be aspiring to reach $1.5 billion by 2025 with a humble beginning through this focus strategy paper. What market is having basically printers is 40%, software is 15%, AM, service and others are 30%, and material is 15%. To absorb this aspiration like $1.5 billion market by 2025, we foresee that presently there are nearly 50 companies, at least double, that is 100 or 120 startup SMEs or MSMEs will be created in that in our ecosystem to absorb this market. And there will be already innovative products are started in the country. There are many sectors. We have found that 3D printed products or additive manufacturing products are there. What are the promising sectors we identified in the strategy paper? Medical, electronics, photonics, toy, housing, renewable energy, agro-food, electrical device, aerospace and defense. Of course, aerospace and defense are there for last 10 years. Now, what approach we are envisioning that, as I mentioned, dedicated National Center for Additive Manufacturing for boosting 3D printing ecosystem. We have created a National Center for Additive Manufacturing last year in Hyderabad, along with Telangana government and Government of India, METI, and also industry support. So that has been already initiated in the country in Hyderabad. Sector-specific technology development on machine, material, process suited to the Indian condition for industries with local supply chain. In this verticals, we have already started 4 Center of Excellences, with one in Pune, with our CMAT Pune, where we will be focusing on optoelectronics product, where 4 industries are engaged. So each and every initiative we are taking industry in a forefront. We are taking some fund also from them, so that their commitment should be ensured. And rest of the funds, if the state government is interested to join with this initiative. It is welcome. In the Pune initiative, state government has not joined, but in rest of the fund, it is 60-40% fund ratio. 60% METI has given, 40% is shared by the 4 industry, and we will be supporting startup and entrepreneurship. So strategic goal, as I mentioned, design a manufacturing hub. We are aspiring to create in 3D printing 1.5 billion in 2025 to the GDP. IP creation in India's specific technology for machine, material and software design. Add skill manpower to absorb that. We expect that 1.1 million, 1 to 1.5 lakhs manpower will be required. We are trying to promote 10 sectors with existing and new sectors in 3D printing manufacturing, and promote exports and attract FDI. So this is the second chapter of the strategic document where all those numbers has been written. So basically 5% of the global market, we are thinking that it is possible. Is very humble ask from this sector. We expect that it will be more than 5%, at least 1.5 billion by 2025. We have to create aggressive awareness about adoption of this product, M product. There will be, to absorb this 1.5 billion market, we thought that at least 50 IPR for materials, machine and process would be available by next 4 years. 500 products, 100 new startups, and additional manufacturing sectors like photonics, toy, as I mentioned, EV component, consumer goods, renewable components, agro foods will be coming. And entire skill development from PhD level to masters, graduation, technical course, online, all those things had been started with various academic institutes, IITs, to absorb that. So who will be benefited? So medical, if you see mass customization of the medical device, bridging the patient-doctor's distance. In electronic, MSME scale manufacturing is possible. Photonics also similar way. Toy, high-tech recyclable electronic toys are possible. Housing, already you must have seen some startup company in IIT Chennai. They are giving a low-cost house, ruggedized machines for Indian conditions. Renewable energy, MSME scale manufacturing of renewable energy component. Agro food, designer for food and medical nutrition sector products. Electric vehicle, aerospace and defense, already they are working and they are all MSME scale. So these are the benefit of all those sectors. Now, as I mentioned, one dedicated center has been created in Hyderabad, which actually meticulously see the strategy paper and to actually help us to achieve major numbers we propose in this strategy paper. Already it has started, location has been taken. There will be a dedicated chief executive officer who can run this, and foreign experts also we are taking, and many industry are joining with this initiative, and the MOU with the 25 plus partners has been already signed, and in medical verticals, one international webinar they have fixed on 13 of this month. So this is the one slide for NCAM, that is National Center for Additive Manufacturing. This is a dedicated center for optoelectronics component. This is the center of excellence where four industry have joined. One Intake from Bangalore, SPEL from Pune, and one company GJR from Mumbai. So three academic institutes are working with them to the machine and materials. So three machines we are working on: DLP, MedJet, and FFP. Products we are going for 3D printed antennas, lithium-ion batteries, LTCC packaging for optoelectronics product. So these are the products we are doing, and for dispensing the material we require sometime ink, sometime different type of polymer based metals and ceramics. So we are developing that. So this COE has started from 2020. Now another center we have created it AMTZ Andhra Pradesh, that is on dedicatedly on medical verticals, where AMTZ here the R&D will be done through grand challenge mode, so that we will be delivering 10 different products. So 10 patents will come up from this center of excellence, and we will be having at least 10 grand challenge throughout the program. 20 startups will be done. So already achievement 5 startup has been created. This project initiated by 2021 only, and already 3 patents has been filed. And in the third wave, so they have developed some of the products we have used, consumed in this country in health sector. So we are proud for that. So this is one sectors, medical sectors. Another sectors we are tapping is a very niche area, optical chip. So here ISC Bangalore will be making the chip. The material will be supplied by our own center, CMET Pune, and machine makers like GJR has been involved. So this is a 4.5 years actually program. So on chip product will have after 2 years will be showing that optical filters, optical sensors, optical coupler, metaphotonics, and if you are successful, it will be a very low cost chip making facility in the country, and computing chip design for IPR. Once the design will be first level of after 2 years, we can throw grand challenge so that we can onboard different startups, national, international company can join there. So we can create certain ecosystem so that through that fundamentals core chip, we can initiate some of the manufacturing activity in the country. Now, future sectors, we are working on toy manufacturing, agro, food, standard of additive manufacturing. So this year, 2022, we will be doing something. So now stakeholder consultation are going on. So this is the capability. If you see the intake, one of the product, they have developed a machine, almost after reverse engineering of a machine from Germany. But the output is, if you see their surface roughness output of this machine, optomate machine is 11 micron, and the intake output is 6 micron, and they are supplying Spain and other developed country. So this is the Indian capability to show in some product. So this is the timeline 2021 to 2025. So this is the timeline has been said in the strategy paper. So that's all from my side. If you have any question, we can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, and it was indeed fascinating to learn about the aspiration which you have set for India in this area, in this important area. So if we have some questions here or online questions, will we be able to take online questions?
Yes, please.
Nothing posted as of now. Anybody from the room want to ask any question to Dr. Chatterjee? Or online, whoever is listening to us, they want to post.
I have a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, please.
I am from the, we are from the power industry, the boiler industry. And for us, the major constraint is the material. Most of the material what we use are not yet, we are using ASME, IBR boilers, and those materials are not yet available in the additive space. So is the government thinking on that?
Actually, specific problem, actually we, all those sectors or rather center of excellence I have discussed, it has started from industry pains. So we discuss extensively with the industry. If you have some specific pain, just now you discuss, we can talk to our experts from CMET and other laboratories. We can work a project around that. So all those pain areas under this additive manufacturing initiative will be trying to address.
We will give you a list of that.
Yes.
We can bring it to your knowledge, sir.
Yeah, so because in future we'll be having 3-4 centers for discussion is already going on for almost a year, because we are not initiating any project which has been submitted by any academic institutes. We are discussing industry first, then we are discussing the academic guys who can help us in actually addressing those IPs in a time-bound manner. Because generally, if you are giving projects to IITs or any academic institutes, they may take 3 years' time.
Correct.
Then they will have some IPs, they will file patents, then there are no takers. So we are not doing that. We are taking a minimum fund also from the industry, so that his interest should go on with the academic institutes. And academicians were also having a different challenge to deliver the product in a stipulated time. So you please engage us, discuss with us. We'll be trying to address your problem.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. Thank you for your time. So I think we still have some online. What we'll do is we'll ask the people and send it across to you, the specific queries.
Yes.
So thank you once again, Dr. Chatterjee. And now with this, we come to the close of this conference, and which was held in the hybrid mode. I wanted to thank all the delegates who participated, and congratulations once again to all the awardees, and also the units which received certificate of appreciation. And as we said, this is the first edition, and we'll soon be launching the second edition. There's a cycle. We'll be giving the feedback also, the units which didn't qualify. So we'll be giving the feedback also for that. And of course, feel free to share your feedback on the process which we have followed on the awards, and also on the topics which we covered, a wide variety of topics which we have covered today, ranging from cybersecurity, operations, standards, regulations, various innovations that are coming up, and how will factories of future will look like, and what is the role of government in this vast area. So I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, the Gainwell, the Amber, Nokia, sorry, I don't remember, Deloitte, and of course the government of Gujarat, Mitsubishi. So all of them have been very supportive, and we really appreciate the support. And once again, thanks to all of those who traveled all the way from outside in this difficult and uncertain time. So sincere appreciation for that, and thanks to all of those who are still there on the virtual mode. And we look forward to having as a follow-up interaction of this very soon. Thank you very much. Take care.